dash cast just to make sure. Now I gotta do the post on Blue Sky. Post. Post was sent. Excellent. I'll do that one as the first. Get that one. Let me make sure I don't forget the ad break. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
Here's an incredible deal and a great.
ねえこれ知ってた？
何？
携帯で撮るだけで、ほら最上に行けんの。
そんなの私だって知ってるよ。
バーコードをピッとする毎日。
携帯でピッと。
始まる。ドコモ。
Nice car. What is it?
Oh, it's my new Kia Optima.
Should have got a Toyota Camry. I got leather seats.
Me too.
Yeah, moonroof.
Yeah.
V6 engine.
With Sportmatic transmission.
5-year warranty.
Well, no.
Ha!
10-year. And I paid $5,000 less than you. Huh.
The Kia Optima midsize sedan. Get 3.9% financing through July 31st.
Dual front seat mounted side airbags?
Got it.
It's okay, Aunt Alex. I'm a man now.
Oh, thank you.
That reservation still standing?
Barely. And how you doing, little partner?
Walker told me I have AIDS.
When you're looking for local quality tradesmen, it's important to find the right one. At Checkatrade, all our tradesmen are interviewed and recommended. We check their references, qualifications, and insurances, and continually monitor their workmanship and the service they provide through customer feedback. For local quality tradesmen, visit checkatrade.com today.
Checkatrade, checkatrade.com.
Whoa, Pops!
Micro Pops for Micro Licks.
Time to celebrate is quickly coming to an end. The Ford authorized clearance is in its final days. This is your last chance to get $1,500 cash back on any new 2000 Ford Ranger, and your last chance to lease a Ranger SE for just $189 a month for 24 months with $1645 due at signing. That's right.
Welcome back for the ad breaks chat. Freaking throat, man. Oh God. Yeah, of course I forgot to open Mix It Up again. I thought I did, but I didn't. I mean, that explains it. That absolutely explains it. So now I have to freaking refresh the cache. There we go. Oh, tortilla's done. Cheese tortilla's done. Probably just gonna season it maybe and add some sauce. I don't know. I'll think of something. Okay, there we go. Got my tortilla. And hello, everyone. Welcome to stream. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, we're back. We're back in it. We're back in it, baby. We're back to streaming and all that. How's everyone doing? How's everyone in the chat doing? I want to know. Come on. I'm curious. I'm curious to say the least. Before I forget, hello Kibo, welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well. Me, I'm doing all right myself.
From Mata.
There we go.
Terry.
There we go. Thank you, Mix It Up. Thank you, Mix It Up, for finally working. Trying to find videos. That's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I know I had a hot dog earlier, but this should be really good too. The joke is too easy. Yeah. Nah, that's fair. Hot dog down the hallway. Oh, that's good. Oh, that is good. Whew, that's good. There we go. Let me go ahead. Switch scenes here. Then let me make sure I have web browser capture set. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god. There we go, baby. There we go. All right. First video on the agenda from Kibo. Hot dog. And yeah, the joke. Come on, too easy. Come on now. The Hot Dogger. 1970s hot dog electrocutor. Does it work? Man, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a go.
Hello, my beautiful.
That percussion is wet. No, don't be sticking it on there. Bro, that percussion sounded wet. Like, very squelchy, in fact. Yeah, very squelchy.
Lovelies, hi, it's Emmy. Welcome back. And this is the Presto Hot Dogger.
Is the hot dogger, baby. Let's go.
In one of my videos, I received a comment telling me about the hot dogger. I had never heard of it before, but basically, it's a hot dog cooker that electrocutes your hot dog. Electrocutes, like, Frankenstein, like that.
Right.
So I immediately went onto eBay and I found this awesome thing. This is a hot dogger in its original box, circa 1977. Yes, this is a 40-year-old appliance.
Wow. That's pretty old. Woo, it's probably even older now, but that's beside the point.
Okay, here we go. We have our pamphlet, our power cord, and the actual device. You pull out this thing like this. Like that. This is pretty barbaric. You have these electrodes here that give you power, and then you skewer your hot dogs across here. You can cook.
Oh, okay, it's that way. All right. No, that makes sense. Wow. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it, I guess.
5 hot dogs at one time. Place this back in here, and then you just sizzle them up. Can't wait. Can't wait. But one thing I noticed right away that I liked is this is completely submergible. Don't put the cord in the water. Remove that. And then you can submerge both of these pieces into hot soapy water so you can get all of your drippings out of there. Isn't that great? I have a bunch of hot dogs here. I got 2 different sizes because it didn't really specify which size hot dog to put into this thing, so I got more of like a Frank style and then ones that were a little bit longer and narrower. So what we do is we impale a hot dog on this electrode, arc it over, impale it onto this side. So the beef Frank one seemed to fit pretty well. All right, I'm going to put another Frankfurter on there. And look.
Okay, so these are only going to be good enough for Frank-style hot dogs, which, I mean, considering the time in which this was made, it makes sense. Okay.
There's just enough room between them. That's great. So these ones are a little bit longer. Let's try those. They just poke right in. Oh. This, of course, creates a higher arching hot dog rainbow because it's a little bit longer. We'll see if it fits in the machine. So here are the Frankfurters. Those seem to fit nicely. And here are the two narrower kind of wiener style hot dogs. Those fit well too. All right, so now we're going to place these back in the chamber. Oh, and they both fit, both sizes.
Oh shit! Both styles of hot dog fit. Let's go.
Fit. Look at that. You can see them right through there.
Hello, Wesley. Welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well. We're just watching Emmy Made try out the hot dogger, which is apparently a hot dog electrocutor. It's meant to cook your hot dogs through electricity. So, yeah. This should be fun. Just don't do anything stupid and try to stick your own hot dog in there. Those are meant to be cold. If you catch my meaning. If you catch my meaning.
Hello, dogs. Like they're getting a nice 70s tan. Back here are the prongs. Stick this in there. Now we're going to plug it in and let it go for 60 to 90 seconds until the hot dogs are nicely cooked. All right.
Yay.
Give it some power. All right. Is anything happening? We're at 46 seconds. Okay, I hear sizzling. Oh, and this is steaming. It's working!
Oh,
and
shit.
It's fogging up my window, so you cannot see cooking. I hear it sizzling. I'm gonna give it another 20 more seconds. Because I let it. Okay. This is good. Spattering. Now I'm smelling cooked hot dog aroma.
Yep.
This is great. Oh, when you pull out the tray, it stops it, actually.
There you
yes.
go. Whoa. Oh, shit. Okay. So it looks like it kind of works, but it might also damage the hot dogs. So keep that in mind.
I'm enveloped in hot dog vapors. So I do see some uneven cooking.
Yeah.
The ones that seem the farthest from the electrodes seem the least cooked, while these ones are more cracked. Whoa, steaming. I have some New England style hot dog buns. I never saw these out west, but they're
Depends on the kind of hot dogs. Yeah. I guess it does depend on the kind of hot dogs you use, because it does look like the regular Franks, they sustain a bit more damage compared to the longer type. So
pretty popular here, and it looks more like sliced bread. These are also used for lobster rolls. All right, let's check this hot dog out. It definitely got electrocuted.
She used beef, I think. Yeah, there's that too.
It is not browned really at all, but some energy went through it. Here's that one. Let's try this one. Okay, so this, actually is more cooked than I thought it was. This is the narrower one. I usually like a little chopped onion for my hot dog, but for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to do ketchup and mustard. Ketchup.
Mustard.
All right, so let's go ahead and give our hot dog or cooked hot dogs a taste. I'm going to try the wiener style one first.
It would be different if the hot dogs were chicken or turkey. Wait a minute. You know what, Wesley? You might have a point there. I'll admit. I'm not 100% sure if this would work better on chicken or turkey hot dogs, but it's possible. It's certainly possible. So I'll give you that.
First, the documents. And that's a nicely warmed up hot dog. Squishy bun, ketchup, mustard, no frills. Very, very simple, easy hot dog. As a matter of personal preference, I like my hot dogs kind of crispy on the outside, so I like them grilled, or sometimes I bake them or fry them up in a pan. But for 60 seconds, 90 seconds, you really can't beat this. This is super, super fast, and it's super fun to electrocute a hot dog. Super fun. All right, so let's try the other one.
In all fairness, it does look fun. That
So as you just saw, as long as you cook your hot dog less than 2 minutes, your hot dog will remain juicy. And yeah, this is a delicious hot dog. So this little machine cooked up these 5 hot dogs in less than 2 minutes. I suppose you could do something similar in the microwave.
Takes about the same time as the microwave. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of the same conclusion Emmy came to here. So, yeah, you're not wrong.
But at least all the stuff is kind of caught in this machine, and I think this would be actually really fun for kids to play with, you know, impaling the hot dog and watching it sizzle up.
I mean, it does look fun for kids, but, like, you know how stupid kids could be, right? You do know that. I average at about 30 seconds. Yeah, 30 seconds sounds about right. Just about.
This is definitely a unitasker. I can't really justify buying a machine that cooks just one thing, but I really, really, really wanted to electrocute a hot dog. 5 hot dogs, really. So that was the Presto Hot Dogger. Big thanks again to Glasses USA for supporting my channel, and thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I hope you guys learned something. Do let me know in the comments below how you like to cook your hot dogs. I'm always looking for new ideas.
I just used the microwave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just a microwave kind of guy, but sometimes on occasion I'll use my pan. Not like pan fry, but pan grill, I guess, or air fryer. Ooh, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Using the air fryer to cook them. I would definitely need to try that at some point. I'm just not sure like how long I would need to cook them for. Plus, like, you have to consider, like, you know, preheating the air fryer. So. And, like, the, how hot it needs to be, too. So, there's that.
And, yeah, be sure to share this video with your friends and follow me on social media. Like this video so I know it. And I shall see you in my next video. Toodaloo. Take care. Bye!
Oh, that was fun. That was nice. How long should... Like, I'm genuinely trying to think about this. How long would you need to cook? Some air fryers don't need preheating. Mine does, unfortunately. Mine absolutely does. Just because... I really wish I would have gotten an air fryer that doesn't need any preheating, but... You know, it functions better as a micro... What am I trying to say? It functions better as an oven than my oven does. It's not that my oven doesn't work. It's just that the oven is older than I am. You know what I mean? Because I kind of live by the rule that if you have an oven in your house that's older than you, bro, don't use it. Yeah, mine can air fry directly. Lucky. Wesley, you're lucky, man. You know what? Let me look this channel up. Which one should we listen to? Let me see. I'm just hoping that there isn't like Okay, this was a while back. Now, a toaster oven maybe, since some toaster ovens have an air fry mode. I'll admit I didn't know that. I'll be honest, I really didn't know that about about toaster ovens, about them having a potential, you know, air fry mode. That's pretty cool, though. That is absolutely pretty cool. Not sure if I myself would try it, but it's an interesting idea for sure. Oh God, which way? Let's try. Fuck. We'll try this one. I haven't watched this in a while.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to Red Letter Media. I'm your host, Kenny Omega. Ambient music is a genre that I feel, as of late, has exploded in popularity. In many different forms, mind you.
Keep in mind this is from 4 years ago. I'm not sure if noise music is still popular today. It's probably not. It is what it is. Take 9 minutes for fish sticks. With the toaster oven, I could kind of see that. I could kind of see that being the case. Huh.
Ambient music has crept into many
Oh, air fryer. Okay. Got it. No. I got it.
facets of popular culture as of late. Whether that mean artists like Aphex Twin introducing that generation of the world to ambient music, or your mother listening to relaxing sleep music, or even extremely recently with the explosion of artists like The Caretaker. Ambient music was designed to make you feel something. Not like how hip-hop or pop make you feel something, a specific narrative throughout the lyrics. Ambient music has the adverse effect. It has no predetermined storyline. You insert your own experiences. You create the characters. You insert you. Now that's why I feel the ambient category of music is a genre that puts people into two camps. Either you enjoy the music because of the choose-your-own-adventure type nature of the sound, or you can't listen to it in the fear of you being left alone with just your thoughts being too dangerous. For those who fall into the first category, the desire to listen to ambient music can go deeper than the surface of I just like how it sounds. However, some break the mold enough to deliver an unparalleled experience where they capture a time period in its sound. Some of the artists have an idea of the emotional toll they want their music to put on the listeners, leaving it just abstract enough for you to be the main character while they direct the story. Someone who has captured this idea and crafted this concept to perfection is an artist by the name of William Bsky, and he has created one of the best era-defining pieces of music to ever be released. An album that perfectly captures life and death better than any ambient piece of music I have ever heard. A soundtrack to the deathly unknown, September 11th, 2001. The Disintegration Loops. Yeah, this is going to be a rough one.
Yep, this is going to get rough. Buckle up. Buckle up, chat. Buckle up.
Strap in. General advisory. Again, this video going forward is going to contain quite heavy subject matter, so proceed with caution from this point on. But with that said, I'm going to try my best to not make this too horribly depressing, but no promises. The Disintegration Loops is an ambient project, series of 4 releases by William Bsky that clocks in at over 4 hours. Everything from the music itself, to the album cover, to the story behind the record screams mystery and demands you learn every detail about it.
Did I ever... I don't think... Okay, the weird thing about me is that, like, I am familiar with this album, it's just that I don't think I've ever been able to listen to it in full. Not because of, like, the emotion that it conveys, but because, again, it's 4 hours long, you know? Like, there's only so much time that you could put into listening to certain albums, but... I don't know, maybe I need to give it another try. Give it a try once I have, like, enough free time. So, take that for what you will.
I want to talk about the origins of this man. I want to talk about the origins of the music. I want to talk about the music itself, the lore behind the music, the aftermath of the music. Specifically, the influence it had on the genre vaporwave, and how it's affected the world since. But before I talk to you about the monster in this video, I feel it only makes sense to explain the doctor who made it. William Bsky was born in 1958 in Houston, Texas. In the early stages of his music career, he would use physical tapes and reel-to-reels to record his music. Bsky's calling card was the art of taking a very melodic short loop of music and repeating that over and over, adding distortion and reverb, creating these otherworldly atmospheres. He would release his first official release titled Shortwave Music, being recorded in 1983, but not being officially released until 1998.
Whoa. That is so... That's actually really long of a wait time to release that particular album.
This habit of recording music decades before release would be an orbital one, so keep that in mind. This would be followed by water music in 2000. I don't want to speak on this one too much, because I'll just say stay tuned on a video coming soon. Little did Bsky know the events following water music would change the world more than he could have ever imagined. Oh boy, where do I begin? Now, the history of the disintegration loops is arguably what makes it so interesting. The meaning behind the music is what has made this album so legendary in the ambient music genre. So, the story goes, William Bsky has been making music for decades now, and he stumbled across some old tape loops that he created in the 80s, and wanted to convert them into digital files using reel-to-reel. However, there was an issue that Bsky did not factor into the equation. The tapes used were magnetic tapes, and they were comprised of long trimmed strips of plastic. And what happens when long strips of plastic are left untouched for over 20 years? It corrodes.
This is going to get interesting, at least in this part.
If you want an in-depth look at how tape degradation works, a video titled Destruction Loops, creating sounds of decay and magnetic distortion. It's a great look inside the science of how it works, so I highly recommend checking it out if you are a man or woman of science. But Bsky knew he had to act fast because the tape was at risk of combusting at any moment. So he got to work digitally converting the files. But when he rigged up the tapes and listened to the music for the first time in over 2 decades, he found the sounds caused by the corrosive film to be unrecognizable from the original. His memory of the track was much different than the lo-fi and cloudy audio being played back. So this gave Bsky an idea. Since the tapes were already doomed to break, he decided to let the reel-to-reel run until the tapes practically disintegrated, slowly flaking off and breaking with each turn of the machine, capturing the sound change with Bsky never touching the music at all. Each melody fell away in its own time, creating something new. But the story's just beginning. This album would go from an obscure work known only to Bsky and his close friends to capturing a moment of devastation. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, Bsky had just completed the disintegration loops, finishing just as he was disturbed by a knock on the door. A plane had struck the World Trade Center. Confused and shocked, Bsky and his friends ran to the top of his apartment complex in Brooklyn, and the news was indeed true, seeing the devastation with his own 2 eyes. In response, Bsky went to a neighboring apartment and borrowed a videotape, put it inside of a camera, set it up, and let it run, recording the devastation of that day, which screenshots of the video would later become all 4 covers of the projects. That's the footage you're watching right now, live footage from Bsky's rooftop. As it was recording, simultaneously, Bsky would grab the disintegration loops and proceed to blast it for everyone to hear. That moment in time, that exact moment in time, is what Bsky has unconsciously captured to near perfection. The feeling in the air is terror of the unknown. People didn't know how many more attacks would occur. The media was acting as a narrator to the scene of destruction laid at America's feet. And people were in a state of disbelief that this could happen, becoming a frantic mess of phone calls, yells to fellow citizens, and tears. As Bsky watched the destruction, he felt compelled to play the disintegration loops as loud as he could to the streets below, as a soundtrack to what is happening on a day nobody would ever forget. Bsky, unknowingly, while watching firsthand the life and death of these citizens, had created the life and death of audio, with people looping back in their brains that horrific event and looping terrifying thoughts. Bsky would do the same with the music. Bsky personified the feel and atmosphere of that day perfectly, as if he locked it in an airtight jar. A few weeks after the event, Bsky was getting ready to release his work to the public, and he decided to dedicate these records to the victims of 9/11. Bsky himself could not have put it better when he said, "The events gave new meaning to the musical pieces created by catastrophic decay in my studio a few weeks before." The disintegration loops are what could be defined as visuals personified, and since Bsky at the time was relatively unknown, this would launch him into the stratosphere of the ambient music world. When it was all said and done, the music received the praise it deserved. Pitchfork named the Disintegration Loops 1 through 4 the 30th best album of 2004 and the 196th best album of the 2000s. And in 2016, Pitchfork named it the 3rd best ambient music album of all time.
Oh. When that day happened, I was extremely young, literally 1 year, 9 or 10 months old. God, when that happened, I was maybe 4? Is that about right? Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I was about 4 years old, so. Fuck. Sorry, I'm just getting chills. I'm getting chills a little bit. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Don't worry.
Bsky's disintegration loops would go to define the day, September 11th, 2001. On the 10th anniversary of the attacks, the disintegration loops were performed live at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City as a live orchestra. The album had escaped the niche ambient musical genre cage it was put into, and became accepted by not just music listeners, but the world as an important audio experience to an unforgettable day. Okay, hopefully this is the end of the depressing topics, hopefully. But an aspect of the aftermath not many people talk about is the effect it had on the music world. Some have drawn parallels between the works of William Bsky and the musical genre of vaporwave. A fantastic video, another one I highly recommend you watch after this video of course, was a video by Harrison Engstrong titled 9/11, The Accidental Godfather of Vaporwave. He makes some incredible points and does a great job in his own right telling the disintegration loop story, which I highly recommend giving a watch if you're still curious about this topic. Like I mentioned before, Bsky captured a feeling, captured a moment in the disintegration loops using heavy reverb and audio distortion to create the sound. An idea that vaporwave has been paved upon, using samples of extremely old work with heavy effects and reverb to create the sound that they encapsulate. Now I wanted to get someone else's take on Bsky's influence to the genre, and since I'm no vaporwave aficionado, I thought with my little noodle and had the idea to get one. I got the father of YouTube vaporwave, Pat Chennington, to give his 2 cents on the topic.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Pat also makes some really good videos too, in that vaporwave ambient niche. Yeah, good stuff. Really good stuff.
Isn't it always fun talking about where something started? What was the first thing? Who thought of the idea? And why? While many consider the dawn of vaporwave to be good old Daniel Lopatin with his Echo Jams project, there are many who beg to differ and point to other albums as the catalyst in sound and aesthetics for vaporwave. Devin Hendrix's Dreamcast Summer Songs is one that pops up constantly in discussion, coming out 2 years.
This fucking JPEG Mafia. Holy shit. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely kind of attribute JPEG Mafia's old work, especially that album in particular, is with influencing vaporwave, but I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Years earlier than Echo Jams, and still displaying this craving for the past through sound and aesthetic. Another project that comes up quite a bit in discussion of what was the first vaporwave album is the project in focus for today's video, the Disintegration Loops. The Disintegration Loops is special when putting it in the discussion with vaporwave. While vaporwave constantly explores the past in a romanticized way, from all things cheesy to dystopian, the Disintegration Loops were made to showcase not the past nor the future, but the exact present day in which it was made. While Dreamcast Summer Songs and Echo Jams Volume 1 clearly explore the past, the Disintegration Loops is so inherently locked in one specific place and time, and this is done so intentionally by Bsky. Many know that the completion of this album coincided with the 9/11 attacks, Bsky even going as far as dedicating the entire project to the victims of that tragic morning. I look at this project as a time capsule instead of just music. I find those crushing, bellowing, muffled howls of sound throughout the album to be Williams' best attempt at explaining to us how he and many other New Yorkers standing on their rooftops felt that very day. I like to think of this album as a 9/11 museum in audio form. It's one of those projects that feels so sentimental and more than just music. The only thing I really think I can compare this to, in regards to like just a powerful project of music, is, you guessed it, everywhere at the end of time. William
Yep.
Basinski captured
Pretty
one
much.
moment in time, one very specific day, and the emotions it held. The unknowingness for the future, the separation from the past. It's the exact embodiment of a snapshot, a fragment in time. It's not nostalgic or haunting or anything like that to me. It's much more simple. Despite its long runtime, the Disintegration Loops is simply just a photo to me in audio form, an exact moment in time replicated through sound.
Thank you, Pad. What a nice guy, am I right, guys? I'm a barbecue that boy. Even with such a bare bones piece only being comprised of a synthesizer, the act of recreating this event is what gives it the emotional weight. William Basinski's cards all fell into place, all the jigsaw pieces were put together, and create a piece of music that would go down as legendary. Well, it should if it hasn't already. So I implore you to listen to William Basinski's music. The Disintegration Loops are available everywhere music is sold. If you aren't exactly ready for the Disintegration Loops but still want to listen to his music, Basinski just recently released a new album called Lamentations. A new album about an hour long of really fantastic ambient work, which I was listening to as I wrote the script, as a matter of fact. It's great for someone who's a bit timid of heavy ambient music works, but someone who's still very curious about the topic, so I highly recommend checking it out. His stuff is available on all platforms, so support this man. He is a true pioneer of the industry, still making music to this day. William Basinski, unknowingly, 20 years in the making, created a genre-defining and genre-defying piece of art.
Yeah.
Sorry for this depressing one. I haven't made like a truly depressing one in a very long time, but I felt compelled to talk about it because I get enthralled with very strange music art, and this was something I needed to speak about. Alright, I don't want to make the end too long, so I'm going to try and speed run this section so it's not too long. But thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Stephen McFarland.designs. If you like the footage played throughout this video and the VHS effects put into the various footages, if you are dumb like me and only started editing in Premiere Pro like a week ago, he has tutorials of how to use all the filters and effects to the highest standard possible. So check out StephenMcFarland.design for some awesome video assets. Links will be in the description.
I gotta give those a try. I gotta give those a try at some point, maybe. Who knows? Yeah, let me... Ooh. Okay, it's an interesting one, but I feel like we need a laugh. I feel like we need a laugh after that one. Oh. There we go. No. Mellow. No, Melp. Melp. God. That's not how you do it. Okay. Let's, let me do an older episode first. Let's do an older episode first. Just because I feel like we need to get into it.
What's up, y'all, and welcome back to season.
How's the quality? We'll change that. Here we go. Roundtable Game Show, Season 3, Episode 1. Let's get it.
What's up, y'all, and welcome back to season 3 of the Roundtable Game Show.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the game where the goal is to make each other laugh. The rules are simple. If you laugh, you are out, and you must affirm everyone's quote. Are y'all ready?
I'm ready. I'll do my best.
Because if they sleep on you, tuck them in.
I like that. I like that. Hello, Raven. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. JG the jet plane. Too early. It's too early for that. But nice try. Nice try.
I wouldn't consider myself a hoe,
because I only have sex with niggas I like. But I've liked a lot of niggas.
Ooh.
As have I. As have I.
Okay. You know, my friend said he knew a lot about poison. He's no longer my friend.
Because you got to get no.
Can't trust him.
Why would he be around? For sure.
Poison.
We're going on tour!
Yay!
Loretta! I'm ready for the rest of the tour! Right away, because drop the mic. One notch.
Here we go.
I'm not a boxer or a rapper, but I know how to write hooks.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You're such a gentlewoman, period. How do you get rid of acne? You take pimp pills.
You take See you later.
Toodles.
Bye, Nessie.
Join the laugh. Oh my God. Go over there. Yeah. See you later.
Hop on the couch. Oh, Jesus. Lord have mercy.
We're good. Cheese and rice.
And
Cheese and rice.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Because if I'm going to have my way in church, I must be an usher.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
God's in control. Hallelujah.
Great.
Jesus.
That was great.
In the name of Jesus.
What you call a boat that can fly? A butterfly.
That's cool. That's cool. She took herself out.
Butterfly. Butterfly. Butter. Butter. Why does the foreskin never get in a fight? Because it knows how to pull back.
That's good. That's a good one. That's a good one. Come on, I need a
If
heavy
you
hitter.
see me swishing my legs as I walk and swaying my hips, I'm not trying to be sexy. I'm trying to scratch my cat. All that swishing. And it's a lot of itching. Get the spot. Getting the spot is my mission. Take the mic.
How many times? If a tissue can't cross the road, then it's stuck in the crack.
That's good. That's good.
See you later, baby.
No! That was dumb as hell.
See you later.
See you later.
Damn.
See you later, babe. You be trying, babe. You really be trying. Oh my God.
You're trying. You're trying.
BB trying. BB trying. BB trying. BB trying. Stuck in a crack.
Come on, baby. Come down with me.
Because when you really think about it, ginger is really the N-word rearranged.
Jesus.
Oh my God. Dear, what are you doing?
What do you call an ice cream man with one testicle? Cold Stone.
Wow.
She got me smiling. She got me smiling. Didn't laugh yet. Didn't laugh yet. That was close.
What do you call a black archaeologist? A digger.
I can see it. I can see it.
It was the ER wasn't hard.
Ah.
Digger. My digger.
What did the angry gooch sing to the ball sack? Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the edge.
It's like a jungle sometimes.
God, that was good. That was good.
That sound, wow. Okay. Why did the lesbian couple go to the hardware store? They heard it was a great place to find studs.
Not us.
You need the studs to put things together.
We're not studs.
I didn't say you were.
You're alone. We're ladies. We'll call you. But, We'll call you. If Diddy were to fight an immigrant, Would that be Alien versus Predator?
That almost got me. That one almost got me. Fuck.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, God.
If I fart during bowling, is that an airstrike?
Airstrike is crazy. Why does Helen Keller wear tight pants? So you could read her lips. You gotta read those lips. That's how she sounds.
It's a shitty situation regardless, yeah. Yeah.
Do not touch.
Oh, God. Oh, that was close.
Put it in your mouth.
I haven't heard that in a while.
He told me he don't like my lipstick. I told him he just gotta spread them apart. It gets sticky down there.
If you have an orgasm when you die,
Oh, wait.
you would come and go at the same time.
God damn it! Now we have an ad break. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
I am Alexander, founder of CompareTheMeerkat.com, where we compare meerkats. Size hobbies, you know. But lately we get many people looking for car insurance. People looking for CompareTheMarket.com. I cannot find you cheap car insurance. For Compare Meerkats, come to CompareTheMeerkat.com. For easy way to save on car insurance, please go to CompareTheMarket.com. Simples.
お湯をかけるだけでトロトロのシチューがカップでできる
魔法みたい。カップのシチューができました。ハウスカップシチュー新発売。
一杯のお茶は太陽と大地の贈り物。自然が育てたオーガニック煎茶。体に優しいディカフェ煎茶。2種類揃って新発売。山本山のティーバッグ。
lives in the ocean. Big like a whale.
Moby Dick?
Scary teeth. Card players. Don't get a loan for one. Famous movie. Eats boats.
Shark?
Articulate, the fast-talking description game.
Welcome back from the ad breaks chat. All right, let me get to the couch. And keep in mind, I say couch in quotation marks. So, make of that for what you will. No ads, huh? It's weird. Again. All right. Let me see.
Go at the same time. Cause.
God damn it.
T keeps swallowing.
Why did you swallow the water?
I'm so.
Why did you swallow? Oh great, now they're both gone.
She said. See that? Hello. Why are you always like that? That was not fair. That was not fair. What the
God damn it. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, that is what we call in gamer circles a triple kill. God damn it.
Girl, fix your face up. Fix your, you got white on too. Mello's on too.
What happened? Mellow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So thirsty.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow. Out of your mind.
What do you call a Mexican rolling in beach sand? A churro?
You're so good. What gets wetter when it's steamy? A steamboat. It gets steamy. And it gets wet.
Nasty girl.
When Africans are mad, they be like, my God is bigger than your God. You will not destroy my destiny with your wicked plans. Jesus. Just let it go. It's okay. Good girl. Just let it go.
No fair. No fair.
All right, baby. Come on. Big man.
I don't know what y'all got these fucking jokes at that table these last few episodes I've been in it, but I can't last long.
We've been on these the last few.
Since y'all got this table, I've been out.
All right, Bevy Bev. Season 3. Okay.
Congrats, y'all. Yes, y'all.
All right, before we go, we're going to read some audience quotes that y'all sent us.
Because if I'm a celibate beaver, I'm never going to give a fuck, but I'm going to always give a damn.
Good one.
Hey, that's irritating.
You're irritated.
That's irritating. You give a damn. I give a damn. She gave a damn.
Too many dams.
What's a stud's favorite city in Canada?
Toronto.
Winnipeg.
Grand Strappy. D. Winnipeg. Oh. I don't know. I'm not a stud. Not a stud.
I said strappy.
I'm a lady and boy club. Yeah, she's a lady and boy club.
All right.
I love that.
What did the zoologist say to his wife? Take off, zebra baby. Okay, I'm gone.
What?
That went well. What did the zoologist say to his wife? Take off, zebra baby.
No, baby.
Zebra. Take off zebra.
Zebra.
Hey, you know my English is not too good.
She said, take off, zebra, baby.
Where's the inflection?
And said it slowly. Take off, zebra.
She said it faster. Zebra baby.
She said it slower, take off, louder. She said, take off, zebra, baby.
I can read. I can really read.
Yeah, I know you read it. Zebra.
Zebra. That's hilarious.
My listening. Good Lord. And they connect. Okay. Y'all think you got it. I go.
That one was too good.
Oh, so funny. Zebra. Take off, zebra, baby.
Okay. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for joining us on this first episode of season 3. Make sure y'all stay tuned. Check out all the merch. Nessie's Lobasti. Okay. Tees, T-shirts, T. Sanders Comedy. Angels by Ange. I know that's right. Yep. Check out the merch. Make sure you check out Let's Try This Again podcast by B. Simone. Talk to Me Nice t-shirts by Wit Wit and Cheat Code by Wit Wit. And check out Bevy's Butter. Yeah. The best shea butter.
Let me tell you.
The best shea butter.
It's amazing.
And we'll see y'all in the next episode.
Gotta do the free.
Oh, God, that was too good. Let me look at the next one here. The keyboard. Swiggle Studios. Tornado sirens are scary. It's not a huge surprise, but okay. Okay.
tornado sirens. Picture the scene. You're out chilling on your front lawn. There's a tornado watch, and all of a sudden, dark clouds roll in. There's an eeriness in the atmosphere. The birds stop chirping. The leaves have turned over. And there's an old lady down the street who claims that there's a pain in her knee, which only comes before severe storms.
I've felt these pains like this for a long time.
Good Lord. Oh, good Lord.
And you're looking around, and then all of a sudden,
What is that?
here we go again. The tornado siren sound. And it's just straight up terrifying. These things sound creepy and scary as heck. But they sound scary for a reason. They serve an important role in warning you of an impending danger, such as a tornado or an atomic bomb. We'll get to that. Even the shape of these things is scary. I mean, that square horn shape, they look scary, they sound scary. Perhaps that's why they make such great creepypasta internet lore.
Oh, you know what? Now that makes sense. The tornado sirens being like the main inspiration for Siren Head. I could see it. I could absolutely see it.
Or cryptids. Some people absolutely love sirens. Like, there are straight up tornado siren fandoms out there, tornado siren enthusiasts out there that travel. Like, there's so many YouTube channels about tornado sirens.
Holy
Some
shit.
people are absolutely terrified of them, which makes sense. To me, I absolutely love them. I'm all about them. Anyway, we're going to talk about them. We're going to talk about their history.
I mean, I don't necessarily mind the idea of tornado sirens if they like serve their warning people of an impending storm. Then let them ring, baby. Let them ring.
We're going to talk about their future. We're going to talk about different models, different sounds. We're going to talk about what I think are the creepiest sounding tornado sirens, aka civil defense sirens, aka air raid sirens.
Oh yeah, the air raid sirens. That's right. I gotta remember that from the emergency broadcast system. Emergency air. You get what I mean. Emergency broadcast system video. So I remember that.
It's because technically, they're not meant for tornadoes. But before we get into any of that, be sure to subscribe for more tornado-related content. Let's get into the video. Now, first things first, let's quickly talk about the history of sirens. Back in 1799, a Scottish physicist by the name of John Robison invented the very first siren. His initial intentions were to use his invention for the creation of beautiful music. His device used a high-speed rotating disc with uniformly spaced holes all around it to make noise when a jet of air is propelled through it. Robison's innovation was further improved on in the 1800s by Cagnier de la Tour and Professor Joseph Henry. Here's an example of what Cagnier de la Tour siren sounded like. Fun fact, this siren could also work underwater. Many sirens...
Ooh, an underwater siren. God damn it, why does that sound so cool? Fuck, man.
Sirens of the 1800s were steam-powered and often used as foghorns for lighthouses. Skipping ahead to the 20th century, we have the oldest still-in-use siren today. That is the Federal Signal Model 2.
Ah, okay.
Another notable U.S. siren during the 1930s was the DCOT siren. A lot of these sirens were used for fires, for other ways to get the public's attention.
Right.
But at the dawn of World War II, their use would become a little more sinister. In September 1939, London experienced its first air raid siren alert. And during World War II, the use of air raid sirens would become standard.
No time now for asking what to do, where to go.
But for this video, we want to skip to post-World War II sirens.
Hell yeah, baby. Post-World War II sirens. That should be fun.
Specifically looking at the U.S. with the Civil Defense Act. After World War II, the subject of civil defense received little attention. That is until 1949, the year the Soviet Union tested its first atomic weapon. Immediately following the test, there was a sense of urgency among the American people and administration to enact safety policies in the event of an attack. As a result, President Harry S. Truman issued an executive order establishing the Federal Civil Defense Administration. This legislation included funding for defensive equipment from the federal government to the states and local communities. Most of the funding went into creating fallout shelters. However, some of the funding went towards installing large outdoor sirens in cities and towns. These sirens would then be used to alert local populations of an incoming atomic bomb.
And if you hear it, as you drive in your auto, as you sit in your office, or work at your bench, wherever you are, what will you do?
Of course, this channel is about tornadoes, not about nuclear bombs.
Right.
So why are we talking about nuclear bombs? Well, it was these sirens that were put into place that have become the modern tornado sirens of today. I mean, obviously they've updated some sirens, but the original tornado sirens were all federal civil defense sirens.
Yeah.
Okay, but when did they start using sirens with tornado warnings? Well, let's talk about the history of tornado warnings real quick.
A very, very brief history of tornado warnings. Got it.
During the 1880s, Sergeant John P. Finley of the U.S. Signal Corps conducted studies on tornadoes and the circumstances surrounding them. Using his observations, Finley started issuing tornado alerts for long periods of time over a wide geographic area.
Ooh.
Very comparable to the tornado watches we have today. Edward S. Holden created a short-term local tornado warning system based on Finley's research. This idea consisted of telegraph wires around the southwest corner of a town that would snap in strong winds. Alarm bells and a cannon would then automatically sound in the town in the event of a damaged telegraph circuit.
Are you kidding me? Really? Cannons and bells would go off? Really? I mean, it was... That's... No. That's stupid. You're causing more damage than you're helping. This is not a good system.
Which would be terrifying and cool.
Yeah.
Local tornado warnings were, however, generally frowned upon by many scientists and experts at the time. For this reason, the actual word tornado was banned. Like, it was straight up banned.
Damn.
That is until the government began to start worrying about expensive military equipment on military bases located within tornado-prone areas. The first official tornado warning occurred in 1948 at Tinker Air Force Base. The first tornado warning was conducted by Major Ernst Fallbush and Captain Robert Miller. A tornado watch was issued at 1450 Central Standard Time and included a warning for Tinker Air Force Base between 1600 and 1800 Central Standard Time. This prompted the base to implement a tornado strategy for damage mitigation and employee safety. Around 1800 Central Standard Time, a tornado struck the base, verifying the warning and ushering in the modern era of tornado warnings.
Hey! The modern era of tornado warnings. Let's go.
The very first use of a civil defense siren to warn a community of an incoming tornado happened on June 11th, 1958 in Wichita, Kansas, a day after the infamous El Dorado tornado. However, this was a pretty exceptional event because technically civil defense sirens were not to be used for natural disasters. They're meant strictly for nuclear bombs. The fact that Wichita used those, I'm glad they did. Alright, I'm glad they did, but they probably weren't allowed to do so. This means that almost all of the tornado warnings throughout the 50s and the 60s had no tornado sirens to accompany them. That would all change in the 70s when President Richard Nixon's term saw a number of notable natural disasters, specifically Hurricane Camille in 1969, and this led the government to permit dual use of sirens for both atomic attacks and natural disasters. Okay, so what are the different tones, models, and types of sirens?
101. Okay. Seems easy enough to understand.
So you have two basic siren designs. You have the electromechanical, aka classic siren design, which has a chopper that spins super fast from an electric motor, which sucks in air through little holes. Then you have electronic sirens that are literally like electric speakers, like that you have in stadiums and places like that.
Oh, got it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think the electromagnetic ones would be a lot more useful, I imagine, in the event of like a tornado. I don't know. maybe that's just me.
So let's talk about some different siren alerts and what they mean. There's the alert sound, which is just a steady increased. This is typically used for tornadoes, at least historically speaking. It's been used for tornadoes and other natural disasters.
Alert signals.
And then there's the attack tone, which is it goes up and down, back and forth. It sounds a little bit like this.
Yep.
So while the first one went,
yep,
the other one goes. In a rare instance, there's a high-low sound, which is sometimes used for fires, but can be used for other purposes. Sounds like this.
I could definitely hear that being used for putting fires. I'll give you that. I could hear it.
And then there's the creepiest of all them.
Oh God, no. Oh no, how creepy could this possibly get?
The alternating wail, which kind of mixes the high-low with the attack mode, and it sounds like this.
Oh no.
Easily the creepiest sound of all of them.
It sounds like the tornado siren is like breaking down. I don't know. I hate that. I hate that sound.
And we'll talk more about that later. All right, let's talk about some siren tones. First off, you have a single tone siren, which can be different pitches, but it sounds like this. There's also something called a dual tone siren, and these are a little more familiar and a little more creepy. Here's what a dual tone siren sounds like. Comparing that back to the single tone. Hear the difference? Okay.
Huge difference. Absolutely huge difference.
Okay, now dual tones can have different pitch intervals depending on different ports. Have a listen. Can you hear the different pitch intervals?
Yeah.
To me, the 810 sounds creepier. It's just got this like slightly angelic but slightly scary vibe to it.
I like the 810 tone. It sounds kind of. I don't know. Is that morbid? Is it morbid to say that?
Okay, and when you're in an area, usually there's multiple sirens, sometimes different models. So you're not just getting one siren, you're getting like a couple sirens that are rotating around, little Doppler effect action, creating different pitches and noises, and it all adds up to this really kind of eerie atmosphere. So here are some famous electromechanical siren models.
Electromechanical.
Okay, first off, we're going to talk about the OG civil defense siren, the one from the early 50s, developed between 1949 and 1952. That is the Federal Signal Thunderbolt siren. Siren enthusiasts love this, and so do I. I mean, it looks pretty sweet, and it sounds pretty cool too. Let's have a listen. There are 3 different models of this. There's the 1000 single tone model, the 1000T dual tone, and the 1003, which can do that alternating well. So that's the Thunderbolt. Other notable mechanical Federal sirens include the 2T-22, the 3T-22, the STH-10, and the 2001 model. The 2001 model is very, very common in like modern towns. It's still electromechanical, it's not electronic. Another noteworthy brand is the Alerting Communicators of America, or ACA. They have a few different electromechanical siren designs. The most notable are the Alerter, the Cyclone, the Hurricane, the Penetrator, and the Screamer. Moving on to electric. My favorite electric siren is definitely the Federal Signal Modulator.
What is this? A high-powered Omni speaker. Like it's omnifunctional. Oh, I'd be terrified. I'd be absolutely terrified of this. Maybe. Not on its own, but just like because of the tone. Because of the tone, it probably lets out.
These have also been called the Chicago Siren and the Scary Tornado Siren.
This is the Chicago Siren. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. That's just fun. We have one in my city, but it's not hooked up. Thank God it is not hooked up. Thank God for that. Oh, shit.
The reason why they're called that is these have the ability to create that alternating wail sound that I talked about earlier in the video. People think they sound creepy, and they definitely do sound pretty creepy, but they sound pretty sweet as well. 2 other electric models I want to talk about are the Whelen Vortex and the Whelen WPS series. So another thing that can make electric sirens scarier than electromechanical sirens.
Oh, because you have the Whelen WPS 2809. Oh, interesting.
Is the fact that you can use a recorded voice with these. So sometimes it'll be going off, and all of a sudden it'll be like, take shelter now.
This is a test. This is always a test.
Which kind of adds, I mean, it's not that scary, but I don't know. If you have a favorite civil defense siren, be sure.
It just adds to the vibe that. Oh, shit.
To throw it in the chat. In the comments, I mean, by chat. Okay, so let's talk about the future of tornado sirens. There are many amongst today's community that find the tornado sirens to be, well, not really useful anymore. Since we live in the age of cell phones and technology and applications.
Martian got goosebumpies. That's pretty much what happened.
We can easily get alerts on our phones. For this reason, many believe that tornado sirens are redundant. But redundancy, in my opinion, is a good thing when we're talking about people's lives, alright? Sometimes people are sleeping, yo. Okay, I personally keep my cell phone on silent, and I'm definitely not alone. I know other people that do this as well. So for those people, you want some tornado sirens. So it's of my opinion that we should keep these around for as long as possible. Plus, I love them. The outside tornado siren system is not without its flaws, though. First off, many communities lack outdoor sirens, particularly those in small towns and rural areas. Currently, the NOAA weather radio is the preferred choice for an in-home warning system. So there you have it. Tornado sirens. They are very cool. Thanks for watching. Oh, check out the studio. What?
That's a pretty nice studio. We got an NOAA. That's good. It's good to always have those.
It's looking pretty sick. I'm still trying to figure out the lighting, and the shelves are clearly empty. Don't know what to put on the shelves. I need to put some like tornado stuff up there. Maybe a little picture of Ted Fujita in the corner. Anyway.
Nice. This is a fun video. What about Fact Fiend? I haven't watched him in a while, but like, what would I? God, which one would we watch? Which one would be there? Which one would? Which one would we watch? That one's a bit long. Oh, let's try this one. Let's try this one.
This video is not sponsored by...
Hang on. Video resolution 1080. There we go. Let's go.
This video is not sponsored by KFC because KFC chicken is shit.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. If there was a better chicken place where I live, honestly, I would be saying the same, but it is what it is. The best chicken that you could ever really make is the kind that you make at home. That's just the truth.
There we go. Now we don't want to get anyone saying this is a ad placement.
Yay!
Sorted.
I want Jollibee. I mean, of course you'd want Jollibee. Of course you want Jollibee. I want Popeye's chicken. I want a Popeye's chicken. I want to try the chicken sandwich. Because I've never had that. I want a Popeye's chicken. Come on. Come on, man. I can't be alone in that. I really can't be.
KFC is the premier provider of fried chicken in a bucket, all of which is cooked to the exacting standards of Colonel Sanders himself, utilising his legendary secret recipe. Or that's what the company would have you believe, because the actual Colonel Sanders thought KFC tastes like shit.
I remember that detail so much. So bad he made a whole other restaurant just with the recipe in mind.
Excuse me.
I think this.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, what? KFC? Jesus Christ. I'm starting to feel like I live in a fever dream.
Excuse me.
I think this is an amazing story, by the way. I love this story. First of all, I'm guessing a lot of people don't realise that Colonel Sanders was a real dude.
Yeah,
probably. And he did wear that white suit every day. He did used to wear other stuff, but when he became like the mascot of KFC, he just wore that suit every day for the rest of his life. And he had two versions: a light linen one for summer and a heavy wool one for winter.
Smart, very smart, to have that. If only he would have, I don't know, had a spring suit, but that's just me. Why did KFC have to make Colonel Sanders hot? We don't want Colonel Sanders to be hot. Are you kidding me? No. No. KFC's off the deep end, I swear to God.
To be clear, the original recipe KFC chicken, made by Colonel Sanders himself from his gas station, did taste amazing. And it's noted that people would drive from miles around to visit his gas station just to try his godlike fried chicken.
So do KFC today not...
Come on, you gotta eat the chicken, man. Come on.
Not use the same recipe he used?
No, like the 11 herbs and spices thing. That's a simplified version of Sanders' original recipe, which was too good to mass produce. So when he started franchising out his chicken by the bucket operation, they had to simplify the recipe for mass production so people could actually make it.
So was it too complicated or too expensive for the ingredients?
Both. It was too complicated to make and use, and also like the ingredients you needed made it difficult to work on a mass scale if you were trying to sell it for as cheaply as possible. To be fair to KFC, Sanders spent years and presumably sacrificed thousands of chickens to flavour gods to perfect that recipe. So it's no wonder that some random dipshit in a paper hat couldn't make it perfectly on command every time.
I mean, I could kind of understand that, but like, then the chicken's just not going to taste as good. What the hell, man?
And the thing is, though, Colonel Sanders didn't take this lying down. So do you know what he did? He drove around the country in his big, giant white Cadillac with a golden chicken on the front, in the suit, because he wore that every single fucking day after he got hired by KFC to be their mascot, which I'll talk about in a second. And he'd go into random KFC franchises, taste a single piece of chicken, and if he didn't like it, he'd leap over the counter and tell everyone there how to make it to his recipe.
Now go on and do it the hard way.
So just for a second, imagine you're working at KFC in the 70s, and the literal face of your company pulls up in a giant white Cadillac with a solid gold chicken on it, walks in, leaps over the counter and starts dicking around. You'd lose your fucking mind, wouldn't you? In my head, what had happened is a manager would come up and tap him on the shoulder really brusquely and be like, what are you doing in here? What gives you the right to be here? And he'd just point to his face.
He'd just point to his face and just be like, I'm the face of this fucking company, you dipshit.
You know the scene from Futurama? It's like, who gives you the authority here? And he just 5 points. He just says, the known universe.
Who controls this bowel?
Who wants to know?
Exactly.
Imagine that at any other fast food franchise. You're at Burger King and the king walks in like, with a combination like the bugle players and the red carpet gets rolled out and he strolls up the counter, gets a Whopper, shoves it into that big plastic mask and goes, and then leaps over the counter and shows you how to make it himself. As the size of the KFC brand grew, the impact Sanders was able to make on the training of staff dwindled, and he ultimately became frustrated at the poor quality of the food carrying his name and likeness.
So how do we know this? How do we know that he actually didn't like the KFC that they were making?
Well, he actually had an interview, and if you were interviewing Colonel Sanders, what's the first question you'd ask him?
I'd probably ask him if he eats the chicken.
Exactly, and someone did ask him that, and he went, no. So obviously the follow-up question is, wait, you don't eat KFC chicken? Isn't it your chicken? He's like, no, it's not my chicken. It's nothing like my original recipe. The batter they use to fry the chicken is like wallpaper paste, and the gravy tastes like sludge.
You trying to f me, dude?
Bear in mind...
That's just KFC, man. Look. Okay, for clarity, the comment about wallpaper paste was actually made about the gravy again. It was the new crispy chicken recipe, which the Colonel insulted in that interview, calling it a damn fried dough ball stuck on some chicken. I fucking love his insults.
A lot of people say KFC gravy tastes amazing. So if people say that about the stuff Colonel Sanders thought tastes like sludge, imagine how good original, real KFC gravy must have tasted. Do you know what the best part about this is? What? At the time, Sanders was walking around saying, KFC tastes like shit. And interviewers across the country were putting, Colonel Sanders doesn't eat KFC chicken in like massive bold headlines. KFC were paying him to be the face of the company. It's one of the things they did when they bought the brand out. They bought the rights to his likeness, so he wore that trademark white suit every day of his life to promote the brand.
When it comes to fried chicken, nobody beats the original Colonel.
And when the guy who's literally on every bucket you sell is being quoted in newspapers saying it tastes like shit, KFC kind of got annoyed about that, and they tried to sue him.
They sued him?
They sued Colonel Sanders. Yes, KFC sued the literal face of their company. And you know what makes this better?
What?
They lost.
That's karma for you right there. Oh, shit.
I only tell you one time. Don't you ever try to f me.
Just the idea that KFC sued their own...
The Colonel was sued for libel by KFC of Bowling Green, Kentucky, who claimed the comments of Sanders would negatively impact their business. I mean, no shit. No fucking shit.
Mascot. Like, imagine if McDonald's did this. Imagine going to court and you see Ronald McDonald in court in the suit and glasses. It's like, oh, we now have McDonald's versus McDonald's.
McDonald's versus Ronald McDonald. What? Oh my god. The case was thrown out of court when it was concluded that Colonel was actually saying that all KFC tastes like shit, not specifically their restaurant. Not all KFC tastes like shit. Not specifically your restaurant, all of it. Just all of it, the whole brand, all of it. God damn.
Oh, like, there's so many parts of that story that I love. The first is that Colonel Sanders was obviously a real dude and that he wore the suit every day.
Right.
That's amazing. The second is that he'd walk into random KFC restaurants and jump over the counter and teach the staff how to make the chicken properly.
Not literally jump.
Well, I hope in my head he did. I'm assuming he just walked around the counter and like spoke to people nicely. But the idea that he'd go into KFC restaurants, taste the chicken, say, this isn't my recipe. Here's how you make my recipe.
At one point, the Colonel was so angry at the changes being made to the food bearing his likeness that he announced plans to open a competing restaurant. Claudia Sanders, the Colonel's lady, named after his wife. We remember that story. And trust me, I genuinely would love to go on a road trip. Just eating across different restaurants in America until eventually reaching the city where Claudia Sanders, the Colonel's lady, is based. But you can't win them all, man. You can't win them all.
Recipe and show the staff personally how to do it.
I would have think he brings a suitcase of herbs and spices because they don't have enough.
They always got all the herbs and spices in it, but none of them are labelled. It's just, and then the other thing is that he drove around in a white Cadillac with a chicken on the front. So instead of like a Jaguar, it was a chicken, but it was gold.
Oh my God. After arguments back and forth between Sanders and KFC, the Colonel sued the company for interfering. This means the KFC were also sued by their mascot. God damn.
Well, like, that's amazing.
God
and then
damn.
The other one is that KFC tried to fucking sue him and then lost. Say here, Mr. Sanders, that you say KFC gravy tastes like diarrhea filtered through a tramp's sock. Is that accurate? It is, sir. And KFC, how do you respond? We don't like that. Noted.
Noted.
They sued their own mascot and lost. How do you fuck up that badly? The idea they wrote the contract and went, should we put a part in it that says he can't say KFC tastes like shit? We see his recipe in it. Well, no, we did change it like 3 times. And he has gone on record as saying it tastes terrible. Ah, no, but he'd never say this even worse version of his recipe tastes bad, would he? Okay, Brad, since we've talked about Colonel Sanders, what mascot do you wish was also real like Sanders was and also decided to shit on the company he was supposed to represent?
Count Chocula.
Oh, God. I've never tasted Count Chocula myself, but maybe it's best that I don't. I don't know.
That'd be a fucking strong one. Do you know what I want it to be, though? Alexander Olaf the Meerkat from Compare the Meerkat. I would love it if he suddenly went, nah. I want it to jump ship and go Compare. He's like, no, my contract is terrible. They treat meerkats badly. A percentage of my earnings is supposed to go to meerkat conservation, and they actually send it to people who hunt meerkats with, like, assault rifles or something.
I wish that was real. Damn.
So recently, Brad, we got the double down in the UK, didn't we?
We did.
We did, and I've had
Oh, God, I missed the double down.
one, and it's fucking awful.
I miss it, and yet I have to remember that KFC is kind of awful. It's just a love-hate relationship, man, because, like, I love the popcorn chicken myself, but, like, again, because of the fact there's, like, no other chicken restaurant where I am, like, KFC is the only option. And at this point in my life, I've just been like, yeah, you know what? I think I can live without eating. I can live without going out to restaurants for a while. So, yeah, take that for what you will.
I like it.
It's just 2 pieces of chicken.
Well, yeah.
I don't get the appeal. It's just 2 pieces of chicken. The entire time I was eating it, I was like, I wish I had some bread. And it just got me thinking about when I was over in America, how bad all their food is. Like, I remember the first day I got there, the first thing I tried to do is like, I need some cereal. Where do I buy milk? And I went inside because they have like all that weird shitty UHT stuff. I was like, I just want some fresh milk for my cereal. And it took me ages, and I found milk, and it was like $2. I could have got like 3 bottles of Gatorade for that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to pay it because I want the milk. And again, like, so where's the cereal? And I just want some fucking cornflakes or something. And everything was just pure sugar. So here we go, Cinnamon Toast Crunch and all that bullshit. I'm looking at the sugar on the back, I'm like, I might as well pour a can of Coke on my fucking cornflakes. I'm getting this much in it. And everything over there was so bad for you. It's ridiculous. I think I went to McDonald's and I got like their large. It's like, do you remember our supersize that we no longer do because they banned it?
Right.
It caused like too many people to have like
Right.
heart attacks and shit. That's their large. And they also have supersize. I'm like, what do people do? How do people eat this? It's god awful, man.
I can tell we're very different people because you're saying this sounds terrible. I think this sounds amazing.
It was good for a bit until I realised if this was my life, I would look very different.
Yeah. You absolutely would. You absolutely would. But, okay. In America's defense, there are other cereals that you could try that are like healthier, like Honey Bunches of Oats or just like Cheerios. I think the honey roast, the honey flavor is actually really good. But take it from me, don't leave your cereal out for too long. Yeah, if you're gonna eat your cereal, eat it every day, or else maggots are gonna grow out of it. Yeah, just eat your cereal if you're gonna eat it every day. That's all. Otherwise, just have your breakfast be the kind that you store in the freezer, because like at least there, germs are more likely to die inside of very cold conditions, as opposed to inside of a fridge, especially for a long period of time. That's just my observations, at least.
I'm bad with food as it is, and it's very difficult for me to like not eat and overeat.
Right.
When I was over there, I overate a lot, and with how cheap, like it was literally cheaper for me to get like a can of Coke than it was to get a bottle of water. Yeah. Coca-Cola was cheaper than water. And it's like, oh no. Like, I went into a shop and I tried to get a Diet Coke. I couldn't get a fucking Diet Coke to save my life. It was so difficult. I was like, you got Diet Coke, mate? First of all, I didn't understand my accent. That was bad enough. I just wanted a Diet Coke. Don't have Diet Coke, it's not popular. How is it not popular? It's Diet fucking Coke.
That was a fun video. Ooh, okay. No, I hit the wrong key. Adam Martin, the test card girl. Okay. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Oh, shit. The Test Card Girl, The Lasting Legacy of Test Card F, an AMTV documentary. Interesting. This should be interesting.
And just before we close down here on AMTV, a reminder you can help support the channel by joining the AMTV Patreon.
You know what's messed up? I have a Patreon account, but like... And keep in mind, too, I did recently, like, change the email for it, as well as the password, so that way I'm able to, like, you know, better access it and stuff like that, but, like, I've never felt like I needed to open up a Patreon just because of the fact that, like, I think it ultimately just boils down to, like, what other additional content could I really provide to people? You know what I mean? Because, like, I could absolutely release music through there, and, you know, people are more than welcome to pay maybe, $5 to access it. But I'm of the mindset that, like, here's my thinking, right? If you are able to find a way to make music for free, if you are able to find a way to be able to make music from your computer at home for absolutely no money and be able to release it for free, promote it for free, people should be able to listen to music for free. Okay? If you can make music for free, people should be able to listen to music for free. But I don't know. People want to pay money to listen to it instead, and I can't blame them. But like, come on, man. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me trying to preach to a choir that doesn't understand. I don't know.
You can also follow us and keep up to date on Twitter at AdamMartinAMTV, or if you like, you can join us here at AMTV by becoming a staff member via the YouTube membership program.
Yay!
The concept of 24-hour broadcasting in television almost seems like a given these days. Hundreds, if not thousands, of channels to choose from, all of them providing a constant stream of content for you to enjoy.
I don't miss this, like, specific menu, but like I genuinely remember seeing this kind of menu screen on a lot of older television. You know what I miss the most? I miss the freaking TiVo. I miss the TiVo menu, like the old school TiVo menu. Like, that was so cool back in the day. You were able to save programs that you previously watched. That was so cool. That was so cool back in the day.
But back in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, that was all merely a pipe dream.
Right.
The reality was that the limited number of channels available were only broadcasting during certain hours of the day, often closing down around midnight, blasting out various arrangements of God Save the Queen to anyone who had decided to stay up, or those who'd fallen asleep with the telly still on. But in these off-air moments, or during moments of industrial action or technical problems, one image would become associated with these instances, one that in many ways went on to symbolize and represent the bygone era of television. So let's take a look at the lasting legacy of Test Card F.
Yay! Ooh. An AMTV documentary, The Girl in Test Card F. Or The Lasting Legacy of Test Card F, right. Chapter 1. What came before? Okay.
Test cards in television have been around since the early days. In the 1930s, a series of test patterns and tuning signals were used to let both engineers and the few audiences who possessed an early television set to adjust and tune the new machine to achieve the best looking picture. These patterns started extremely simple, with a circle and line being one of the first examples. The BBC would shut down its television service in September 1939 due to the outbreak of World War II.
Right.
This would remain the case until the spring of 1946, when the corporation was finally able to pick up where it left off.
Yay.
With the relaunch of television, shortly after came the first introduction of a test card in a format we may recognise. Test Card A made its debut in 1947.
I mean, that looks pretty easy enough to understand. Again, relatively speaking.
And showcased how far already television had come in terms of its test designs. Bit more advanced than a circle and line, don't you think? Test Card B was developed shortly afterwards, but was reportedly never broadcast on the airwaves. Not that audiences would have noticed much difference. Aside from the lettering shifting to the top of the picture, the only new addition was an extra grayscale strip.
Huh. I don't know. That just seems like a very notable idea. But the fact that it was never broadcast, that feels criminal. That feels criminal in a way. I don't know why.
Seen below the centre circle. Presumably its use was strictly in-house by BBC engineers, though unfortunately the original test card B has been lost. For context, the first few iterations of test cards were physical props that were displayed by literally aiming a television camera at it, thus the pattern becoming the broadcast image. This would continue for some time, with electronically created test cards still some years away. 1948 would mark the debut of test card C, which presented a dramatically different structure.
Oh, that is very different. That is very different from the last test card, but yeah, it still looks really good. Especially like how the middle B and BBC, like it's kind of surrounded by the test card C print here. I like that little detail.
To the two that came before it. This pattern might look somewhat familiar, as it's the first to contain the core structural elements of its more famous successor.
Right.
But in its own right, Test Card C achieved an incredibly long life, lasting from 1948 up until Test Card D was issued to replace it in 1964. Similar to Test Cards A and B, not a great deal was changed with this new pattern. The main difference being that the lines used to test high-frequency responses were now more rectangular in nature, as opposed to the tower-like stacks of previous cards. Around the same time as Test Card D's introduction, in 1964, Test Card E was also developed, specifically to accommodate the new 625 line system that was introduced with the launch of BBC Two.
Ah, okay. So it's like not a huge difference between Test Card D and Test Card E. Not a huge difference, but I'll admit these test cards look a lot more interesting than I thought.
Test Card D had been made to meet the then standard 405 line system seen on the BBC and on the ITV network, so the introduction of a new variant seemed necessary for the new channel. However, depending on the sources that you read, Test Card E had one of the shortest on-air lifespans of any test card yet. Some claiming it lasted about a month before being altered, and others saying it was only transmitted for 1 day. Despite using the 625 line service, the original Test Card E didn't look any more impressive than its 405 line counterpart, as the frequency gratings hardly showcase the benefits of these newer, more advanced television sets.
Yeah, not really a huge difference between the two. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
It was almost lunchtime, and Paddington thought he'd stop for a sandwich. I've always had marmalade, thought Paddington. Maybe I ought to try something different.
Attention! If you or a loved one was diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Mesothelioma is a rare cancer linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in the Navy, shipyards, mills, heating, construction, or the automotive industries may have put you at risk. Please don't wait. Call 1-800-99-LAW-USA for a free legal consultation and financial information packet. Mesothelioma patients call now. 1-800-99-LAW-USA.
1% low-fat milk, chicken McNuggets made with white meat, and crisp ripe apple dippers. McDonald's Happy Meal, an excellent source of happiness.
最近ママの料理が手抜きなんです。どうして？疲れちゃったんだって我が家に。
わかった。
というわけでこうしてみました。
片付かないキッチンに電動水切りカウンター。
楽々キッチンフィットアイ。
我が家見直したいから。
このお店へ。
At Homebase, you could breathe new life into your kitchen with a third off selected wall and floor tiles. Or, for a complete change, with half-price kitchen units. Now with up to an extra 30% off as well. We'll even give you a free integrated dishwasher. You can make anywhere a home for less, just at Homebase.
黒猫ヤマトの引っ越しはあなたの暮らしをそのまんまそのまんまそのまんまそのまんま運びます。
ありがとうございました。
おっとっとっと。引っ越しの日からいつもの暮らしを。あれ。引っ越しは黒猫ヤマト。
Welcome back from the ad breaks chat. DirecTV, My Entertainment Packs, Audible, Omen Max, 16 gaming laptop, and Amazon Prime. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Let's continue.
To manage this, Test Card E was quickly dropped in favor of a slightly altered version of the long-standing Test Card C.
Oh, okay. So they altered it a little bit. The fact that it's lost to time now is disappointing too. But I mean, at least it's a recreation.
Which would carry the BBC Two 625 line suffix until the introduction of colour in 1967. Meanwhile, BBC One would also use this altered version of Test Card E with the channel logo displayed at the bottom until it too began transmitting in colour, and thus adopting the most recognisable test card of them all. George Hersey was born on the 29th of December 1924, and at the young age of 25 would join the BBC in its planning and installation department. A keen and talented engineer, George quickly showcased his prowess in the consistently evolving technological world of television, and by the end of the 1950s, he
Go back.
In the consistently evolving technological world of television.
I don't know what it is, but this guy looks like he looks like the dad in one of those sitcoms very similar to like All My Children. Like constantly he looks chronically tired. I don't know what it is, but he just has that vibe about him, you know, especially with the open shirt. You could totally see it.
And by the end of the 1950s, he was specializing in lens and test card transparency specifications, becoming one of the standout leaders in said field. With the advent of colour television fast approaching in the UK, George and his team were tasked with developing the nation's first colour test card. This wouldn't be a simple case of tweaking previous iterations as seen with A to E.
Right.
With colour TV came a whole array of new factors to take into account, none more major than the colour signal itself, and how it would appear on television sets.
Yeah.
Coloured bars adorn Test Card F, providing a useful indicator to both television engineers as well as viewers at home as to whether the colour signal needed tuning or refining. However, the main addition that came with Test Card F would be the inclusion of a picture right at the centre of the image. The image that you see here is what is synonymously associated with test cards generally, and it's the image of 8-year-old Carol Hersey and her toy clown Bubbles.
Huh. Seems like a very innocent enough picture, especially for the, late 1960s? Not sure about the clown, though. I'm never 100% sure about clowns. I have every right to be, okay? I have every right to be judgmental of clowns.
Playing a game of noughts and crosses. But how did Carol come to be used in this test card? And why? Born on the 25th of November, 1958, Carol Hersey was the daughter of George Hersey, the BBC engineer who was in charge of developing Test Card F. Furthermore, it was decided that the image of a child be included for two key reasons. One, so that engineers would be clearly able to tell if incorrect skin tones were present in the transmitted image, and another being that children were seen to be less subject to changing fashion and makeup trends, thus the image in some ways would be timeless.
The engineers realised that they needed facial colour because there weren't enough programmes going out, because there were no daytime programmes.
George organised a photo shoot to capture images of both Carol and her younger sister Gillian, with Carol being chosen as her younger sibling was missing her front teeth at the time. The 8-year-old was paid £100 for the shoot, which might not sound like much today, but keep in mind that £100 in 1967 is almost £2,000 in 2021, when adjusted for inflation. On the technical side of things, the primary colours for TV were represented in full, the blue coming from the background, the red coming from Carol's outfit, and the green from her clown Bubbles. Bubbles himself was made by Carol as part of a kit set, but originally he sported a blue and white striped outfit.
Oh, and then later on she replaced it with the green. That makes sense. Makes sense.
A green covering was made and sewn onto the clown in order to capture these crucial primary tones. Carol and Bubbles were first seen by viewers in the July of 1967, when BBC Two began transmitting in colour. The initial appearance of Test Card F didn't immediately cement how iconic it would become, with most viewers and engineers at the BBC believing it would only be around for about 6 months or so before a successor test card would be introduced. As the 60s rolled into the 70s, however, Test Card F continued to be viewed prominently by audiences. In these gaps between close down and startup, Test Card F would often be shown, very often with a selection of music. The choices in music were often quite calm and appeasing in nature, resulting in many leaving their TVs switched on simply to enjoy what they heard, despite there not being any visual content to go with it. Besides the still image of Carol and Bubbles, of course. By the mid-70s, the phrase test card girl started to become more commonplace, in reference to Carol, and just the slide in general. It even started to enter popular culture. In 1973, you could buy a vinyl record that contained music inspired by what was heard on TV, and towards the end of the decade, in 1979, ITV's satirical series, End of Part 1, aired a spoof centered around the test card, in which auditions are held for a new test card girl.
Oh my God.
Are you sure we can't get the original girl back?
Another hope. She says she's getting typecast.
Also in 1979, Carol made an appearance on opinions-based programme, Points of View. Now aged 21, she appeared within the test card to show viewers that she is now, in fact, all grown up.
It's 3 o'clock. Songs of Praise from Abbey Wood in southeast London is the next programme on BBC One, and that's at 3:15. In the meantime, we're returning to a trade test transmission.
The routine of the slide appearing during the day, when channels weren't on the air, would continue until the spring of 1983. Around this time, the BBC and ITV were looking to expand their broadcast hours, particularly with the launch of breakfast television. The BBC had Breakfast Time, which began on the 17th of February, with ITV's TV AM following 2 weeks later, on the 1st of March.
Breakfast time! Oh, God, I can't believe I just... I don't know why my brain's weird. My brain's just weird like that. So go on. Exactly.
The expansion of the schedules eventually resulted in changes and updates, one of which came with the relatively new and impressive technology of the day, CFAX. First launched in 1974, CFAX became the UK's first teletext-based service, allowing audiences to access information regarding upcoming programmes, as well as news, sport, and even the stock market. Despite a slow start, by the early 80s, more and more household TVs were equipped with CFAX,
That's
the
pretty
many pages
cool.
receiving more visits from curious viewers. Around this time, Pages from CFAX was launched. This was essentially a rolling feed of select pages from the service, transmitted as a regular TV picture, therefore viewable on any receiver, regardless of whether it was compatible with the service as a whole. Pages from CFAX would air in the absence of programming, and in the spring of 1983, it would begin to take up the daytime downtime that was normally occupied by Test Card F, shifting it from its settled spot after nearly 16 years. The stock library music remained, and now audiences could also read and catch up on the daily events, rather than view a static image of a girl and her clown playing noughts and crosses. And as the televisual landscape continued to advance technologically during the 1980s, you'd be forgiven for thinking that perhaps Test Card F had finally reached the end of its natural life on air.
A new age.
Despite Pages from CFAX effectively replacing its slot during the daytime, Test Card F wasn't phased out completely. It could still be seen overnight and at the top of the morning, before the day's first programmes were transmitted, still with its signature complement of stock music. So even though you couldn't catch Carol and Bubbles during the daytime downtime, which itself was rapidly shrinking as schedules continued to expand, you could get up early to see them before you sat down for breakfast, or stay up late to catch them before bed. However, Test Card F wasn't limited to just being seen by audiences in the UK. In fact, the slide was in use in over 30 countries around the world, with notable examples including sections of Australia, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and even Bahrain. Nations such as New Zealand and Singapore also used the Test Card F template, but would either replace the centre image or introduce other slight modifications. The Test Card Girl's mark in popular culture continued to grow and be utilised in the 1980s. One prime example was in the music video for Waiting for the Ghost Train by British group Madness. The beginning of the video shows the band's own version of Test Card F, dubbed Mad One Colour, complete with a parody of Carol and Bubbles. Carol herself, then in her early 30s, would go on to make an appearance in a documentary for the BBC's Arena series, Slim Gaillard's Civilization. The 4-part series aired in the autumn of 1989, and was predominantly focused on the life of the titular jazz musician. Carol would appear in short segments at the beginning and end of each episode, giving audiences a preview of what was to come, to recap them on the previous week's content, or to simply interact with Slim. A highlight for many was the way the short series concluded, in which Slim entered the TV screen, played a song for Carol about her fame as the test card girl, before playing a round of noughts and crosses with her.
Aww.
But as the 90s came around, Test Card F's presence on terrestrial television was felt less and less. 24-hour broadcasting was properly beginning to take off, with many of the ITV regions now running continuously, though the 2 BBC channels were still closing down, albeit later and later with each passing year. 1992 was around the last year that Test Card F could be caught every day accompanied with music, and by the middle of the decade, it would stop being shown with music altogether, now only being seen accompanied by a test tone. Which, as intriguing as it is far less easy on the ears after a while than a good bit of stock music.
Yeah.
However, the world was approaching a new millennium, a brand new age in entertainment and how audiences would consume it. In this vastly changing landscape, would Test Card F manage to survive the transition? In the November of 1997, BBC One would finally move to 24-hour broadcasts, even if the early morning hours were filled with rolling news coverage or programme previews. With this move, many believed that after over 30 years in service, Test Card F would not only be retired, but the entire format of the test card would be put away as well. As the world began slowly entering the digital age of television, the practical need for test cards began to seem more and more obsolete, particularly to the average viewer.
Yeah.
Test Card F, which had been a staple signature of British television for well over 30 years, was finally retired, although the test card lineage was not gone for good. It's important to note that successors to Test Card F had existed long before the 1990s, but were seldom used or seen as much by comparison. Test Card G was first introduced back in 1971, itself a modified version of a design presented by Philips. It was the first electronically generated test card to be put into use by the BBC, but given the relative cost of the equipment used to generate it, Test Card F, which was transmitted via a slide scanner, was often used instead. And once the more famous variant itself started being transmitted electronically, Test Card G's appearances grew ever scarcer. Test Card H took a wildly different design, but was never seen by viewers. Its function was primarily for cameras in television studios to test various features, thus never being directly broadcast to the public. Feeling that the letter I was too similar in appearance to the numeral 1, the next couple of test cards, and arguably the true follow-ups to Test Card F, would arrive towards the end of the 20th century. The first of these, Test Card J, was a more straightforward update to its predecessor F, still showcasing the image of Carol and Bubbles in the centre, but now with a few new technical additions to better assist televisions of the 90s and the early 2000s.
Huh. Huh. I mean, at least they kept the image of the girl in front. They kept the test card girl for this one, at least. So, got to give them that. At least they tried. At least they tried.
Finally, the new BBC corporate logo was lined across the bottom, clearly defining the era in which Test Card J was introduced to television viewers. The second newcomer was designated Test Card W. Wait, hang on. Why are we jumping from J all the way to W?
What? You went from J to then W? What the? Widescreen. It's because of the widescreen, but that looks so cool, though. What the fuck? Come on. This does actually look kind of cool. I'll admit.
But a few murmurings about the wacky camera angles and howls of outrage about the fact that the programme, along with 3 others on BBC One on Saturday night, was transmitted in widescreen. Well, sort of widescreen.
Well, one exciting feature about newly made televisions of the day was the introduction and implementation of widescreen. Programming in this format became more commonplace as we entered into the 2000s, and newer televisions were better made to display the new picture format. In response, BBC engineers constructed Test Card W, namely standing for widescreen. This seemingly stretched out Test Card J was formatted to the 16:9 standard established by widescreen, and like Test Card J, contained a few new features to represent the modern age. However, despite the introduction of those 2 new cards, like the latter days of Test Card F, they would scarcely be seen by viewers. only appearing at the top of a day's broadcasting, or in increasingly rarer technical issues, with many channels now creating custom slides for moments of breakdown, rather than rely on the test card.
Aww.
Even though these newcomers were labelled with different letters, the influence from the long-standing test card F was clear for all to see. Not only was the primary format and structure of the new cards very similar, but the continued use of Carol and Bubbles as the central image proves that not only does the photograph continue to work on a technical basis, but that timeless aspect I mentioned earlier was also starting to ring true. There's been one final revision of the BBC test card, unofficially known as Test Card X.
What the fuck? Test Card X? Ooh, wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa.
First seen in 2007, not long after the introduction of the corporation's high-definition channel, BBC HD, the new card was very similar to Test Card W, though now presented in 1080 lines, thus becoming the first high-definition example of the BBC test card. And after over 40 years since first being seen by viewers, Carol and Bubbles remained as the centre focus of the new placeholder. The pair could be seen for a couple of hours every day as part of BBC HD's preview slot, now complete with surround sound test tones. But with the closure of BBC HD in 2013, Test Card X would also be pulled from the airwaves, with no new iteration or new lettering of a BBC test card appearing since.
Chapter 4, Legacy.
The last 10 years have been a quiet time for Test Card F, or just test cards in general. Starting from the mid-2010s, a version of the widescreen variant could be seen every morning on BBC Two, at the end of the overnight This is BBC Two preview segment. But aside from that, appearances of the classic Test Card F variety have been few and far between. However, in terms of its cultural impact, you could argue that the presence of Test Card F and its various successors couldn't be stronger. In the mid-noughties drama Life on Mars, the test card and a version of Carol herself appeared consistently, interacting with the series lead, Sam Tyler. More musical moments would follow, namely in the
well played, Gorillas, well played.
2017 Gorillaz video for Hallelujah Money, and in countless amounts of merchandise. Mugs, badges, t-shirts, you name it, you can probably find it with Carol, Bubbles, and the familiar Test Card F structure printed onto it.
Yep.
For a time, you could even see a version of the image as an error message on the BBC website.
Oh, that's... Huh. Not gonna lie, that's actually kind of cool. That's kind of cool, I don't know.
Right. But in regards to Carol Hersey, what does she herself think of this legacy, and just how it's impacted on her life over the past 50 years? Some sources claim that Carol initially was unhappy with her association with the test card, claiming it would get her bullied at school, or face the wrath of various teachers who simply didn't believe it was her.
How did it affect your life as an 8-year-old?
Oh, well, other people at school didn't really believe me, so you had to take things in, you know, or if there was been a newspaper article or something, I had to take the dress that I'd been wearing in because they didn't believe you.
However, over the years she's been interviewed several times, often to celebrate the latest milestone of longevity that Test Card F has attained.
Aww.
In recent interviews, around the time of the card's 50th anniversary, she seems upbeat and positive regarding the impact her image has had on viewers across the generations. As the centre point of Test Card F, it's been estimated that she's been on viewers' screens for more than 70,000 hours, the equivalent to almost 8 continuous years.
That is so cool. That is just so cool.
Meaning Carol Hersey has arguably had more screen time than any other individual in the history of television. Quite a staggering claim for sure.
Yeah.
But Carol continues to live life happily, working as a period costume designer and seamstress for several different productions in both stage and in film.
That's actually pretty cool. You gotta love it when Carol, you know, she's just living her best life and, yeah, just working on freaking costume design. That is good for her. No, honestly, good for her. Good for her.
Although many still recognize her and will never forget the ever-present image of the test card girl. Test Card F to some may just appear to be like any other television test card out there, a series of coloured bars and grayscales that just happens to have a central image. But as we've seen, this particular test card broke boundaries. It was the first colour test card to be seen and used here in the UK, one that would set the benchmark for the next 30 years, despite successors and alternatives becoming available in that time. It introduced the world to Carol Hersey and her clown Bubbles, who would go on to be renowned figures amongst television enthusiasts. And perhaps most importantly, and significantly, it achieved one of its central aims in triumphant fashion, to create a central image that would truly last throughout the ages and generations. Even as Test Card F itself would be retired in the late 90s, the successors that followed would continue to not only embody the key structure of the long-standing template, but would also continue to use Carol and Bubbles as their main visual centerpiece, showing that despite all the changes and developments we've had over the last 50 years, the image of a child and her toy clown playing a game together remains both relatable and timeless to a whole new generation of television viewers.
Where am I?
You're everywhere.
Suppose I am, really.
You're everywhere. Yeah, that sounds about right. Give me a sec. I gotta put away the dip. I gotta put away the dip. Whew. That's good. That's some good shit. Oh, lucky. Oh God, what else do we find here? What about, no. Was it this one? Hang on. There was a video that, let me see if I can find it. Oh, that's what it was. There we go. That's what it was. Okay. I found it.
It's so...
The most infamous lost media search. Now, this one is a little more recent. When did this come out? August 24th, so that's here. 2 weeks. Okay, so this came out 2 weeks ago. I'll take it.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Why the Backyardigans? I don't get it.
I just think of like deception, annoyance, like despair, like frustration, like a little bit of anger, just awfulness, just...
This is Me and My Friends. It was a live-action pilot that eventually became Nickelodeon's hit series, The Backyardigans. And it's been lost media for over 20 years. On the surface, it doesn't seem like anything special. Why would anyone care about a pilot to a silly kid show anyways? But what if I told you that the search for this lost pilot was one of the most notorious and infamous searches in the history of lost media?
Not gonna go well. I can already imagine it now. This is not going to go well. Good God.
Involving misinformation, hoarding, fake aliases, doctored emails, and a slew of other problems.
Doctored emails and fake aliases. Oh, Lord. It sounds like a spy thriller from the Cold War era, but oh god. Buckle up, chat. We're in for a wild ride.
This is the search for me and my friends.
Okay, some names in this document have been changed to protect the privacy of individuals involved in the search and production of Me and My Friends. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
For those unfamiliar, The Backyardigans is a classic Nick Jr. animated series that began airing in 2004, created by Janice Burgess. It features 5 friends, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, Tasha, and Austin, who partake in fantastical adventures in their shared backyard. Okay. The show that we know is brightly colored, CGI animated, and filled with music and dancing.
Okay, I mean, that's a pretty good indication of what to expect from the actual Backyardigans show. Okay, good enough setup. I'll say it's a decent setup. It's a decent setup.
But our story starts with something quite different. A lost pilot episode from 1998 called Me and My Friends.
Wait, this pilot's from 1998? Oh, Lord. Oh, God.
This lost pilot was not animated at all. It was actually filmed in live action at Nickelodeon Studios in Orlando, Florida, using full-body puppet costumes. There was only one photograph available online for years, and in it, we see 4 characters, Uniqua, Pablo, Tyrone, and Tasha, standing on a simple outdoor playground set.
Right.
Austin was notably absent at this time. The characters looked nothing like their CGI counterparts. Instead, they're actors in bulky mascot-style suits. Almost uncanny in comparison to the sleek cartoons that fans grew up with. This image first appeared on costume designer Yvette Helen's website around 2006.
Okay, so this is where it starts, from a costume designer's website. Makes sense.
And for a long time, it was the only visual proof that Me and My Friends ever existed. Nobody was actively searching for this pilot in the mid-2000s. It was a curiosity at best, a footnote in Nickelodeon history. But that changed in the early 2010s, when early search efforts began to form. The first wave of interest surfaced on a website known as the Backyardigans Wiki. It was a fan-made wiki documenting everything related to the Backyardigans. And in 2011, an article for Me and My Friends appeared, listing that one Yvette Helen photo and a few basic facts.
Sure.
Over the next couple of years, the wiki admins updated the page with new details. Notably, a list of production crew names: character designer Mark Delvecchio, costume designer Yvette Helen, sculptors Frank Petrano and Hiro Tanaka, and engineer Thomas Riley.
It's not a lot to go off of, but it is impressive the fact that they were able to find, like, staff members that actually worked on this production, for sure.
It seemed that someone on the wiki had actually reached out to people involved in this pilot to gather these tidbits of info. These early updates hinted that some kind of search for the pilot was already occurring.
Important but very small. Exactly.
Naturally, one might think that the easiest way to find a lost pilot is to ask its creator, Janice Burgess, or Nickelodeon directly.
You think it would be that easy? You really think it would be that easy? Come on now.
But that's easier said than done. Nickelodeon owns the Backyardigans, and even if Burgess had kept a personal copy of the 1998 pilot, she likely wasn't at liberty to share it without the network's approval.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Janice was probably under NDA to not disclose any information or details about the pilot, if I had to guess. Like the actual pilot of the show. Maybe that's just me.
As for asking Nickelodeon, requesting an eternal pilot that never aired for a show that became one of their popular franchises was a long shot. The pilot never aired on TV, never saw a home media release, and by 2004, the new CGI version had supplanted it entirely.
Damn. The new CGI version of this replaced it as is already, so... Damn.
Entirely. On top of all that, the pilot was filmed at Nickelodeon Studios, Florida, a facility that shut down in 2005.
Oh, yeah.
When Nickelodeon moved production to Los Angeles. When the studio closed, any tapes in Orlando would presumably have been archived, relocated, or lost in the shuffle. With Nickelodeon Studios gone, and the whereabouts of its content unknown, the odds of the pilot resurfacing through official channels grew slimmer and slimmer. In 2014, the newly established Lost Media Wiki created its own page for the pilots.
Yay!
This entry repeated much of what was already on the Backyardigans wiki, but it added something extremely important: actual footage.
Oh shit! Now we have actual footage of the pilot. Interesting.
A fan had unearthed a Nickelodeon Studios 10th anniversary promo video from the year 2000. It was a 5-minute montage of various productions filmed at the Orlando studio. Amazingly, hidden within that montage was a 3-second clip of me and my friends.
It was just that much.
It was brief and had no original audio, but those 3 seconds confirmed that footage of this pilot did exist.
Okay.
And that was huge.
So actual footage does exist. That's good to know.
Just as the search seemed to be gaining momentum, something perplexing happened. In mid-2016, the Lost Media Wiki article for Me and My Friends was quietly deleted.
What the fuck?
One day, the page was just gone. No explanation was given, and for casual observers, it seemed like interest in the pilot had simply died off. After that, the search went dark, at least for a little while. By 2017, Me and My Friends was a long-forgotten relic of 90s Nickelodeon. Mere glimpses of the pilot were all that remained online. Not even the plot was known. But interest in this lost pilot was soon reignited thanks to a YouTuber known as L Supersonic Q. LSQ was a content creator who made videos on lost media mysteries and decided to investigate the Backyardigans pilot in a video on his channel.
Discovering Me and My Friends really encompassed that like golden era of like early lost media content. And Me and My Friends specifically was one of those things. You came across it and you just had no idea like what it was or why it existed. And I remember finding the article on the wiki. That's back when I used to just browse the wiki, just finding anything. I didn't know what was out there. I would browse all the article categories and just whatever would catch my interest, I'd make a video about. So that's when I came across the Me and My Friends article. And at the time, it was just a really plain article. I don't think there was a lot of information on it, other than that one picture, that famous picture of the 4 of those costume characters standing alongside each other. And I said, this is not the show that I remember from back in the day. There's a weird earlier version of it that wasn't even CGI? Like, that's strange to me. And I said, I gotta look into this.
His video recapped what little was known: the origins of the show, the one photo and a brief clip, and the baffling lack of any full footage.
And that's really about it.
Surprisingly, LSQ's video gained a lot of attention. For a niche topic like a Scrapnik Jr. show, His video drew considerable views and effectively introduced the mystery to a growing audience of lost media enthusiasts. However, something strange happened. Just days after El Supersonic U's video went live, it was abruptly taken down by a copyright strike. Now, typically, if a video featuring Nickelodeon content is struck for copyright, one would expect Viacom, Nickelodeon's parent company, to be the one behind it.
And that would make sense if it was... It would make sense if Viacom was the one that had to take it down. I could kind of understand that. Because Viacom, I think they own Nickelodeon. And by extension, Nickelodeon owns, like, the rights to all of these different properties. I imagine, so... That would make sense if it was Viacom.
Oddly though, in this case, the claim did not come from Viacom at all. Instead, it came from someone claiming to be a lawyer representing an unnamed client.
What the fuck? Go on.
LSSQ was bewildered. He wasn't showing anything in his video that wasn't already online, and what he did show would be considered fair use. So, what was going on? The next day, LSSQ received an email from a Drew Emerson, who purported to be the lawyer that issued the takedown. Emerson claimed that he represented a client who had worked on the Backyardigans pilots. In the email, Emerson alleged that this client had received death threats as a result of LSSQ's video.
What the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck? I would... Whoever this unknown client is, you have my sympathy. You don't deserve to get threats. You didn't deserve that. But still, what the fuck?
And that his video needed to remain offline for the client's safety.
In my original Me and My Friends video, for thoroughness, I showed a clip of the CGI pilot in there.
Right.
I was talking about the evolution of the show. I showed the only clip that was online. It was like a 3-second clip, and I just mentioned that it existed. And the email basically said that the lawyer was representing who was representing his client. The client worked on that clip of the CGI pilot, and that through someone watching my video, through me showing the clip in there, it led this viewer to find the client.
Again, what the fuck? Oh.
And then send him a death threat saying if you don't release the whole CGI pilot, whatever.
Right.
And it was through kind of that lineage that the lawyer was saying, well, you're to blame for this. You used his clip without permission. Your video caused a death threat to be sent. I'm going to take...
Thank you for the alert. Always
I'm
appreciate
going to
it.
return the tank.
Yeah, thank you for the alert, Kiba. Always appreciate it. We will be here when you get back.
Taking it down. I didn't know how to even respond to that because at first, like I said, I was scared and this and that. But then I was thinking, but wait a second, but I just had the clip in there for thoroughness. I couldn't even find anyone associated with the CGI pilot. How did one of my viewers do that?
It was a bizarre rationale.
Yeah.
I mean, death threats over a Nick Jr. pilot. And if you think that's strange, wait till you hear this. Drew Emerson mentioned that his client had worked on the 2002 CGI Backyardigans pilots, not Me and My Friends. You see, the Backyardigans had a second pilot in the early 2000s, which was CGI animated and ultimately greenlit to become the series.
What the fuck? How, what is happening? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck? Someone got a death threat over this. Again, they never should have received the death threat. This, but not the 98 pilot. Oh, my head hurts. Oh God, my head hurts.
After the 1998 live-action version was rejected in favor of Dora the Explorer, Janice Burgess went back to the drawing board. She reworked the concept into a CG format a few years later. That second attempt was successful, and it led to the Backyardigans series that premiered in 2004.
Right.
So to clarify, there are two pilots, Me and My Friends from 1998, and the untitled CGI pilot from 2002. Ellis's Q's video focused on the 1998 pilot, the lost live-action one. He barely mentioned the 2002 CGI one at all, because that wasn't the mystery he was investigating. So, why would a former crew member who worked on the 2002 pilot resort to hiring a lawyer to remove a harmless speculative video about the 1998 pilot? Especially a video that didn't name or accuse anyone. It didn't add up. Nevertheless, facing a legal threat and not wanting to risk his growing channel, Ellis Supersonic Q complied. He took the video down and re-uploaded a trimmed version with any potentially problematic content removed. And after that, the strike was lifted, and the mysterious lawyer was never heard from again.
The fuck? (2018, 2019)
For the next couple of years, the search for Me and My Friends remained largely dormant. No one wanted to revisit the topic out of fear of legal repercussions or respect for the client's privacy. It wouldn't be until 2020 when a new spark arrived from an unexpected source. A new YouTuber named Sewer Reviewer.
So it was 2020. I was stuck at home because of the pandemic, so I obviously had nothing to do. I had a pre-existing YouTube channel where I did videos with my friends, but I had to find something else to do, so I started doing Lost Media. And I remembered seeing El Supersonic Q's video about Me and My Friends, and I went back to go watch it and see what other info can I gather about this, and it was gone. So I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So now there's an open market to talk about Me and My Friends. So I made my Me and My Friends video, and it really took off.
I don't think there has ever been a more important moment within the, I guess, history of lost media content creators and the growth of the community than Sewer's Me and My Friends video.
2020 was a time when lost media investigations were becoming quite popular, and Sewer Reviewer was one of the content creators riding that wave. That year, he uploaded his own video on the Me and My Friends mystery. Sewer dug into a fresh angle, the involvement of Mark Eldon, a puppeteer who worked on the pilots. On his personal website, Eldon had a page in the late 90s detailing various projects he'd done.
Ooh. Okay, so then there's a different cast member that... This is interesting. First, in 1998, I puppeteered for a television pilot for Nickelodeon called Me and My Friends. Shot in Orlando, the show features costume, characters, and puppets. The meerkats shown above. The show will be part of the Nick Jr. block. Up. Okay.
Sure enough, he had a section for Me and My Friends. He wrote, quote, "The first week in November 1998, I puppeteered for a television pilot for Nickelodeon called Me and My Friends. Shot in Orlando, the show featured costume characters and puppets, the meerkats shown above. The show would be part of the Nick Jr. block if it got picked up. The plan is that the voices of the characters will all be dubbed by young kids."
Oh.
In a later update to the same page, Eldon added, "The show, intended as part of the Nick Jr. programming block, did not get picked up in its live-action form, but may show up as an animated series someday." His prediction, of course, turned out to be true. Me and My Friends did show up as an animated series a few years later. Even more exciting was a photograph Eldon had shared. In it, we see Mark Eldon and 2 other puppeteers holding up 3 colorful meerkat puppet characters that were created for me and my friends. These meerkats, as Eldon explained, were intended to appear alongside the costume kid characters.
Okay.
They never made it into the Backyardigans cartoon, and this photo was one of the only known images of these puppets. Intrigued by Eldon's site, Sewer Reviewer reached out to Mark Eldon directly. Eldon responded and clarified a few points. Quote, "I don't think I'd call it lost media. It was an in-house pilot for Nick. It never aired publicly, so it's not really lost."
I mean, yeah, I could kind of see that. Yes, it was essentially a live-action puppet and costume character version of what became the Backyardigans. But the meerkat characters did not get used in Backyardigans. That was many years ago, so I don't remember much more about it than what's on the website, which is little. We shot it at the now-defunct Nick Studios in Florida. I never saw the finished product. Damn.
Yes, it was essentially a live-action puppet and costume character version of what became the animated series The Backyardigans. But the meerkat characters did not get used in The Backyardigans. That was many years ago, so I don't remember much more about it than what's on my website, which is very little. We shot it at the now-defunct Nick Studios in Florida. I never saw the finished product.
That last point is especially disheartening. That last point's especially disheartening just because of the fact that, like, so much time and work into this pilot, hoping that it'll get picked up, but then come to find out you never see the finished product itself. And yeah, it's gotta suck. That's actually gotta suck, man. Damn.
Following this, Sewer Reviewer tried contacting more people. He tried to contact crew members of anyone who might have been on sets, and he even got in touch with an agent of one of the puppeteers. But these efforts, according to Sewer Reviewer's account, met dead ends. Some people didn't reply, and others had nothing to share beyond what was already known. And to be fair, the pilot was now over 20 years old. By this point, memories had faded, and many of the folks involved had long since moved on to new projects in their careers. By late 2020, despite Sewer Reviewer's efforts, the search once again seemed to hit a wall. And at this point, the search for me and my friends could have fizzled out. But what happened instead is that the search transformed from a solo quest to a full-blown team effort.
Oh, wow.
El Supersonic Q, Sewer Reviewer, and a few others decided to join forces. They formed an online search team known as the Lost Cast to pool information and coordinate leads.
I gathered up El Supersonic Q, Rift, Ultra Christ, and King Mr. Harvey, and we pretty much just made our own group, and we went over everything we had, and we cross-referenced that, and we're like, okay, this is wrong, this contradicts that, this isn't correct, that's fake.
Right.
And so we basically collaborated, and we streamlined the whole process.
This team chased down every lead they could, but for a while, nothing substantial surfaced. Still, they persevered, and soon a breakthrough came from a user known as GenPen. Little was known about GenPen's identity, but they claimed to have connections to the production of Me and My Friends. Naturally, the team was skeptical, but then GenPen delivered. She shared a never-before-seen photo.
I was blown away. They're like, oh my god, someone out there happened to, like, come across, our search. They have new content from it, and they're going to help us with it.
Yeah, but you showed a recreation, which I'm not gonna try to burst his bubble with that one, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
So I was like, this is fantastic progress.
Yeah.
Shortly after sharing the image, they deleted them from the chat and insisted that the search team not distribute them further. Respecting Genpen's wishes, and fearful of scaring off a valuable insider, the search team complied and invited Genpen to the group.
Genpen sent me 2 photos of one of the puppets next to another puppet, which was we had never seen before. And it was like this rehearsal thing, and then immediately deleted it afterwards, saying, this came from the production coordinator, I don't have permission to share this.
Don't have permission to share this because of NDAs.
Sorry, I had to stop by the bathroom to throw up.
Welcome back, Kibo. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, more than likely having to delete those 2 photos because NDAs. What a bitch.
This, please don't save this image. I was like, okay, all right, you're real. Okay, let's do it.
I think at the time the excuse that Genpen gave is that it was owned by, or was taken by someone else who worked on the show and he didn't know if he was allowed to share it. At the time though, I didn't think anything strange of that. Like I thought, oh, like that makes sense, I can believe that. And considering we didn't have a lot of other like options, we just let it slide. Like, okay, like get that permission and then just send it to us again. We didn't think it was suspicious at all.
Genpen also brought forward another piece of information.
I already contacted John Paul a while back. He used to have a Twitter account and a public address. He sent over some info, but doesn't have anything from the pilot.
She claimed to have contacted someone named John Paul, who was supposedly involved with the pilot's production. She even showed a screenshot of an email exchange with John Paul. According to her, John Paul provided little info, but said he didn't possess anything from the pilots. So that lead didn't advance the search that much, but it added to the list of people who were contacted. Another name off the list. In 2021, another member of the search group, going by Harvey, struck gold. Harvey managed to get in touch with Yvette Helen, the costume designer whose old website had originally revealed the pilot's existence. And to their delight, Yvette Helen was willing to share even more production photos from her archive. She sent over 9 high-quality images of the pilot being made.
I thought it was really weird because nobody had ever been able to reach Yvette Helen Studios. like, I had tried contacting them, we tried contacting them.
Right.
But I think Harvey had found the owner's personal email.
Jesus.
And
yeah, no, that checks out. That checks out.
And asked them about it, and they had a bunch of photos. They sent 9, and they said, hey, we're going to look in storage to see if we have any more.
Oh, shit.
The first photo is of the actor for Pablo in the suit, and a green screen can be seen in the background.
Oh.
The second photo is a strange close-up on Uniqua, front-facing Uniqua, and some staff can be seen in the background, including a maskless Tyrone. The third image shows an unnamed Nickelodeon staff member with Tyrone. They're both in front of a swinging prop in the background, and the woman appears to be holding something. And there's also what seems to be a bunny doll on the floor. The fourth photo shows Uniqua sitting on a chair next to a Nickelodeon employee, as they're both looking at some arts or something. The fifth photo is of an employee inspecting Uniqua's suit. The sixth photo shows an employee with Tyrone, who seems to be holding that bunny doll again. The seventh photo shows the actor for Pablo with some other staff around. The actors are holding what appears to be flags, and that weird bunny again. The eighth photo is a full body shot of Pablo on set, with a scooter and slide behind him. The ninth and final image is a group photo of all 4 characters with a staff member.
I think when those photos came out, or when we got them, that was like, I feel like out of everything that happened up to that point, that was the first, like, oh my god, guys, this is actually within our reach. We might actually be able to see this through.
It's hard to overstate how thrilling these photos were for the searchers. And something that was really cool was seeing how the costumes differed from their final CGI counterparts. For example, Tyrone's fur was a more reddish color, as opposed to the orange he'd be in CGI, and his shirt had different colored stripes. By mid-2021, the search team had amassed a small trove of behind-the-scenes content, which was the first major discovery in years. I mean, the pilot itself was still largely a mystery, but things were looking hopeful. However, there was one big problem. The search team was running out of leads. They had contacted virtually everyone they could think of. Designers, puppeteers, the director, production crew, and so on. Many of those people had helped as much as they could by sharing memories or photos, but none had, or were willing, to provide the actual pilot footage. The search team decided to consult the people who had started this whole quest years ago, the Backyardigans Wiki admins. These were the folks who had first listed those crew names back in 2013, and who had mysteriously deleted the Lost Media Wiki article in 2016. Perhaps, the search team reasoned, the wiki admins had knowledge or resources they hadn't made public.
Maybe. Hello, Lucian. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. We're just, we're watching Blame It on George's video on, like, the most infamous lost media search. About the 1998 Backyardigans pilot, like the in-house pilot they were intending to pitch to Nickelodeon at the time. So this is already getting pretty interesting.
After all, the wiki admins have been going at this longer than anyone, ostensibly since 2010 or 2011.
Sure.
Maybe they had clues to share if approached directly.
I don't know. They more than likely wouldn't really have any new information in that regard, but worth a I guess.
So the team reached out to two key admins, Melodolus and Pavlor.
So to get in contact with them was like, oh my, like now we've hit the peak. We've come into contact with like the biggest faces of the community, and you know, it was like a super group that formed.
I felt like we were actually finally getting answers on some stuff because, I mean, here were people who had been searching for it like way before any of our videos, and they actually had results to prove it. So what they had shown was they had given us a list of names and what they had associated with them, like, oh, this person did this with this thing, they didn't have anything, they told us about this, yada, yada, yada. So we had no reason not to trust them.
Now that we had a giant contact list, not only did we not have to waste time finding them, but yes, now we knew, okay, these guys, let's not even bother with. Let's only look for new names.
Yeah. We just kind of had this golden rule to not go back and recontact people because a bunch of people were already getting tons of messages about it. And I didn't want to come back and be like, hey, do you have anything else? And then them explode and be like, no, I don't have anything. Please stop messaging. So we were just like, okay, we contact them. It's one and done deal. Move on.
The admins confirmed that, yes, they had been interested in me and my friends for many years prior. They recounted some of their own search efforts. They had, for instance, reached out to many of the same names, but apparently hit similar dead ends. In other words, the wiki admins claimed they knew nothing that the search team hadn't already discovered. They offered sympathy, but no new leads or materials. This was disappointing to...
Yeah, that is always going to be disappointing no matter what. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
ふんわりニュービーズは洗うだけでふんわり柔らかいい香りふんわりいい香りさっぱりふんわりニュービーズ新発売ただいまママ何
So, what are we going to call her?
Fanny. I want to call her Fanny.
We can't call her Fanny. Fanny, I like it. It's unusual, unique.
My mum's a Fanny. Granny was a Fanny. She'll be joining a long line of Fannies.
Aye, it's good to keep up tradition.
Oh, Fanny, you're just like your daddy.
Ladies, check out the bling.
Monkey, you know I always say there's no other tea to beat PG.
Yes?
Well, if you're lying. Like when you said there was an angry owl in the biscuit cupboard.
Okay, Chopster, pay attention. PG Tips uses pyramid bags, so if we test one against a regular tea bag...
And a digger.
Yes, and a digger, you'll see the tea's got more room to move, freeing the great fresh taste for a perfect cuppa.
Ta very much.
Hey!
The student has become the master.
Bacon? Gotta get that bacon! Yummy, crunchy bacon, bacon, bacon! There in that bag!
Who wants a bacon strip?
Me, I get it myself, but I don't have thumbs! Yum, 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 it's bacon! I love you.
Bacon strips. There's no time like bacon time.
Home to you, detective bomb! Oh! Home to you, detective bomb! Oh! Home to you, detective bomb!
Welcome back from the Ad Breaks chat. Let's see what we got here for ad. Audible, Omen Max 16, and Amazon 16 and Amazon Prime. Not much, but it's something. It's doable.
To say the least. I mean, despite their head starts, it seemed that the Backyardigans wiki admins had little of value to add. Or so they claimed.
Right.
I think at the time, though, I just kind of went with it and said, like, well, it seems to be very obscure and rare. Like, again, like, the wiki articles are pretty barren. They have names, they have contacts, but, like, the contacts just did, I mean, they outright said people they contacted didn't have anything. So I just assumed it was one of these cases where, like, okay, it's so obscure, it's so lost, that it's going to be one of those things where, like, one person that worked on it is going to have everything. And we just have not found that one person yet.
And so as 2021 drew to a close, the search for me and my friends stalled yet again. Months passed with no major updates, no new contacts, and no footage. And none of the search team or the wiki admins had any ideas left. It would take someone completely out of the blue to reinvigorate the search once again. Enter Burr Lost Media.
Burr's a funny little guy. I love that guy.
By 2022, the search for me and my friends had persisted, but it was very dead. It was around this time that a user known as Burr Lost Media quietly began his own investigation. Burr was not originally part of the search team. In fact, he started largely independent. In a way, though, this was a blessing. Burr came in fresh and unburdened by assumptions or baggage that others had accumulated. He just wanted to find the pilots. Burr retraced many of the same steps, identifying who had worked on the pilot and reaching out to them, unaware that many had already been deemed dead ends. But luck favored Burr. Against the odds, he made a breakthrough where others had failed. He got a response from Mark Delvecchio, the original character designer for Me and My Friends. Mark Delvecchio was a significant figure. He's an illustrator and author known for children's books and designs. For the 1998 pilot, Delvecchio had been enlisted to translate Janice Burgess' ideas into visual character designs, and he oversaw the creation of the character costumes. Years earlier, the Backyardigans wiki admin supposedly had tried to contact Delvecchio with no luck. But when Burr reached out in 2022, Delvecchio responded. And he didn't just respond with words, he responded with pictures.
I had a friend who had sent me a picture of Burr's new set of stuff, and I was like, what happened? I went to sleep for half a second, and then this happens. So naturally, we had to reach out to this guy, and we're like, dude, where'd you get any of this from? And Burr tells us, oh yeah, I checked with this person, and we were all confused because we're like, we already checked with him. He didn't have anything. What happened?
Delvecchio shared several behind-the-scenes photos from the pilot's production. These were images that no one in the search team had seen before. And unlike the on-set photos from Helen, which showed the bright, lively stage with actors and the crew, these new images had an almost haunting quality.
I even thought some of them were just like fake or something. I'm like, there's no way someone took a photo of the playground in the low lights, all dark, and like, there's no way someone did that.
I was really happy. I was grinning ear to ear, and I said, this is just gonna reinforce that dumb stereotype that lost media is scary, and I'm gonna be thrown into that same meme with the spooky talking about a lost episode of SpongeBob. I was grinning ear to ear because I was like, oh, these are cool, but also, oh man.
Like, I love the suits on the rack. Like, the suits on the rack, like that's something you would never see. You'd never see that in the actual pilot. And like, the more behind the scenes stuff that we got, like, the more I was like super invested. I'm like, oh my God, like.
Naturally, the search team was overjoyed by Delvecchio's contribution, but it also raised a question. Why was he willing to share these now when he hadn't before? Perhaps Burr's approach was simply well-timed, or phrased differently.
Probably.
Perhaps Delvecchio felt enough years had passed by that point that there was no harm in sharing behind-the-scenes tidbits. Regardless, this marked the first major find in months for the team, and it validated the idea that recontacting old leads might prove useful.
I think at that point in the search is when I started questioning things, not like super heavily, but I started getting a little like weird feelings about the whole thing. I think it kind of stemmed from those photos that Burr got, the liminal photos. It was at that moment where we realized we could contact old people if we wanted to and ask if they had anything that they didn't have before.
Around this point, the search team had splintered. L Supersonic U, Mr. Bones, and War Turtle decided to form a sub-team to pursue old leads. One of their targets was none other than Laura Kingsley, the director of Me and My Friends. To their surprise, Laura Kingsley responded to their inquiries. Kingsley is an established film director, with credits including indie films and TV movies, and she had been hired back in the late 90s to helm this Nick Jr. pilot. While she couldn't share the pilot video itself, she was willing to confirm at long last what the pilot was about. In an email, Kingsley explained, quote, "No plot really, a premise. For the pilot, it was the concept that if you are waiting and doing nothing, it feels like things take forever."
Oh, okay. So not like a full pilot, but a premise. Okay. This makes sense.
But if you get involved with other things, the time passes and you enjoy your time, geared towards the small children.
Oh.
There is just the pilot, but nothing I can share.
Right.
Hopefully you'll stumble upon it somewhere someday. It was a very sweet and charming little show. Thanks for your interest. Take care.
I could not believe that not only did they respond, but also that, yeah, we got it. We got a plot summary. And that was something that the wiki admins, I don't believe they told us a plot summary. I don't think they really said what they got from the director, like what information, other than that the director didn't have anything. So I think at that point, I was surprised that it happened, that we got what we did. I really wanted to go back and recontact people they had contacted before, like more so now, simply because I suspected there may have been stuff that we weren't being told.
Mm-hmm.
Her response confirmed a few things. Firstly, that only one episode, the pilot, was ever produced.
Right.
Which, to be fair, wasn't a huge revelation, but it was still good to know.
Yeah.
And secondly, that she personally wasn't in a position to release it.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, "There is just the pilot, but nothing I can share."
Right.
What I believe from that conversation, and I don't know for certain, but when I asked them about that, and they're like, there's nothing I can share, I believe that was, I have the pilot, but unfortunately I cannot share it. Thank you for your time. Good day. I feel like there's a good chance if anyone else other than Janice had the pilot, it's probably her.
Perhaps contractual or personal concerns prevented her, or maybe she didn't have a copy readily available. Nonetheless, hearing the pilot's premise directly from its director was a big win. But the real turning point came shortly after, when Burr contacted hero Tanaka, and during their conversation, Tanaka casually mentioned someone that neither the search team nor the Backyardigans wiki admins knew about. Michael Riley.
Ooh.
That name changed everything. Up until then, the name Thomas Riley had circulated in early wiki info, listed as an engineer who worked on the pilots.
Right.
But here was Tanaka referencing Michael Riley. If Thomas Riley was really Michael Riley, he was a completely overlooked lead. He wasn't on the team's radar because all references to him were under the wrong name.
Oh.
This, I think, was the single defining moment, the climax that changed the entire story for the rest of this search. I could not believe that not only was there a name that no one had found before, which in itself is like, oh great, like we found someone new to contact. But I think it was at that point where the threads started unraveling.
And we were all shocked by this because, like, how does that happen? How does that can't just be a mistake. And the wiki admins are very, very stingy and very particular with their articles. If there's something that's wrong on their page, they're gonna instantly make sure that it's right. So to see such a small discrepancy there for so many years on a very popular page on their website is just weird.
Burr wasted no time in tracking down and contacting Michael Riley, and he provided what would be the most definitive proof of the pilot's existence so far. Michael Riley replied and provided photos of the actual physical tape of me and my friends.
Seeing the tape for the first time was the most amazing thing because, oh my goodness, there's actual proof of it. It's right there. We are so close. And then seeing that there's a second tape, just immediately a flurry of emotions because, okay, cool, now there's two of them. Okay, which one can we get?
And I just remember, like, I just have a vivid memory. I was standing in the mall outside of Five Below, the Five Below store, and I was on my phone. I saw those photos I wanted to run into Five Below and tell everyone in there, guys, me and my friends was found. We got a tape. Like, I remember just like an out-of-body experience wanting to tell the people in the store that this search was over.
This was the first time anyone outside of Nickelodeon's circle had seen the tape itself. The picture showed a professional video cassette with a Nickelodeon label and the title Me and My Friends, and a date from 1998. The rehearsal tape presumably was a separate tape that contained practice footage or test shots from October 30th, 1998, just before filming. This was concrete, indisputable evidence that a tape existed.
It has
and
to be.
Michael Riley had it in his possession. The search team erupted in celebration, but something didn't sit right. If Michael Riley had a tape, and even a rehearsal tape, why hadn't the team heard of him until now? Where did the admins of the Backyardigans wiki even get the name Thomas Riley from? And how did they supposedly contact someone who never existed? But here's where it gets even stranger. Right after Michael Riley had surfaced, something odd happened on the Backyardigans wiki. For the first time since 2016, the Me and My Friends wiki article was edited. The name Thomas Riley was corrected to Michael Riley. This edit was made by a mysterious user named Augie. Want to know something extra weird? Well, the page had been logged for years, and an admin, Melodious, had to specifically lift the protection so that Augie could make this single correction.
Well, what was really weird about it was the wiki page couldn't be edited. The admins had locked that page because it had gotten so much traffic. So we checked the history, and basically an admin had to have unlocked that page, allowed that edit, and then relocked it just for someone to change that name to something that only we knew just to mess with us.
The search team invited Augie to a private chat to find out. In the chat, Augie claimed that he too was doing his own investigation and had contacted a former Nickelodeon Studios art director named Greg Santoro, who provided a new behind-the-scenes photo from the pilot. Augie shared this photo, but soon after, he unsent the photo and disappeared. He then went silent and stopped responding.
What the fuck is happening? Why are there so many, like... There's just so many people that are, like, entering into the story and then eventually disappearing. How is this happening? And the fact that Augie, who had, like, no prior access to that Wikipedia page, to that particular, like, Backyardigans wiki page, the fact that he was able to, like, edit the Thomas Riley name to Michael Riley... What the fuck happened? How? How did... Whoa. 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 Straight up, whoa. Like, what is the person that made the thing Sadako? I have no fucking clue.
Augie showed up with this brand new name that only we knew, supplied us with a new picture, and then disappeared mysteriously into the wind.
And after that, after they pointed out that he had a tape, we never heard from Augie again.
Meanwhile, Michael Riley's trail was cooling off as well. After initially being very helpful by sharing the tape photos and expressing interest, Michael said in late 2022 that he was in talks with an old Nickelodeon producer about possibly releasing the pilot. This sounded promising. Maybe he was seeking permission to get the content out there legally.
Possibly.
But after that message, Michael Riley also went dark.
And then Michael goes dark. How does this keep happening? Specifically, Sadako Yamamura. All right, I gotta see what you mean by this, because I have no clue. And maybe this is just me, but I'm so lost. I am so goddamn lost.
He never followed up with the searchers. Attempts to reach him again failed.
What is happening? What the fuck is happening?
Right at the very, very end, that's when he stops responding. And the only conclusion, and we have talked about this with each other for hours on end. I think nearing the very end of like the last step that would require to get the tape digitized, I think Augie sniped him, used his email, sent him the emails. I have no idea what he could have said in those emails. Maybe something made up like we were going to profit off of this. Maybe something made up like those guys are bad dudes, don't do this. Who knows? Who knows what was said? I strongly believe that Augie took the email address that was posted in our private group chat, sabotaged it, and then just laughed at our displeasure.
Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, God, if that's what happened. God damn. Oh, okay, Kibo. Now I understand what you're getting at. Okay. That Sadako. Got it.
So when Burr asked if he could share it, he wanted to. He was very excited that people were interested in this, and he's like, yeah, sure thing. Tell you what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to get in contact with an old producer friend, Nick, and I'll get back to you on whether or not I can share this or not. But I'm really excited about this. I'll keep in touch. And that was the day that we got that information was, coincidentally the same day Augie joined, and he saw this information. So after that, silence.
Nothing.
We messaged him. We're like, hey, is everything okay? Is there an update you could give us possibly? And I feel like that if, for whatever reason, this producer individual that he knows was like, sorry, man, you can't share this. He seemed like the kind of person who would be polite enough to just let us know.
Yeah. I mean, at least it would have been good enough for Michael to do that, but I have a feeling, and this is just like my possible theory, is that the Nickelodeon producer, either he was Augie or like he had to remind Michael that he's under NDA. Either the producer was Augie or there's like an NDA. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. But what the fuck is happening?
Hey guys, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I just can't share anything. But I hope, good luck in your search. He was so open. That was the weirdest thing to us. He was so open about this that all of a sudden he just ghosted us. That's weird.
So, by the end of 2022, the search had hit a bittersweet milestone. They had proof the pilot was out there in private hands, yet it remained unreleased. Unfortunately, as 2023 rolled in, progress was at a standstill. Leads had gone cold or silent. The team had contacted virtually everyone known to be connected, and had even uncovered previously unknown personnel. Little did they know that the biggest revelation was about to unfold.
This is not going to go well, I imagine.
As 2023 rolled in with little progress, members of the search team began to retrace their steps and re-examine old evidence. That's when they found something truly jaw-dropping.
Okay.
Recall that the Me and My Friends Lost Media Wiki article was deleted in 2016.
Right.
This was done by user Melodilus, a Backyardigans wiki admin. That's already a little strange, but check this out.
Okay.
When an admin deletes a page, they can also leave behind a reason or a comment. The searchers discovered that in the page deletions log, Melodius left a brief comment. It read, "The admins at the Backyardigans wiki all have a copy. most content on this page is false, and it is appearing in search results in place of our own work.
What the fuck? What does that even mean? What does that actually mean? Like everyone in the moderator, like the admins in the wiki, you all have a copy, but the content in the page itself is false. What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
The admins at the Backyardigans wiki all have a copy.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
This one sentence recontextualized the entire search. If true, it meant that as of 2016, the very people running the Backyardigans wiki already possessed the pilots.
We were so mad. There was no reason for it to be that complicated, and we were just like, what the heck? These people talk to us directly. Why are you lying to me about the Backyardigans pilot? It's not that serious.
Needless to say, blew our minds. I mean, I think it was at that, I always say, it was at that point they became Heisenberg. It was at that point we were like, our jaws were dropped. L did not want to believe it. He just refused to believe it. He didn't want to think that they would do that to us.
I couldn't wrap my head around, like, what, and I guess it was just like, you know, me being misguided. I thought, when Sewer asked them, hey, we're looking for the pilot, can you help us? I feel like a normal person's reaction would have just been, oh, I have the pilot, this guy's asking me to help find it, I'm just going to ignore him. Like, I thought it was more realistic that if there had been anything going on, they never would have joined a group chat, they never would have talked to Sewer, they would not have really, like, made themselves accessible. They would have just kind of, like, stayed in the shadows.
Yeah. What? But you made yourselves available to the team that was actually looking for the pilot. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck?
They were trying to misguide us, but I never even really thought, like, that takes it way too far. I didn't think, like, why would they go so far to try to misguide? Like, that just seems like, what a waste of energy.
That is ballsy. That is fucking ballsy. To just misguide the entire search team. When every single administrator has a copy of the pilot. That is fucking insane. Holy shit.
The search team was floored. For years, they had believed that the Backyardigans wiki admins were fellow fans wanting to find the pilot just like them. Instead, they were eavesdropping on the search team to make sure they couldn't find the pilot. If the wiki admins had the pilot all along, it would explain a lot. Remember the user Jen Penn and how she had shown an email chain with John Paul, a supposed crew member, claiming he worked on the pilot? Well, Burlost Media had independently reached out to John Paul via a different route, and John Paul flat out denied ever working on the show. He said, I was working at the studio but didn't work on that show. It was discovered that the email Jen Penn provided was fabricated.
Oh, shit. Oh! So, John Paul didn't actually work on the show. Oh. 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 Oh my god. That makes me mad. That makes me fucking mad. I should have expected this from the get-go, but like the way that like the video just presents all this information and just like that guides you along through the journey. That is fucked. That is absolutely fucked.
In short, Jen Penn was feeding them false clues just to get in on the search team. Then there's Augie Town, and the email he showed from art director Greg Santoro. El Supersonic Q compared it to an earlier legitimate correspondence he'd had with Santoro, and found that the two email addresses did not match.
Woo! Woo! Oh, that is, oh, that's fucked. Oh, that is fucked.
It seemed Augie forged an email to back up his story.
Augie, you sneaky motherfucker. You, oh, you conniving ass. You that would absolutely piss me off. Oh, no.
And then there's Drew Emerson, the supposed lawyer who took down El Supersonic Q's video. If he was indeed one of the admins in disguise, they needed to snuff out public attention that might lead people to pressure them to release the pilots. All signs pointed back to the Backyardigans wiki team.
It always points back to the wiki team. All roads lead back to the wiki team of the Backyardigans page. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Oh, God.
It became clear that these anonymous accounts were almost certainly sock puppet accounts used by the admins.
Wait, there's sock... Oh, ooh. Oh, that's... I'm just left without words. I'm absolutely without words at this point.
And the motive? To embed themselves in the search effort and mislead it, thereby protecting their hoarded copy of the pilots. The next burning question was, why? Why all this secrecy and effort to hoard a 14-minute preschool pilot? What did these admins stand to gain? Aside from perhaps bragging rights among themselves that they had something no one else did? The search team had their suspicions, but they needed more info on how the admins got the pilot in the first place, and we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
After this revelation, El Supersonic Q and others decided to go public with their findings. LSSQ created a comprehensive...
Yeah, literally this whole search, it's literally the fucking Pepe Sylvia meme. And then I knock on the door, I go, Carol! Carol! I open the door and find out, there is no Carol. There is no Carol from HR. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
The two-part documentary on YouTube exposing their ruse. In these videos, he laid out how the wiki admins misled everyone, from the fake lawyer to the fake helpers, Jenpen and Augie. The immediate aftermath saw the Backyardigans...
You sit on a throne of lies. You sit on a throne of lies. Are you... Okay. 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 I know that, like, it's mainly supposed to be, oh, what the fuck is it? It's kind of a joke because, like, I think that's more aimed at, like, the moderators themselves. You sit on a throne of lies. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
The wiki website vandalized by various users, turning it into a battleground of memes and accusations.
What the fuck? You're gatekeeping the work of a dead person? Hold on. No. I want to check for myself because I have no idea what the fuck they're going on about. Okay, created by... Oh. I just looked up Janice Burgess' Wikipedia page, and they died last year. She died last year. R.I.P. This is so awkward. This feels so awkward. Just finding out that like the creator of the Backyardigans is dead. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was just like trying to look this up. Yeah. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to Janice Burgess. Rest in peace. And yeah, this is absolutely sickening.
The wiki admins tried locking pages and maintaining order, but their credibility.
Ooh. Me and my friends is being hidden by the admins. Gatekeeping is evident. We want the pilot. Viva la Backyardigans.
Was shattered. On social media and forums, people.
Imagine gatekeeping a show for preschoolers for 7-year-olds. I think they're taking it very well. No, they're not.
People skewered the hoarders for their behavior, and there were memes.
And the page got deleted, yeah.
A lot of memes. After all, this was a ludicrous amount of drama.
They're taking this super well. I have a challenge. Oh, God. What the fuck? What the... yeah.
Or a children's pilot.
Lol, me and my friends. 2025. This fucking year.
By June 2025, the search had basically turned into a waiting game. At this point, there were only two options. Either the hoarders would relent and release the pilot on their own terms, or someone else would find a way to leak it out from under them. The admins by now were isolated and somewhat vilified, and they were likely hoping the drama would just die down. But instead, the final act of the story was about to unfold, and it was something that none of them could stop. On the night of June 27th, 2025, a popular Twitter account called The Lost Media Busters, run by a user named Shish, had posted a tongue-in-cheek tweet.
Right.
It joked about how 2025 was the year of lost pilots being found.
I know,
such
right?
as the Family Guy's pilot, Dora the Explorer's pilot, and so on.
Wow. 2025, the year of just lost pilots. Wow.
They poked fun at the fact that me and my friends still hadn't surfaced. And it was a bit of a meme at that point. Not long after that tweet, Shish received a private message from a Discord user called P.
P! We found the P! I'm sorry, I had to.
P claimed to have the Me and My Friends pilots via some connection to Paramount's servers.
Ooh, this is getting juicy. Connection via Paramount Plus servers.
Paramount being Nickelodeon's parent company. This user said he found the pilot because of that very tweet by the Lost Media Busters, which spurred him to look. And as proof, P began sharing screenshots of the pilots. He told Shish that he was willing to share the file with him so it could be released. At this point, Shish was stunned and excited. It seemed almost too good to be true. Shish agreed, and he received a video file through their chats. Shish began downloading the file, but then P changed his mind and deleted the file mid-transfer.
No!
He got cold feet. He told Shish he decided to...
Oh, come on! Fuck! God damn it! It was right in our grasp. We were so close to greatness. I'm being told against what I'm doing right now. I want to upload it, but I cannot for right now, to be quite honest. I know, and I showed stuff already, but it's not the time. You can think this was a troll or something, but it's just not the time. I can't safely get it out. This is a better choice in the long run. It will eventually come out. Oh, you motherfucker.
Hold on to the pilots, because if it leaked widely, it would become big news, and could alert Paramount, causing them to tie in security, and thus costing him his access to their servers.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, but at the same time, ooh. Are the executives at Nick hiring snipers? At this point, man, I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. Like, goddamn. Goddamn.
Shish was left with only a mere fragment of the pilot that finished downloading before the cancellation.
Ah.
I was happy with just that because I think at this point, with how long it had been going on for and how crazy and awful it was, to finally get new footage to any extent, even if it was like cut off like it was a short clip, like that to me felt like a victory in itself.
Well, let me start off by saying I was a little pissed off that he pinged at everybody, but then I was really happy to see that there were screenshots in HD, mind you, HD screenshots of the pilot being shared, because these photos were the first actual pictures of the pilot itself. For ages, the only actual content we had from the pilot was that 3 seconds.
Yeah.
All the other photos that we had actually received were just behind the scenes production stuff.
Yeah.
Like, this was the actual first images from the pilot itself. And that was just so crazy. No, he suddenly did a weird, like, 180 and started talking about, oh, I'll get in trouble if I do this. And he's not talking about, like, fucking Paramount or something. He's talking about, like, some other unknown entity. And he's like, I just can't sacrifice.
Unknown entity? Are you out of your mind? What unknown entity could you possibly be talking about? What do you mean by this? Unknown entity. Huh?
Or whatever, you guys just have to trust me on this.
So I hop in VC and I'm like, this better be good. And he sends 3 pictures, never before seen pictures of me and my friend. Not set photos, actual screenshots of the pilot. Past beyond the 3-second clip that's burned in my frontal lobe. Actual pictures of the characters moving around in the actual production, and the sweetened master tape splash screen.
It was a strange night. I remember being notified about it in a Discord server I'm in. We were talking about it the rest of the night. Who was this P person? Was he possibly another trick by the admins? Did someone scare him off? Maybe one of the admins caught wind and threatened him too.
It's very possible it could be one of the admins, yeah. Maybe, but... Oh!
We braced ourselves for yet another indefinite wait. But then, an anonymous user on 4chan leaked the entire pilot.
Ooh! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh my god, someone on fucking 4chan leaked the pilot. Fuck you, Backyardigans Wiki. Happy Brat Summer. Oh my god. That is insane. That is fucking insane.
Said, fuck you, Backyardigans Wiki. Happy Brat Summer. Love Pungus. To this day, I have no idea what that means.
What the fuck?
So I thought it was so poetic that it would leak on 4chan, of all things. We had always talked about, oh, you know, what happens if it comes from a leak or whatever. And earlier in the search, we're like, oh, that would really suck. But we had reached the point where we're just like, oh my god, thank you, it's over. Somebody did it. And I think just because it was a combination of the Media Busters tweet and this guy just openly posting stuff in the Discord and then immediately being like, oh, never mind or whatever. Somebody was just like, okay, fine. If you're not going to do it, I'll do it. Whatever. You know, I think it was just one big thing of everybody just wanting it to be over.
Yeah.
The source of this 4chan leak remains anonymous. Given the timing, one wonders if P himself decided to quietly drop it after all. Perhaps feeling protected by 4chan's anonymous nature. Or Or it could have been an unrelated individual who had also gained access via the same hacked sources. Some even speculated it might have been a disillusioned admin or someone who got it from them. Regardless of who leaked it, the outcome was that Me and My Friends was finally found.
Hell yeah, it was. Hell yeah. Hell
Following the release
yeah.
of the pilot, one of the admins, Melodolus, came out of hiding and reconnected with the search team. According to internal messages between the two parties, they originally got the pilot courtesy of another Backyardigans wiki admin, who we'll refer to as K.
Okay.
He is definitely the most like elusive person out of the entire admin people. Some of them I don't even think we've talked to before. They just have no presence online whatsoever. But K is different. K prided himself as the quote-unquote, this is Alex's words, not mine. He deemed himself as a Backyardigans oracle, quote-unquote. They were very pretentious in the community. They believed they knew everything about Backyardigans. Great achievement, by the way. They had everything on the show. It's kind of creepy.
Melodolus claims that at some point between late 2015 and early 2016, admins K and Poblor received the pilots due to an unauthorized access into Nickelodeon's internal archive system, known as...
Oh shit. Of course. Of course. The two Backyardigans wiki administrators receiving the pilot due to unauthorized access of Nickelodeon's archive and shit.
As Nick Central.
Of course.
Nick Central was essentially Nickelodeon's internal digital library or media server, likely containing high-quality masters of shows, pilots, and promos. It's a bit unclear whether they carried out the hack themselves or simply seized the opportunity. Nevertheless, they downloaded the files of not just one,
Peggy,
but two
I'm going to return
Backyardigans
the tank.
Thank you for the alert, Kibo. Much appreciated. We'll be here when you get back. But of course, they got the 1998 pilot and the 2002 CGI. Of course they would do that. Fucking hell, man. This makes too much sense.
Pilots. The 1998 live-action Me and My Friends,
right,
and the 2002 CGI pilots. To understand how serious this was essentially an illegal breach of a company's confidential archive.
Yeah. Yeah, no shit. An illegal breach. An illegal breach. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord have mercy. Unbelievable.
Once Kay and Poblor had copies of the pilots, they apparently distributed them among the Backyardigans wiki admin team. Suddenly, these fans had something incredibly rare, the actual pilots that even Nickelodeon had never released.
Yep.
And instead of celebrating the find by sharing it, they decided to hoard it.
Well, yeah, no shit, you decided to hoard it because you illegally accessed... Hold on a minute, hold on. Now this is starting to make fucking sense because, like, I'm not a huge expert on law or anything like that. I'm just gonna say this much, bro. If Nickelodeon, if the company found out that these two little shitheads decided to just gain unauthorized access into their video archive with full HD masters, right? If they decided to do that and just keep the pilot for themselves, or like, no, okay, hold on. It makes so much sense because, like, if the administrators decided to celebrate the find and just share it, Nickelodeon would sue the fucking pants out of them. Like, the administrators of this wiki might actually get sued if Nickelodeon found out at the time, 2016, 2017, at the time. It makes too much sense, but Skydance, yep, Skydance as well. Thank you for pointing that out, Wesley. Yeah, Skydance as well for sure. I was gonna say, I was gonna say Viacom. I think Viacom absolutely would have sued them for sure because Viacom, like, they also like own Nickelodeon, but yeah, Skydance as well. Yeah. Oh shit! I hate the fact that this makes too much sense. Good God.
Privately. Perhaps initially it was caution. After all, they got it through a serious breach of law. But beyond that, a sense of ownership and control set in.
Yep. Sense of ownership and control. Yeah. I guess that tends to happen. Skydance is trying to shift focus on reviving their channels. I'm not sure if Skydance is going to be able to accomplish that, Wesley. And here's the main reason why. It's because Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, they're having to rely on a single show to run throughout their entire broadcast schedule. Cartoon Network has, like, Teen Titans Go. Nickelodeon's got SpongeBob. And that's it. You could even say the same thing for MTV. I don't know if Skydance owns MTV, but, like, MTV is having to rely on ridiculousness. Making MTV go back to videos, change Nicktoons Network, show more shows than SpongeBob. Exactly. I do genuinely hope that Skydance does that for sure, but right now, Wesley, bro, I'm sorry, but there's a strong chance that Skydance is going to look at the current state of those channels and be like, we're just going to shut this down. We need to shut this down. Like, we can't afford this. We can't afford any of this right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit nihilistic with that take, but bro, Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon are not the same as they used to be at all. It's just the SpongeBob SquarePants channel and the Teen Titans Go channel. And it's criminal. It's actually criminal, the fact that they're only showing the one fucking show across all the... It's insane. Teen Nick is also possibly changing. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Teen Nick at all, but... Bro, when will they bring back Nick at Night? When will they bring back Nick at Night? You know what I mean? I used to love that particular block of programming. Because here's the thing, right? Nick at Night, I think it would broadcast like 8 o'clock in the evening. And, bro, you would be watching, I think George Lopez. I remember that show. Was it Family Matters? I'm not sure if it was Family Matters or Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but yeah, they would definitely show that. Nick at Night is still around. They just show Friends all night. Oh, come on. Really? Nick at Night? Boo. That's boring. We don't want to watch Friends. Come on. Sorry for lateness, IRL gym and commission plans. Hello, Trax. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. It's all good. It's okay that you're late. I understand. Fuck.
This was their precious treasure now.
Yep.
According to Melodolus, this moment in 2015 to 2016 caused a fracture even within the admin group. Melodolus began distancing himself from K, uneasy with the toxicity and illegal nature of what was happening.
I would not blame Melodolus at all for trying to distance himself from the other administrators. They do have 2 other shows. I'm sure they do, but, like, again, Wesley, I genuinely miss, like, the old Nick at Night programming, like with George Lopez. Yes, they're not new shows. They are older shows, but come on. Modern Family and Big Bang Theory. Really? Modern Family and Big Bang Theory? That's it? I'm not going to say that Big Bang Theory is a terrible show. Like, they do have those moments of, like, there are some genuinely funny moments on Big Bang Theory, but I'm just like, I'm kind of exhausted. I've kind of just been exhausted from, like, the popularity of Big Bang Theory as a whole. You know what I mean? I don't outright hate the show, but it's exhausting. It's exhausting. Come on, we want something new. We want something new, and if you're not gonna make a new show, bring back the old shows. Bring those back then. MTV shows it when they don't show ridiculous. Oh, okay. MTV shows Modern Family and Big Bang Theory. Okay, well, I mean, that's great, but, like, again, a majority of the programming, it's all just ridiculousness. Which sucks. Which sucks because, like, again, back in the day, they used to show a lot of music videos. And I don't know, maybe they'll bring that back. As you said. It's just that, like, the cultural importance and significance behind what MTV did back in the day, it feels like it's grown obsolete because of video sharing websites like YouTube. And occasionally movies. Okay, I mean, that's cool, but, like, again, as much as I would love to see new music videos on TV again, as much as I would love to see that, and maybe even, like, music-related news shows, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen because, like, the cultural relevance that MTV used to have back in the day, the cultural relevance that MTV had back in the day, especially when it came to television presenters like Kurt fucking Loder, it's not there. It's just not there anymore. They currently have 7 channels that show videos. Okay. At least that's something, I guess.
There were arguments about whether to quietly share at least some of the content, but Kay was fiercely against letting anything out. From 2016 onwards, everything the wiki admins did starts making sense through this lens. They locked down their pages, they removed outside info, and they became gatekeepers. Nearly a decade of hoarding and intimidation followed. Melodolus later claimed that Kay would even threaten any fellow admin who tried to release the pilots. Now, for unknown reasons, I'm told that Kay stepped away from the internet around 2018. He deleted his YouTube channel, his blog, and forum accounts.
Damn. Looks like we got an ad break, chat. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
디지털 영상, 디지털 음향의 전율, 디지털 홈시네마, 삼성 DVD 플레이어.
Welcome back for the Outbreaks chat. JBL Tour Pro 3 earbuds, Omen Max 16 laptops, and Amazon Prime. Lovely. You know what's funny, Kibo? The fact that you haven't gotten the Aroxon ad yet, you're on a hot streak right now. You're on a hot streak of not receiving the Aroxon ad. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Leaving only a fandom account in existence. It was like he was trying to erase his online footprint. Despite vanishing publicly, Melodolus indicated that Kay still remained in contact with the remaining admins privately, continuing to urge, or bully, them to never release me and my friends. It had become, in Mel's words, like a prized possession for certain people in that group.
Yep.
So by the time the search team in the outside world was earnestly hunting the pilots, the wiki admins had long had it, and had sworn among themselves to keep it a secret. So they infiltrated the search and sabotaged it so that LSQ, Super Reviewer, and the rest would never find it. But in doing so, they inadvertently set up one of the most convoluted wild goose chases in lost media history. The final straw in this saga came in mid-2025, after L Supersonic Q's videos turned public sentiment overwhelmingly against the admins. With K largely out of the picture, and the pilot already leaked online, Melodolus came forward with an official statement, claiming there was more to the story. In this statement, Melodolus confirmed much of what we recounted, that the admins did obtain the pilot through unauthorized means. They were in school at the time, so likely minors or very young adults when this happened.
Yeah.
Melodolus claimed that even back then, he felt they should release the, quote, harmless, non-sensitive stuff they found. But others in the group were vehemently against it. He described a culture of gatekeeping and pressure, where even hinting at sharing content would result in frantic messages, threats of doxing, and even late-night phone calls from fellow admins to intimidate him into compliance. He also shed light on P, claiming P was a completely separate person who genuinely found the pilot independently.
Ooh. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. Domino's, that damn AAA ad with the newspaper kid for the 30th day in a row. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Wesley, but the moment you get a AAA ad on Twitch, you're old. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. You're just old. It happens. It happens to everyone, okay? It's going to happen to me. It's going to happen to me one day. I just know it. Alienware, Prime, Safelite, JBL earbuds, and MTV VMAs. Nice.
According to Mel, P might have been threatened by someone as well, which is why he pulled back.
Possibly.
Though Melodolus doesn't confirm who.
I'm glad that it's finally over with, not the search, just for him. You know, with all those admins, I'm glad that, they're out of this mess, because it honestly seems like, this is a huge case of blackmail. So hold these people, accountable for something just because they accidentally got caught up with some guy who had unauthorized access to something you shouldn't have.
Yeah.
So I'm satisfied with it. Obviously, it's not mine to judge, but I'm just happy that it's over with for him, and I hope the best for all the admins and that they can finally be left alone.
I wish that this search could have been different. I wish there could have been a different flow of events. I wish Melodious could have, turned to the light side sooner.
Yeah. But, I don't know. People are just people, man. What are you going to do? The music video channels currently are Nick Music, MTV Classic, MTV Live, MTV U, BET Gospels, BET Jams, and BET Soul. Wow. MTV Classic is showing music videos, as well as MTV Live and MTV U, but damn. I gotta check out BET Soul, maybe. It'll be on my radar. It'll be on my radar.
I wish there was more of it.
And they're exclusively for cable, no satellite. Ah, come on. Fuck. I literally just said it'll be on my radar, but fucking hell. Fuck you, cable company.
They fight for like fairness in terms of like who has it, and why can't it be released, and like, you know, I just get really sad thinking about the way that this kind of all turned out.
And just like that, it was all over.
Yeah. And just that, it was all over. Except for MTV Classic and MTV Live, which is offered on satellite. Oh, okay. So that's good. At least MTV Classic, I could watch that and see music videos on there. So that's cool.
Me and my friends had finally been found. After years of misinformation, private hoarding, fake aliases, and dead ends, the pilot in its entirety was now available for everyone to see, concluding one of the biggest, most eventful searches in lost media history. And all of this for a goddamn pilot show for preschoolers. The ironic thing is, had the admins just released the pilot all the way back then in 2015 or 2016, or had they just ignored the search team, none of this would have blown up. The Nick Central hack would have been buried in internet history.
I mean, I guess so. I don't know. You never know with these things. Life is just like that. It's such a mystery. Only catch MTV Classic is standard edition. MTV Live is HD. Yeah, no, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense considering that like all of the older music videos during the MTV era were very much like standard definition affair. But that makes sense.
The pilot would have just been online and no one would question it.
Yeah.
But because Kay and whoever else was so keen on hoarding it by any means necessary, the search got way, way larger than they could handle. And if the 4chan Anon was really just some guy who leaked it to spite the Backyardigans wiki admins, then they have no one else to blame but themselves. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
What the fuck? What was that last image? Why don't you search for me and my bitches? Also, this is wild. Yeah, that's a pretty that's a pretty wild meme, I'll give you that. Oh god, that's funny. That's actually pretty funny. I'll give you that. We'll do this one next. Oh god. Okay. Like, why are they the way that they are? I don't know. I don't know, man. It was a show for preschoolers. It is what it is. Cat's eye spills secrets after sipping the truth serum. That's probably just like a cocktail that just happens to be blue, maybe, not like an actual truth serum. More than likely, just gonna say that now. Anyway.
Show us the last thing you looked up in your Google search.
Oh,
yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's your history. That's right there. That was good. Hey, Allure. It's Cat's Eye. And this is Truth Serum. I just, oh my god. Oh, wow. Wait, give me that. This is giving me flashbacks.
Oh, God. Okay, I lied. I forgot a channel. CMT Music. No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh. Cheers to the truth. Cheers. Ooh. I feel the truth coming. Wow.
If that truth serum is just water with blue dye, I'm not even going to be surprised. I'm not even going to be surprised. Like, I don't actively hate videos like this. I'm just like, nah. Especially if it's from pop groups or just, I think it is Blue Hawaiian. Yep, Blue Hawaiian Punch. Thank you. Yeah, Blue Hawaiian Punch. That's it. Yeah. Stop calling it fucking truth serum, or you sit on a throne of lies. Yeah, you know what? This video is not worth it. This video is not worth my time. Not worth my time. Neither is that one. Neither is that one. MTV does have videos, but the catch is they come on early in the morning on a Sunday. Of course they do. Of course they do. Okay, it wasn't those ones. Who else could I look for? Only an hour of videos. Damn. Yeah. What about Wendigoon? Only got 2 hours. Thank you. Now you know. Okay. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, was that? Oh, that's subtitles. Okay, cool.
This is all.
Okay. Let's see. Only an hour for BET second channel BET Her, which shows videos every morning, and videos overnight on CMT. VH1, none. How am I not even surprised VH1 doesn't even bother showcasing or just showing music videos at all? How am I not surprised? Shameful. Absolutely shameful. I pulled an all-nighter in Tokyo. Sofia Nygaard. Let's fucking go.
This is what we're up to in the Love Hotel.
Yeah. This is love. Is applying the other person's foot massager.
Nice. Am I even awake right now? God.
Hello, friends, and welcome to another video. Tonight, we're going to be pulling an all-nighter in Tokyo, and the finish line is sushi at sunrise.
Sushi at sunrise. Ooh. God, it sounds like a lovely night.
Let's go!
Yeah.
It's going to be a while till we get there, though. Now, we do some traveling on this channel to see some of the craziest things we've seen online IRL, and that's...
Oh, God, I remember 24 hours at a Singapore airport. I've never seen that one. We'll do that one next week.
Taking us to places like a cheese theme park in South Korea, the world's largest hotel in Malaysia, an underwater hotel in Florida.
Underwater hotel? Next week. Save that one for next week.
And though I do really love traveling,
and the volcanic spa. In-flight beauty hacks? Next week. that'll be for next week.
The worst parts about it is the jet lag. As someone with a pretty terrible sleep schedule to begin with, at least 1 or 2 days of a completely inverted sleep schedule.
All-nighter in Singapore next week. Absolutely next week. Then there's the channels that are completely dead. Logo and TV Land. Oh my god, bro. Okay. I don't want to say too much, but like, there was just like a certain period of time where I was trying to work as a caretaker for the elderly in like a retirement home sort of. Bro, I was in this, I was in the lobby. I was just straight up in the lobby of this retirement home. The TV in the lounge area, like the main like waiting area, TV Land. It was just playing nothing but TV Land. Fuck. TV Land is the king of Queens and Everybody Loves Raymond channel. Bro, I remember watching Everybody Loves Raymond with Bonanza in the mornings. God damn. God damn, dude. You know what the is? I actually kind of remember watching Everybody Loves Raymond. I think it was like the first season of it. I haven't watched the full series, mind you, but yeah, there was a time where I kind of liked the show, I'll admit. I especially remember the one episode where I think it was Peter Boyle was smelling like the kids. And then the mom like smelled one of the toddlers and was like, "Why does it smell like old people?" That was pretty funny. I'll admit that was actually pretty funny. Oh my god.
Schedule are pretty much guaranteed whenever we travel somewhere far away. So we decided a potential good use of our insomnia would be to launch a new series where we pull all-nighters in cities we're traveling to.
Yay! We're gonna pull an all-nighter everywhere we go. Oh yeah!
Not really as a way to fix our jet lag necessarily, but more as a cool way to explore the city and to see what we can do at all hours of the night and wee hours of the morning.
I mean, I guess so.
So it's more of a leaning in situation, I guess. And in this episode, we're going to be pulling an all-nighter in Tokyo, a city where, though not all of its inhabitants are nocturnal, has a lot of stuff open late into the night.
They were in Ginza. Oh, nice. Nice. Logo is no longer LGBTQ. It's just a channel to rerun the facts of life, Golden Girls, and Married with Children. Ah, come on. That sucks. Boo. Boo, Logo, man. Damn.
Not only for those who miss the last train home at midnight and have to wait at a manga cafe until 5 a.m., but also for those looking for something to eat, some crane game prizes to...
Every day, too? Oh, my God. That is just rough. Wesley, at this point, bro, if you want to watch Golden Girls, just buy a DVD box set. Just buy DVDs at this point. Like, there's no point. There's no point. Boo, you stink. Yeah. You know what, Keeble? I think we need that as a redeem somehow, but the worst part is that, like, I don't think there's necessarily like a screen video of that particular meme, but I don't know, I could be wrong there. These channels started falling apart in 2012. Damn, so I already kind of was I was already kind of watching the deteriorated corpse of TV Land. Oh.
win or who want to pick up a good foot massager for the road. The only thing we're not going to do in this video is late night karaoke because 1, copyright, and 2, because even though Tyler was an a cappella bro,
Tyler being an acapella bro was not on my wish list. Good for him, I guess. But yeah, no karaoke in this video because copyright is a bitch.
for some reason, he doesn't want to show off his pipes. Subscribe for Tyler acapella bro content.
Tyler acapella bro content. Wow.
Also subscribe if you don't want Tyler acapella bro content. And we'll see who wins. Now, which we're going to start off with some coffee. And to get our caffeine fix, we headed over to the Harajuku neighborhood, which, although it's more of a shopping district than a nightlife spot, is one of our favorite areas in Tokyo.
Oh, nice. Paramount Network is the bar rescue and movie channel, just bar rescue and movies back to back. Damn. Like, just the actual Paramount channel as it is? Fuck. Maybe we occasionally... Oh, come on. Really? Friends, too? Paramount Network just loves broadcasting Friends. Damn. Maybe I gotta start doing audio redeems. Hold on a minute. Hold on a sec. That would actually be kind of fire. That would actually be kind of fire, I'll admit. Yeah, there we go. Even TBS shows Friends. Bro. What? Are you shitting me? But TBS is the original syndicator. Yeah. That's fair, but why? Why would you keep showing Friends? Why? Chat, I'm just going to make this point very clear. As much as I hate the fact that Jerry Seinfeld dated a 17-year-old, Seinfeld as a show was much more interesting than Friends. I said it. Seinfeld was way more interesting. Seinfeld was way funnier. I'm a basic bitch, so what? Reason it makes sense for TBS is because the channel is by the people who own HBO, which has every Friends season. Yeah. The fact that there are so many goddamn television channels that broadcast Friends. Wesley, you're starting to make me hate Friends. Now I have a reason to actually hate Friends as a fucking show. Seinfeld does on Comedy Central. Yeah. Yeah, Seinfeld absolutely on Comedy Central. Like, that makes sense. Of course, but whoa. I'm just gonna move on. I'm just gonna move on before I rant anymore. I need to stop. I need to stop.
And there was a cafe over here we had seen a bunch of Instagram videos about that we really wanted to try. We are at Cafe Reissue in Harajuku, which makes really cool three-dimensional latte art. So we wanted to see if we could get a latte shaped like our cat's head.
Cat. Oh, cat. Don't worry, that's all the channels that show them. I mean, good to know, but oh god, what, Wesley? There's just like a rage that that you managed to light under me now that I know this information. Oh my god. Absolute insanity.
We're gonna go in there, get some coffee, and then when we come back out, it will be dark. So Let's go. It is also currently raining on me. So let's go. The cafe is located in this cozy space right above a vintage clothing shop, and they make these amazing 3D and 2D latte art drinks.
Ooh. Now that looks good. That actually looks really damn good.
Either in the shapes of famous animated characters, or they can also work from your own custom photo that you bring in. So we ordered 2 vanilla lattes based on the same picture of our cat Cosmo.
I think this is the winner.
He's so unhinged.
Who, though he's now 3 years old and hypothetically fully domesticated, still has a lot of that deranged feral kitten inside of him.
This is the energy we need to bring to our
Yes. Yes.
all-nighter. The 2D design, our latte artist delicately painted on the surface of the drink with some liquid chocolate, and the 3D one he built in full structural relief by dolloping bits of milk foam on top of one another. Each latte takes about 5 to 7 minutes to complete, which is insane because of just how good they are.
What a lunatic.
Shout out to our latte artist, George. I thought this image would be hard to recreate, but the 2D one was about as photorealistic as you can get.
But I actually like the 2D vanilla latte. That actually looks really good. Like, that's pretty photorealistic. I gotta give them credit. There's better channels. Their better channels is actually Showtime. They got shows that cook back to back. I mean, I'm sure they do, but I'm just like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, oh my god. I need to move on. I need to move on.
While painting in chocolate. It really captures the deranged eye, the sort of protruding fang. It looks pretty amazing. And the 3D one, though more conceptual, did really capture his spirit. I like in this one sort of like the desperation of the hands.
Oh yeah,
There's something good about that. And though I don't think most people come here for the taste of the drinks, these lattes were certainly not bad. Ooh. Tasty. Sweet and delicious, but I did notice Cosmo start to sort of deflate slightly as I took my sip, which made me very sad. I feel like I almost have to do it in one fell swoop, or like sadly drink around him until he deflates completely. And though I tried to drink around him as long as possible, I feel like no one ever talks about the sort of wistful sadness of the Instagram drink. Do everything you can not to ruin it. Before long, I had drank all the liquid I could. His little hands are gonna haunt me. And had to deal with Cosmo's face at the bottom of the cup. Here comes a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Just ate my cat's face.
I just ate my cat's face. Just ate my cat's face. The 2D art was a little harder to drink around.
Now he's got like an indent on his neck.
It's a deep V. Yeah. It's deep V Cosmo.
Yeah. Hey, it's me in college.
So Tyler opted to just inhale it, face and all. All right.
Just inhale it.
Fatality.
Oh, all right. Farewell, Cosmo. See you when we get back from Japan. So with our foam dreams fulfilled, albeit somewhat unsettlingly, it was time to get going, because Reissue was closing up for the night, and ours was just getting started. It's definitely nighttime now. I think I feel caffeinated, but I also feel pretty jet lagged at this moment. I feel like the next couple of hours are gonna be kind of tough jet lag wise. Yeah. But if I can push through, I could maybe get to the other side. To where? I don't know. But to the other side. Yeah. But now we're going to our next stop, food in Shinjuku. Let's go. Now, Shinjuku is a little bit more of a nightlife-y area, and we were headed specifically to a famous spot called Golden Guy, which is a block of narrow alleyways with...
Chat, don't you guys wish you had a golden guy? Yeah, I know. Terrible joke. I tried.
With around 200 hole-in-the-wall eating and drinking establishments, packed tightly together to form a legendary night spot that comes alive at around 8 p.m. each night.
Oh, nice. Well, that joke was not going up. Yeah. I know, Kibo. I know.
And our destination was a small izakaya, or Japanese pub, called Odin Bar Sui 2, located on the second floor of this building. And we're gonna head up there, and we're gonna get some snacks, some food, and maybe partake in some drink. Shall we?
Yes.
Just so you know, most izakayas, including this one, are pretty small. So it's tight quarters up there. But it's gonna be fun. All right?
Get back, baby.
Oh, And true to format, our izakaya was just big enough for us, a couple of our crew members, one regular, and the bar owner Murakami-san behind the counter.
Oh,
Whoa.
this is larger than my head.
And since tipping culture isn't really a thing in Japan, a common way to show your appreciation to your proprietor is to buy them a drink. And no, Murakami-san didn't spill, he was thanking us by giving us a little extra.
That is cool. That is actually kind of cool. Just having a drink, but like having a separate like container beneath the glass and like the excess liquid pouring out of it, it stays in the second container. That is so good.
And we thanked him by drinking that little extra.
Can I do it? Good.
So called all nighter, baby.
Now a shot and a half of sake down, it was time for some food, and Murakami-san specializes in oden, which is a type of Japanese stew.
Ooh, lovely. If I was drinking, I would go there. Honestly, Wesley, same here. If I was really into drinking, I would absolutely go here, but alcohol for me. It is what it is. But I would try the oden. I would try oden just to see how that would go.
Though while that was still brewing, he started us off with some appetizers, which he cooked on a stovetop behind the bar. Ooh. For a bracing start, he served up some cold firm tofu with some spicy kimchi on top.
A little kick.
Ooh. Good. Perfect. What's wrong with that? Nothing. What's right with that? Everything.
Then came a rolled egg omelet, which was actually fire.
Whoa.
Cool. How is it?
It's incredible.
A little sweet, warm, and very juicy.
Oh yeah, food is no joke there. Mm-hmm. I'm starting to kind of realize that now.
Almost sounds like a French toasty flavor.
Oh yeah.
And then came a plate of chopped up bits of grilled pork with spicy Japanese mustard.
It's like bacon.
I think we are being anointed with protein for our all-nighter.
It's perfect all-nighter food.
It's just, oh, I heard you were doing an all-nighter. First, let's do a shot. Now, let me help you.
Let me nourish you.
Yeah.
Now, some more Tyler lore. Tyler has not been an oden fan in the past, having mistakenly ordered it instead of udon.
Oh, that makes sense. Tyler ordered udon and not oden. Got it.
One too many times, but he hadn't tried Murakami-san's oden yet, which did have some of your classic oden ingredients like big pieces of tofu.
That looks so good.
Lightly fried, nice and soggy, block of tofu.
Lots of veggies, as well as a triangle of konjac jelly.
This is how I picked it up. This seems illegal. This is not how you do this.
And of course, big chunks of zesty daikon.
All right, this is the star of the oden show.
Yeah.
Radish. That's the best. You're so wrong. Radish is good, okay?
But Murakami-san's expertly brewed stew did also have a little bit of X factor, with some skewers of octopus.
I'm a cephalopod guy. I really like it.
And with these impressively tied little satchels of tofu with meat inside.
Oh, the whole thing. It's a tofu sack full of meat.
That's good.
Wow.
I have no idea what's in it.
So eventually Tyler had to concede he had too hastily judged oden in the past, and that this was pretty good.
Do you feel your heart changed about oden?
Yeah, big time, actually. I was wrong.
And hanging out in this intimate space with a little bit of drink.
Beautiful. All-nighter, baby.
And a basically home-cooked meal in front of us, I would say the vibes were overall pretty great in here. And though I wouldn't say we earned the spot of full-fledged regulars after just one visit, I do think I might have impressed Murakami-san just a little with my knowledge of throwback video game soundtracks, which he had been blasting the whole time.
Yeah. Castlevania. It sounds like Castlevania. A little bit. Castlevania?
Yeah,
it is!
It is Castlevania! Let's go!
Oh, let's see! Murakami-san, bring it!
That's what I'm talking about.
But before Murakami-san could drink us under the table, it was time for us to head over to our next stop. Taito Station Arcade, also located in Shinjuku, which isn't necessarily an all-nighter spot, but it is open until 1 a.m., so a pretty late-night spot nonetheless. Now, there are are a lot of semi-late night arcades in Tokyo, and Taito Station is one of the larger chains. This location in Shinjuku is one of their bigger ones, and on this fateful night, all 5 of its floors were filled to the brim with people trying to get their game on. So we're going to be here for the next couple of hours to burn some time, but also mostly burn some money.
We're just gonna try to burn some money. Oh, Lord. And let me try to play a claw game that you're never gonna win at. Insanity. Absolute insanity.
Because the main activity in there is crane games, which Tyler and I don't have a lot of experience with, but we're gonna try and win at least one thing. I can't promise, but hopefully win one thing. Now, when you walk into the first floor, you're greeted by just rows and rows of crane games, which I'm sure you can tell are basically like claw machines, where you try and grab the item inside and then drop it down the chute. And this first floor had mostly large plushies as the prizes, like big Pokemon characters, sharks, frogs, some giant geese, amongst others. I kind of like the Teletubby with
Even gacha games are more forgiving than UFO catchers. I'm sure they are, Akibo. I am sure they are, but oh God, I hate crane games. All of the years that I've played in arcades, there is not one game that I hate more than crane games. I fucking hate crane games. Because there's no skill involved. You just have to be lucky knowing that you're going to be able to have the claw reach down and have just enough tense strength to grab onto the item you're trying to grab.
bunny ears. I'm scheming. The second floor is also filled with crane games, but this time, instead of plushies, they were mostly boxed figurines with little loops on the corner. Potentially higher value prizes, but they seemed a lot harder to get. And then the third floor was mostly filled with mini crane machines, with extremely cute prizes inside. Oh my god, meta. Mini crane game for an even minier crane game. I like this vaguely furry edamame, as well as some gachapon or capsule dispenser machines in the corner, which are my favorites because I don't have to do anything. I just twist the lever and then out comes a product.
I wouldn't mind paying my money for those capsules. The capsule thing, I don't care if I get something else. I don't care what I get from one of those machines. Like one of those ball machines. At least I get to go home with something. You know what I mean? You don't even need to do anything.
It's less rewarding.
I don't really like suspense. The fourth floor was sort of a casino/arcade mashup, all set to the soundtrack of this hands-only version of Dance Dance Revolution, or as we dubbed it, Slap Slap Revolution, yeah, for sure. Dude, he's good at that. Really good. Nice. He's really good at that. There were what looked like slot machines and online poker, and then some video games and retro arcade games tucked in the corner. I tried my hands at Whack-A-Gator. Ah! I am not as good as Slap Slap Revolution guy. And Tyler tried his hand at the vending machine, which was sorely needed.
Of course. It doesn't matter which arcade machine you play at, you're always going to win when you play the vending machine.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go play some games, baby.
And then finally, the fifth floor was a pretty serious-seeming photo booth floor. There were huge vanity mirrors and people doing entire hair and makeup routines up there, which did seem pretty fun, but tonight, we had a date with a crane. Now, I thought the mini crane games on the third floor might be the easiest to get a prize out of, so we started there. Oh no! I'm devastated. But I quickly struck out across the board, with the mini realistic chips and the mini otters. I just flipped them over. Yeah. I didn't get them at all. And the mini plush aesthetic sandwiches. No! No. Dude, I'm not going to get anything. We did briefly entertain the idea of trying to get a box prize on the second floor.
Yeah, I didn't get it. Oh, that's an airboat.
Yeah. But there was clearly some further strategy to doing this that we didn't totally understand. It kind of feels like you're supposed to go for the little tag, but I actually think that's red herring. I think you're supposed to try and knock the box off the platform.
Or like forcep it.
Prepare yourself for even more Tyler lore. Tyler's convinced you're supposed to forcep them. I don't think that's the case.
I think I relate to that because I got forcepped.
Tyler was forcepped out of his mother's birth canal. Yeah. And so now he thinks...
I guess that makes sense. I don't know. Here's a fact about Gachapon. Their name is based on the onomatopoeia for gacha gacha, which is the sound of the cranking of the dial and the pawn of the item coming out. Oh. I didn't know that.
That's a valid way of extracting a prize from a crane
I didn't
game.
know that.
But I refuse to go home empty-handed. So I figured we should just park ourselves in front of one of the big plushie machines downstairs. Should we try for the Teletubby? Yeah. And just grind until we got it.
Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butt.
No!
Safia, lose every time. I guarantee you. It doesn't matter how many times you try, you will lose every time. You will lose this game every time. Playing a crane game is very much like The Prisoner, in that the only way you can win is if you don't play at all. That's just facts. That's just a fact, people. My God.
You want your butter knife?
Apparently I didn't. Now, after trying this many times, I can tell you it's not just about aim.
Like that.
Oh. I like the crotch hold.
Yeah, crotch hold it.
Like, I was picking the Teletubby up pretty cleanly every time, but even when things seemed promising, it would just slip out of my claw's grasp.
No! This is torture.
There probably is some strategy you could hone here. Maybe picking it up at certain points will make it flip over closer to the opening.
Simone Biles, this one. You got this.
But there are also some theories out there that these type of crane games are just rigged.
No!
And though I can't say for sure, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just like a slot machine, where like every 30 tries, it'll just let you win.
Yeah, look away and shame, punk.
We spent like $8 on that.
But after striking out time after time...
Oh, come on, man. This has to be a joke.
We decided to try out a different machine in the back that also had the Telebunnies.
I'm just thinking about all the Playboy Teletubbies I could have bought with the amount of money we spent trying to get one.
And either the crane machine gods finally shined down on me, or the guy pushing the buttons in the back finally took pity on me, because suddenly...
Yes!
Yay! You finally won. Once. My dad was actually really good at those games and won me a large stuffed bear. Aww. I'll admit, Raven, that's really nice. I'm glad to hear that your dad was good at those. I want a giant goose one. I keep telling you, chat, look. I keep telling you, the only way to win is to not play at all. Is to not play at all. And yet you still want the prizes inside. Go to AliExpress and search for like a stuffed goose plushie. For God's sake. If you want one so bad, just buy it. Don't play a crane game for it. Jesus Christ, you're gonna burn more money out of it in the long run.
Let's go! We hit the jackpot.
Worth every yen, okay?
So here he is in all his glory, Playboy Bunny Poe.
You know what? I love him.
I love him.
It does feel better when you earn it.
And by some even more divine intervention,
I want a Gengar beanbag. Again! Just buy one! Just buy one from an online store. Don't... So she got a... Yeah. Yeah, no, you could say that. You could say that. Goddamn people. but I can't find one anywhere. Well, keep looking. Keep looking. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Look on like, I don't know where it is, but like, and you can't get one out of a crane game. Exactly. Fucking exactly. And even if you went to like one of those websites from Japan, like an auction website, right? You tried to buy an item from there, and you won it in the auction. You're gonna be charged up the ass because of the goddamn tariffs. Save your money, people. Save your fucking money. I can't believe I'm the sane one. Bring this out into the empty fucking void. Am I the only sane one in this stream? I feel like I'm crazy pills. Mortal, you forgot I could sew. Well, do that. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Do that. Make your own. Make your own beanbag. Oh. Oh. I saw the DMs. I am looking at the DMs. I am looking at the... No. Raven? No. No. If you want a Gengar beanbag, because this shit looked... $300? $300 for a beanbag chair? Are you out of your mind? Just make your own. Buying supplies to make one might be cheaper than the beanbag chair itself. Again, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now. The sheer audacity. Just the sheer fucking audacity. I know a website to buy the fabric. Send it to Raven, Kibo. Send it to Raven. She might appreciate it.
As we were finishing up our B-roll of the different machines, I did try and snag this shark just for the heck of it.
What?
And what you're seeing actually did happen. I got it on my first try.
Yay!
Dude, do I have a magic touch? Am I better at this than you?
I know that site. Good for you, Raven. Good for you.
And either it was the jet lag wearing off, or the pure adrenaline from winning Playboy Bunny Poe.
Just very pleased.
But suddenly, I was feeling kind of awake. Okay, so our next stop is Don Quixote. Specifically...
Don Quixote is real, baby. They're going to the mega Don Quixote. Let's fucking go. Also, I want to do the beanbag that is like Snorlax beanbag that looks more like a teddy bear. Don Quixote. Yay! Oh my god.
The Mega Donkey in Shibuya. Don Quixote historically was a discount store in Japan, though nowadays I'm not sure the prices are much lower in there than at other stores. But it is definitely kind of a must-visit / meme for a few reasons, but notably...
Don Quixote is a fucking meme. Unbelievable.
Almost all of its locations are open late into the night, and many are open 24/7.
And I've seen so many TikToks of people being like, disassociating in Don Quixote at 3 a.m. So that's our goal. Maybe not quite 3 a.m. yet, but late night discount shopping.
Late night discount shopping and disassociating at Don Quixote. What a vibe. What an absolute vibe. He gay. Yay! The Don Quixote penguin sucks cock. Hell yeah! Go Don Quixote. Go Don. Go Don. Suck dick. Suck dick. Grab his dick and twist it! Got in 4K. Right, I don't care, Raven. I don't care. I don't care.
So let's head inside and disassociate in Don Quixote. Let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah.
This mega donkey is 7 stories tall, and when you first walk in,
Martian, save that for a honeymoon.
it is instantly pretty overwhelming in here. The music is loud, there's streamers everywhere. Immediate overstimulation. How can you disassociate in here? It's so, well, actually, maybe I can. Yeah. I could, maybe. And the place, even around midnight, is pretty crowded.
So everyone else is pulling all night, too.
Now, besides its chaotic vibe and famously earwormy theme song, Don Quixote is famous for selling pretty much anything and everything under the sun. Cat got your bag? And there are a ton of videos online about the kind of products you have to pick up while at Don Quixote. I love that sign. Yeah. It says popular with foreigners. A lot of these haul videos then even conclude with buying a suitcase at Don Quixote to bring your mega haul home in. So though I don't want to have to drag around too much tonight, I do want to get at least... These haul videos then even conclude with buying a suitcase at Don Quixote to bring your mega haul home in.
That is smart. You know what? Buying an obnoxiously large suitcase for your Don Quixote haul, that might be smart. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try to be realistic about this, but like if I ever went to Don Quixote and I shopped there, realistically speaking, I would probably maybe pick up 1 or 2 items there. I'm not sure. That's the problem with me. I'm not sure what I would pick up at Don Quixote. I really don't know. It would probably have to be like things that I feel like I would need in my life somehow that would make things slightly better. I don't know.
So though I don't want to have to drag around too much tonight, I do want to get at least a mini haul. It's less of like an easily influenced thing and more of like a fear of missing out thing, where it's like, you're in Japan, if you don't buy this now, you'll never be able to get it again. Exactly. I'm not easily influenced, I swear. And our shopping really got going on the second floor, which was an interesting mix of hair care, toothbrushes, and snacks. Both plenty of Japanese snacks, but also brands that we have in the US that just have super different flavors in Japan. Ooh. Welcome to the land of Kit Kats. There were...
wait a minute, wait. I remember these. Japan has so many flavors of Kit Kat. It's insane. Absolutely insane. You love those? Nice.
Peach flavored Kit Kats, cherry blossom flavored Kit Kats, red bean sandwich flavored Kit Kats.
Manager recommended, baby.
So many Kit Kats, in fact, that we decided to get a bunch and do a taste test for a short that will come out at some point.
Nice.
Wasabi flavor.
Wasabi flavor. Yep. I remember that. I remember that flavor. I remember that. I've gotten some from a family member who was stationed in Japan. Lucky. Raven, you're absolutely lucky. Oh, God, if only, you know. Maybe one day.
It's a popular one.
That sounds just crazy enough for a TikTok. With the hair care aisles came a parade of viral beauty items that I've seen before that I really wanted, but I knew it was not a good idea to be carting around huge amounts of viral hair mask. Oh my God, and they like sell it in like giant Capri Sun packages.
Whoa, my God. Whoa. Just, whoa.
To bring back to the States.
So I tried to contain myself, which got even harder on the next floor, as it was the bona fide skincare and beauty section, which had a lot of stuff that was on my list.
Why do they look like delicious caramels?
I want to eat them. I'm getting this. Viral toners, viral cleansers, viral face masks. Although I've heard that this one is the viral one, but this one is the really good one.
Ooh, shit. They sent me the green tea, peach, dark chocolate, and sakura flavors. Nice.
That's what I've heard.
Okay.
So maybe I should get both. Viral cushion foundations and viral lipsticks that I just couldn't pass up. This I saw on Shorts. I saw it on YouTube Shorts, actually.
Whoa.
Not TikTok.
Whoa, watch yes, baby.
This is like an AirPod-shaped like lipstick case. This is the tester, so it's a bit disheveled, but looks fun, right? And there were maybe a couple items I found that could actually be useful during the rest of our all-nighter. So, like these self-heating aromatherapy eye masks. They're kind of like those hand-warming packs, but for your eyes.
Wow.
And they're supposed to be very calming and rejuvenating, and we could maybe we could do one tonight, right? Tyler did also have his eye on some foot products. We're looking for mid all-nighter plantar fasciitis relief, right?
Yes.
Sophia's looking for makeup stuff. Meanwhile, Tyler's looking for foot stuff. How am I not surprised? Like genuinely, how am I not even surprised at this point?
So maybe not this. It's more like foot skincare. But more on that later. By the time we got to the 4th floor, the crowd had started to thin out. Maybe it was getting later, or the clothes and jewelry were just less in demand. But I think everyone was missing out, as immediately I am drawn to the selection of samurai swords in the back.
Ooh, that is cool. That samurai swords with an eye shot of the escalator. Don Quixote, what the fuck? Don Quixote, what in the wow. Wow.
Yes, please.
Wow.
I
Wow.
don't think they'll let you bring that on as a carry-on.
Then maybe you could put it in the check bag. More realistically, there were some t-shirts I was interested in, as well as some niche Pokemon socks, and Don Quixote penguin Crocs. Don Crocote. Oh, and then Mrs. Don Crocote. But the thing I decided I really needed, okay, this is a must, was a comically giant backpack.
Comically large backpack. Sure, go with that.
This is my replacement for a Don Quixote suitcase, which I feel like would fit perfectly amongst our family of other giant clothing.
It like toddlerized you. You know, like when a kid has like a giant backpack? Yeah, that's what you look like.
And for some Sophia lore, yes, I was a giant backpack kid. Though no, thankfully, not a rolling backpack kid. Now, the 5th floor was mostly toys and souvenirs. There was a big Sanrio section, some waxed fake food, some Studio Ghibli miniatures, and some Pokemon figurines. Look, it's cunty superior. And right next to the Smisky figurines and the Magikarp hats, the kids' toys quickly transitioned into the adult toys.
Oh. And lucky for us, we have an ad break. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
Next time, let the clutch out easier. Right.
Welcome back from the ad breaks chat. Let's see here. What do we get for ads? Velveeta, DirecTV, My Entertainment, Audible, and Amazon Prime. Kibo, you're on a roll, I swear. But yeah, now we've reached the sexy section of Don Quixote.
Ready?
Oh, zoinks. Camera's blurring.
Yeah,
Whoa.
it's pretty much wall-to-wall vibrators.
Yep.
Some of which were behind a curtain. Vibrators on the horizon, vibrators to the left, to the right, to the behind, in the behind, everywhere. And some of which were not. At first I thought these were fleshlights, and it turns out they are. So, the more you know.
Okay. They're all fleshlights. Lovely. Lovely to know that.
As we ascended to the last few floors, I did find myself getting lost in the donkey dimension more and more. Oh, dragons! Now that's what I'm talking about, people. How long had we been in here? I did not know. What was in my basket? I could barely remember. And yet, we forged on. Next up, to the tech products and tech accessories. And beyond speakers, ring lights, and a whole section of beauty gadgets.
Ooh. I know awards aren't really your thing, but the VMAs gave Busta Rhymes a Golden Award. Good for him. Good. You know what? Good for him. Good for Busta Rhymes. I'm glad that he got an award at least.
It's our beauty gadgets. We're filming a whole video with beauty gadgets later. We did finally find Tyler a foot product to help his aching feet.
Yay! You finally found another foot product for Tyler. Let's go.
Okay, wait. This might be a winner. A strap-on vibrating foot massager, and then the turbo version.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Look at that guy. He's literally Super Saiyan right now.
Look at the difference between the two.
I mean, why would you ever choose this one? You gotta choose this one.
You want this one?
Yeah.
Oh my god. And I think it was just past the book nooks and right next to the entire wall dedicated to Kirby where I entered full Don Quixote state.
Yes. Yes. We have entered Don Quixote state.
Have I reached disassociating in Don Quixote? I might have. I might have reached it. I think it's the wall of Kirby's that's doing it for me. This is who I want to be.
Taunting me.
This is who I truly be. So, goal achieved, I guess. Now, we had been judicious enough with our haul that by the time we reached the 7th floor, we didn't need to buy a suitcase from the giant suitcase section. I think the giant backpack is going to suffice for us, but that doesn't mean we won't necessarily be back here later this week. So instead, we joined the giant line right next to it. I think this is the line. Yeah. Maybe we should get in it. And after a bit of a wait, we eventually escaped the overstimulating halls of Mega Donkey and headed out into the ever-lightening night. Not a bad haul for jet-lagged and slightly disassociating whilst shopping.
The other was Mariah Carey. It's always Mariah Carey, bro. Every time Christmas comes around, every time the Christmas season comes around, every time the Christmas decorations come around, you're going to hear Mariah Carey on the fucking radio. It's so annoying, man. So annoying. Like, I just want to enjoy Christmas in peace. Well, this is different. She performed a whole new song for a whole new album. Here's the thing, Wesley. Mariah Carey is able to do that just because she can, I guess. And the reason why she's able to do that is because with All I Want for Christmas Is You, she's going to be able to essentially just like live forever on the radio. Mariah Carey's going to live forever on the radio, and she is going to be earning so many goddamn royalties from that goddamn song. If I see one piece of tinsel up in my area before I get my motherfucking turkey leg. My thoughts exactly, Keeble. My thoughts exactly. I don't care if Mariah Carey has a new album, bro. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Someone might dethrone that. Someone might dethrone that. Maybe one day, Wesley. Maybe one day. But not today. Not today. Lil Nas X came close. Lil Nas X came close. Kendrick Lamar came close. Shabuzi came close. Every fucking Christmas is the same goddamn song. I'm going to insert long list of words that would violate all the rules of the Geneva Convention and Bill of Rights because people need to follow the damn holiday charts. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much, Kibo. Pretty much.
You restrained yourself.
I think that just means we're coming back later in the trip. Yeah. And for a complete vibe switch, our next stop was...
Ooh, now we're going to a hotel. Let's go.
Somewhere a little more private. Okay, so we've officially entered Uncanny Valley time. It's very late, but it's not really early yet.
Right.
So we're gonna spend the next couple of hours at a love hotel. This love hotel, Hotel Sarah, right behind me. Bedazzled in all her glory. Now, a love hotel is basically a short stay hotel meant for just two people. Yes, as the name implies, generally for knocking boots. And they are, as a general rule, open 24/7. So bona fide all-nighter establishments. And I've seen quite a few videos of people trying out themed love hotels in Japan before, so I've always wanted to visit one. Come on in. There are other couples here.
Yeah. There are other couples here. I'm sure there are. Okay, I gotta say, I actually did go to Japan twice. Their nights look beautiful. I'm just gonna have to take your word for it, Wesley. I really am. Bonafide. Bonafide.
This is why we're being very covert. We're gonna come back down and film the lobby when it's more empty. It's kind of popping right now. Yeah. There are people at the touchscreen choosing rooms. And Hotel Sarah is one of the only love hotels left in central Tokyo that still has over-the-top themed rooms, like a camping themed room, a train car themed room, and more.
Oh, that is sick. That is actually pretty sick.
This is us. Yeah. You can tell by the hospital above the room number. Shall we? Yeah. I don't know what the horse jockey means, though. We ended up choosing the sexy doctor's office room.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's a second door. Okay. Don't come on. Oh, come on in. And once we got past the, I guess, mud room. All right, you can go all the way in now. All right, cool. Here we go. Here is our love hotel suite. And my first impression was spacious, as the non-doctor side of the room was legitimately bigger than the hotel room we were actually staying in on our trip, with plenty of amenities and a decked out vanity. And once I saw the giant wet room shower/bathtub, ooh.
I did stay in somewhere big. It was nice. That's good.
It's pretty big, actually.
Yeah, it looks big.
I was ready to move in, though there were some sexy, not just a normal hotel room touches with the, like, party favors behind the bed.
Of course they... It was like something I would stay in Las Vegas. That makes... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Of course, you get the party favors as well.
And the adjustable mood lighting.
Oh! Big time purple.
Do you like this?
Like in a sexy way?
Is this working for you? But of course, the star of the show is the attached sexy doctor's office annex. That's right, baby. It's been a year. It's time for your checkup. Featuring a realistic examination table with conveniently placed mirror, a box full of doctor time accessories, as well as some sexy x-rays on the wall.
Nice.
Although there is also what seems to be like sort of like a knee replacement in the top right.
Well, they need grounded realism.
It is sexy positions, but also she needed an x-ray on her knee.
That's why she was there.
That's why she was there. There's also an eye test with apparently some suggestive innuendos hidden in the Japanese text.
Nice.
I can't tell you what they are, but apparently there are some. And to round out the room, there's also a guest book for those who have visited the doctor's office to sign. This room is busy. Dude, this is like people who stayed in here like 2 days ago. People love it in here. Yeah. I mean, I can see why. And after inspecting all of the details of our room, it was time for some love hotel activities. This YouTube video is going to remain PG-13. Or R-rated. Whatever.
R-rated more than likely. Oh yeah, Japan had one where there were chains and whips. Ha!
But not X-rated. So we decided
Not
to have
X-rated.
a PJ party instead, featuring some of the stuff we had bought at Mega Donkey and also some stuff you can order via room service, which at Hotel Sarah is not food, but rather a large variety of items on demand.
Sodas, costumes, PJs, potentially sex toys, vibrators.
Which you can order via the very large TV.
Nice.
Suddenly watching curling, Scotland versus Japan.
Oh, I see menu. Here we go.
Though obviously some of the nurses' costumes fit our Dr. Feelgood theme very well, we did find some cute sets of matching pajamas, as well as a few more activities to fill out our PJ party itinerary.
Are you curious what this alligator is? I mean,
Oh wow, indeed. Oh wow, indeed. The TVs are LG. It only makes sense. That is very interesting choices. Very interesting choices indeed. Indeed.
Definitely gator golf. Oh no, maybe it's not.
yeah, it's not.
Though we did pass on the over-the-counter Viagra. You want to take some strong D? No. The answer is no.
I don't think the rest of our team would appreciate that.
Our order was then promptly delivered to our door. Ta-da! A little shopping basket full of treasures. And after almost losing a finger to what turned out to be teeth Jenga, he was right.
Jenga.
Tyler and I slipped into something a little more comfortable.
Kind of like Smurfs.
And it was time to whip out some of the stuff we had brought from Don Quixote and play podiatrist.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at those prods.
That is intimidating.
That is Love Hotel-esque, baby.
The vibrating foot massager was a big hit.
Ooh.
Is that working for you?
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah?
That's tightening.
Though that does mean for the rest of this segment, there will just be a sustained vibrating noise in the background.
See, this is how you push his buttons.
But don't worry, it's just Tyler's foot. Now, in the basement grocery floor of Don Quixote, I'd stumbled upon these little dudes in what seemed to be like a bachelorette party display.
Oh, hello. What have we here?
Which, yes, are location appropriate
Sperm shots.
Unfortunately, that is what they are.
Sperm shots. We're getting them.
Sperm shots, why not? It only makes sense.
And Tyler promised he would take one with me.
Without the heads, they're much more appealing.
Elegant, yeah.
Cheers.
And
in America, that's a Spencer's. Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right, Wesley.
despite how they looked, the flavor was a lot subtler than you would think.
It's really not bad.
Yeah, it tastes pretty good.
Almost like a plain vanilla coconut type flavor.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse.
Oh, yeah.
Goes down easy.
Just don't think about it.
And then to give my tired eyes a rest, I also busted out my lavender self-heating eye mask.
This is totally gonna mess up my makeup. It's fine. I want to do it. Oh.
Which was actually super relaxing.
Wow, actually a great segment.
I love the Love Hotel.
Though the cozier we got, the closer our PJ party came to becoming just a full-on nap. But we couldn't actually fall asleep because that's against the rules of the video.
Blindfolded vlogging.
Goes with the territory of the Love Hotel.
And maybe it is a little sexy.
Yeah.
You know, we have a vibrator, we have a blindfold.
Yeah, they're just being used in different ways.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it was time for us to nut up, get out of bed.
Whoa. Oh, it's bright.
Welcome to reality. It's 3 a.m., Saf.
Honestly, that helped me.
Change back into our real clothes and take on our final stop of the night, which was, at long last, Sunrise Sushi.
Oh yeah, Sunrise Sushi. Let's go.
Baby. Except it was actually still a couple of hours before sunrise, but since this place is in pretty high demand, we had to get there early. It's located at the Toyosu Fish Market, which is the main fish market in Tokyo. A lot of it is obviously a working market where they hold a giant tuna auction at 5 a.m. every morning, but there are also a lot of restaurants inside the market that serve the freshly caught fish.
By the way, those places have a smell. I can only imagine what that smell is like. Now, while I myself probably never gone here, probably never will, I imagine it's just a lot of fish. Smells of fish. Yep, called it. So, basically, if you ever go to Seattle and you go to the Puget Sound Market, you'll get this. It's, I guess, probably going to get the same smell as you would here in Japan. Maybe. Just a guess. Just a guess.
One of the most famous of which is our destination, Sushi Dai, a longtime favorite whose popularity has skyrocketed even more with the many Instagram and TikTok videos about it.
We made it. 4 a.m. in the sushi line.
4 a.m., baby.
We got there around 4, which is around when you should get in line if you want to eat morning sushi, but one of our producers, Loretta, had gone ahead and gotten in line at 3 just to make sure we would have a spot for at least the 2 of us.
Ooh, baby.
So, thanks, Loretta.
Second line.
I think I see some brightness in the sky.
Look at that.
But it all felt worth it when we finally put our names in at around 5 a.m.
Let her rip, baby.
Yeah.
Though we did then have to wait for another hour before Sushi Dai actually opened at 6.
Do you have any of those leftover yen?
Oh, you mean from the arcade? In fact, I do.
Nice.
Just enough time to grab our last vending machine coffee and catch some of the first glimpses of daylight.
Making it to the break of dawn, baby.
Oh my God, it is the break of dawn.
Yeah.
That's right now. I
Break
feel
of dawn.
Tyler knows nothing of Twilight, okay? So ignore him completely.
But after milling around for a bit, it was finally time for our reservation. Now, Sushi Dai is an omakase restaurant, meaning that the chef will choose your meal for you, and you have basically no say in the matter. Although you can choose if you want morning sake or not. And we figured, why not have a little nightcap?
That's no sperm shot. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
And a 12-course sushi menu here is about $40 per person.
Whoa. $40 for a whole thing of sushi? Wow. Wow. Part of me is like, I'm kind of interested in this, but then another part of me is like, but the money though, it's a lot of money. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's just a weird feeling to go through right now.
Which is a pretty insane deal.
Oh.
So after some miso soup and a little egg omelet,
dude, we are on an egg wavelength right now,
came a parade of fresh raw fish unlike anything I had ever seen before.
Cheers.
Some were things that seemed familiar enough, like fatty tuna and snapper.
He's like baptizing them.
Oh, baptized by lemon.
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, baby.
Which were all really good and well garnished.
Actually, the lemon made an impact.
Nothing is ordained, baby.
Sometimes with ginger, sometimes with garlic, sometimes both.
Garlicky?
Zesty.
Ooh.
Though there was plenty of sushi we had never tried before.
Oh yeah, that is some chrome fish, baby.
Like this chrome horse mackerel and swordfish.
The swordfish did taste like a barbecue chip.
Scallion goodness.
And tuna cheek steak, the steak of the sea.
Is it steak or fish?
I think it's steak.
It was fish.
What's super good?
Is that fish or is that steak?
It does taste like steak.
Now, I think the idea of getting sushi so early in the morning is that you get like these super fresh fish, and this all did taste very fresh, but the omakase does also get you out of your comfort zone, trying things you normally never would.
Mollusk, baby.
You know what? I think I kind of understand the appeal of this now. Because, you know, again, as Safia said in the narration, like, you're getting out of your comfort zone by just, like, trying all of this different food, which is really cool. I don't like the price. I'm not a fan of the price, but I don't know. Maybe it would be worth it. Maybe that's just me.
It's the chicken in the shell.
And for us, that was definitely this abalone, which looked pretty intimidating, but after taking a bite...
It does kind of taste like chicken.
That's very poultry.
And we ended up really liking it.
I'm astral planing. I'm getting drunk. It's sunrise. I'm eating just sushi, just piece after piece. I'm just shoving them in my mouth.
And after popping some gorgeous orange salmon roe like a bottle of celebratory champagne...
Is that a flawless victory right there?
It dawned on me that we had made it, as it was nearing 7 a.m., and it was definitely officially morning.
And I think we're still awake. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure we're still awake.
Yep, they're
and
still
with the
awake.
rush of adrenaline adrenaline and accomplishment, I realized I wasn't all that tired.
I feel like we nailed this.
Yeah.
I think we successfully pulled an all-nighter
did
in
it.
Tokyo.
Yes.
I do
They
think we
did
had a
it.
pretty awesome night, experiencing a bunch of things I've always wanted to try, and I would definitely do them all again.
Except for the crane game. No more crane game.
Except maybe next time I'll try and visit a slightly more out-of-the-way mega donkey, just to try and avoid the midnight rush.
I'm
Yeah,
feeling pretty pleased.
probably a
Yeah.
good idea.
Though I can now confidently confirm that this
Immediately got an ice cream cone. Really, Tyler? Now?
experiment does not help your jet lag, because I am thoroughly confused.
I'm not sure if I want to pass out immediately or just kind of like free ball it and stay up for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Who knows what the right plan is?
Right.
So, good morning, Tokyo. Good night, us.
Subscribe for more all-nighter content.
Yeah.
Actually, please do let me know if you want more all-nighter content, because it's a little hard.
Yeah.
So if you don't like it, we won't make more.
Tell
but if you
us.
do, let us know.
We will.
We'll at least consider it.
Yes.
And with that,
We'll at least
we will see you
consider it.
guys next time.
Bye-bye for now. Hell yeah, they did. They absolutely killed it. Raid target, maybe Croc. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea for a raid target. What about cider martine or Beirut flower? That's what I was thinking of, but we could do Croc if he's still alive somehow. We'll see. We'll see about that. Let me see if I can find another short video somehow. I don't short video that's not gonna absolutely traumatize. Hopefully, I have no fucking clue. I have no goddamn clue. No clue. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Because why not? Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Alright. 20 creepypastas inspired by real events. Let's fucking go. Gansfeld experiment. Huh.
The Gansfeld experiment is a psychological and paranormal test designed to explore extrasensory perception, also known as ESP. Originally developed in the 1960s and 70s, the experiment tested the effects of sensory deprivation on the human brain. Participants would wear halved ping pong balls over their eyes, listen to white noise through headphones, and be bathed in red light. This setup was meant to block out normal sensory input, inducing a mild trance or a hallucinatory state. In this state, some researchers believe that subjects might be more open to telepathic messages or subconscious thoughts. In the creepypasta version, the narrator recounts his personal experiments with the Gansfeld method.
Huh. Telepathic thoughts. Okay.
Documenting the unsettling visions reported by participants. Some claim to see complex mathematical formulas scrolling across their vision. Others saw distorted faces or disembodied hands reaching towards them. One participant described a gnawing sense of dread, as if something was in the room watching him. The story implies that this experiment might do more than just alter perception. It might open a door. Whether that door leads to the subconscious, another dimension, or, God forbid, something darker is left unclear.
Right.
In real life, however, the experiment's connection to supernatural phenomena is purely speculative.
Purely speculative, yeah. Sounds about right. Okay, let's read this. Gansfield procedure. At first, it sounds like a bad practical joke. Begin by turning the radio to a station playing static, then lie down on the couch and tape a pair of halved ping pong balls over your eyes. Within minutes, you should begin to experience a bizarre set of sensory distortions. Some people see horses prancing in the clouds or hear the voice of a dead relative. Turns out that the mind is addicted to sensation, so that when there's little to sense, that's the purpose of the ping pong balls and static, your brain ends up inventing its own. Huh. Well, ain't that something?
The Gansfield setup was indeed used in parapsychology experiments in the 1970s. The goal was to test whether the subjects in a sensory-deprived state could receive images being mentally sent by another person in a separate room.
Oh. That is interesting. Trying to telepathically send an image to a participant by someone else in the room. Although I don't think it worked. This just sounds like torture. Yeah, it does. I'll give you that one. Yeah.
However, when the brain is deprived of input, it can fill the gaps itself, leading to visual distortions, phantom sounds, and a creeping sense of presence.
Right.
Common ingredients in ghost stories. So, while the Gansfield experiment doesn't open a literal gateway to the paranormal, it does reveal how strange and fragile human perception can be, which to me is a lot more terrifying than the actual story.
That does sound pretty terrifying. I'll give you that. Julia Lagar. Huh.
Julia Legree was a woman who...
Oh, Julia Legree. Okay.
Who, according to legend, was mistakenly buried alive in her family's mausoleum in 1852. Years later, when the tomb was reopened, her skeletal remains were discovered huddled near the door, implying that she had woken up inside and desperately tried to escape. The story of her death became one of South Carolina's most infamous ghost stories. In the creepypasta, the OP claims they were locked inside Julia's mausoleum overnight by friends as a...
Of course. That's fucked.
Cruel prank.
Oh, okay. They were buried inside of a mausoleum as a cruel prank. God. Kids can be assholes, man.
As the night progresses, they describe an intense pressure in the air, like being watched by something unseen. Scratching noises echo through the stone chamber, followed by a piercing scream and the sound of a girl sobbing. When the doors finally open the next morning, the OP is found with streaks of blood across the tomb door and small blood spots on their face as if someone had touched them during the night. Julia Legree was, in fact, a real person who died in 1852 at the age of 23. Though the cause of death is not fully confirmed, many sources suggest she died of diphtheria, a common and often fatal illness at the time. The idea that she was buried alive after slipping into a coma mistaken for death has been widely circulated in folklore but has no confirmed historical evidence.
That sounds terrifying. The idea of just being buried alive by mistake.
It's worth noting that in the 19th century, fear of premature burial was widespread, and this may have helped fuel the legend.
Tower of Silence. Ooh.
Indian officials were investigating multiple missing persons reports near a jungle. They stumbled upon a Zoroastrian dogma, a site traditionally used for exposing bodies to the elements. However, this particular dogma holds disturbing anomalies. 1. The bodies found there did not match the descriptions of the missing people. and locals failed to recognize any of them.
What the fuck? That's not good.
2. Unlike typical dogmas, no birds were present to consume the corpses, only maggots and flies.
Well, those are literally the only two creatures that are there whenever they're consuming, like, the bodies of... You get the point. You get the point.
3. Officials never conducted a full count of the bodies, as they felt uneasy and avoided prolonged investigation. 4. A deep pit in the center contained festering blood, far more than the surrounding corpses could have supplied. 5. When a villager accidentally kicked a bone into the pits, a gas explosion erupted, splashing officials with decomposing blood. Those affected became delirious, ranting about being tainted by a Hirman, or a Zoroastrian embodiment of evil. They later died in quarantine after attacking hospital staff. And 6. When officials returned the next day in hazmat gear, the site was completely empty. The bodies and blood had vanished, leaving only a single photograph as evidence.
What the fuck?
While the creepypasta is purely fictional, the Tower of Silence is a real procedure dating back to at least the 5th century BCE. The purpose of the tower was to allow human corpses to decompose without contaminating the soil, which was believed to be sacred by the Zoroastrians. However, by the 20th century, the practice was largely abandoned due to urban expansion and changing beliefs.
Right. Capgras delusion. I could swear I've heard about that phenomenon before, but I could just never, like, get the actual definition of it. But Capgras delusion, that is actually a thing. That is a real thing.
Charles Manson was, by all means, a completely healthy person. Unfortunately, his wife, Harriet Manson, had developed a rare condition called Capgras delusion, which is the belief that a friend or family member has been replaced by an identical imposter.
That's what it means. The belief that a family member of you, or like someone close to you, was replaced by an identical clone. That is scary. That is actually fucking scary. Holy shit.
This belief occurred when she suffered an aneurysm, which severely damaged her brain. In this case, Harriet believed her younger brother, Nolan, was replaced by an imposter, but she mostly kept this to herself. The night before her surgery, she whispered into Charles's ear, "Nolan's gone, Charlie. That's someone else. I don't know who he is, but it's not him. I'm so sorry." Harriet did not survive the surgery. Charles gained custody of Nolan, but for reasons unknown, he too began to believe that the boy was not who he claimed to be. His growing paranoia culminated in a knife attack. Nolan was stabbed 3 times in the chest and stomach, but survived the ordeal. Charles was committed to a mental institution, where he remains today. Several years later, Nolan, now a young adult, has forgiven Charles and visits him on his birthdays. Charles, however, had only one thing to say in a recent interview. The real Nolan would never forgive me.
What the fuck? Oh.
While the story and these characters likely never existed, Capgras delusion is a real psychological condition. It's often associated with schizophrenia, brain injuries, or dementia. However, the story twists this by implying that Charles developed this condition through association with his wife. Merely being told that her brother was an imposter was enough for Charles to land in a mental institution. Thankfully, this seems unlikely, but the condition is very real.
Yeah. Sleep paralysis, again, another very real condition, I believe.
The sleep paralysis creepypasta is a short story based on a very real phenomenon. During REM sleep, the body enters a natural state of paralysis, triggered by chemicals that prevent us from acting out our dreams. However, on rare occasions, a person may regain consciousness before their body wakes up, leaving them fully aware but completely immobile. This terrifying state is known as sleep paralysis. Common symptoms include an overwhelming sense of dread, inability to move or speak, hallucinations, tightness in the chest, difficulty breathing, sweating, and intense emotional distress. Many people report seeing shadowy figures in the room, feeling a presence looming nearby, or even sensing something sitting on their chest. These experiences are often so vivid that it becomes difficult to distinguish dreams from reality. In the creepypasta, the narrator awakens paralyzed in bed, unable to speak or call out. As their vision adjusts in the dark, they notice something is wrong. Their spouse is lying beside them, but completely still. When the paralysis finally breaks and the narrator is able to move, they realize in horror that their partner is dead. Her throat has been slashed, and her wide, unblinking eyes are frozen in terror.
Oh. Holy shit. Oh, God. The Alice killings. Oh, God, this is going to get dark.
From 1999 to 2005, a series of unsolved murders supposedly took place in Japan. At each crime scene, a playing card was left behind by the killer, marked with the word Alice written in blood. The 5 known victims were Sasaki Megumi, a 29-year-old restaurant owner, Yamane Akio, a local singer in a small band, Kai Sakura, a teenage girl, and siblings Oshiro Hayato and Hina. While there were a few suspects and even one reported arrest, the killer was never caught, and the murders remain unsolved. That is, of course, just a story. There is no record in Japanese police history of such a case.
Right.
And the Alice killings are widely considered as just a creepypasta.
Yeah.
Japanese readers have pointed out that a crime spree of this magnitude would have received widespread media coverage, both domestically and internationally. Yet no legitimate news sources or police records exist to back it up. The story appears to be loosely inspired by a real case in Spain involving a serial killer known as the Playing Card Killer. In 2003, Alfredo Galan left playing cards next to his victims at several crime scenes before being arrested and imprisoned. Galan had no ties to Japan and never used the name Alice.
Right.
But the detail of the card being left behind is strikingly similar.
According to the story, Soviet engineers were drilling deep into the Kola Peninsula in search of oil or natural gas. Their drill suddenly begins to spin wildly, indicating that they had struck an empty chamber deep beneath the earth. Then, intense heat burst forth from the borehole, allegedly reaching temperatures of over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But the most disturbing part came when they lowered a heat-resistant microphone into the pit. What they reportedly captured were the anguished screams of countless voices crying out in torment. One horrified geologist is alleged to have exclaimed, "We have penetrated into the Earth's core and entered the gates of hell."
Okay. As terrifying as this sounds on the surface, that's not likely to be true. Yes, you probably penetrated the Earth's core, but like I don't think you've entered hell. But I think there is like a oh god, what is there? There's like 2 distinct there was like an oil field in or like an underground oil reservoir beneath what was it, Pennsylvania, that was, I think it started burning in like the 60s, and it just kept burning and burning and burning, and it's still burning today, I think. So that could be one possible reference point, but then there's like the wasn't there like a gate to hell somewhere else? I can't remember the exact place, but like it's something similar at least.
So, yeah, the Soviet Union did actually drill into the Kola Peninsula.
Well, okay then. It looks like the Soviet Union really did try to drill into the Earth's core. What? Why would you do that? Why would you try that?
In the 1980s.
Oh, this was in the 80s. That makes sense. That makes sense now.
This was a part of a real scientific project known as the Kola Super Deep Borehole, which ultimately reached a depth of over 40,000 feet, making it the deepest man-made hole into Earth's crust.
Whoa.
Scientists encountered unusual rock formations and high temperatures that made further drilling impossible. But that's where the truth ends. The rest, the demonic screams, the gateway to hell quote, and the so-called audio recording, all fabrication.
Yeah, pretty much. Go ahead and give the thing I sent to Google. Darvaza. Yeah, let me look this up, because if this was the place I was thinking of, Rural Council District. Oh, the door to hell. Oh, yeah. No, that is the place. Yep, that's the place. Yeah, no, you're right. Darvaza. No, that's the exact place I was thinking of. Thank you, Kibo. Much appreciated. Yep, that's exactly the place I was thinking of.
The tape that circulated online was traced back to a loop mix of a sound effect allegedly lifted from a horror movie.
The Titanic coincidence. Maybe this will be a little bit more interesting than scary. I don't know.
14 years before the famous Titanic sank into the North Atlantic Ocean, a man named Morgan Andrew Robertson wrote a book about a ship. The title of the book was Futility. The ship was a triple screw with very few lifeboats, but no one really worried. It was practically unsinkable. It was the largest ship ever created and could hold a capacity of 3,000 passengers and crew members. In the end, 2,500 passengers and crew boarded the ship. Then, one April night, moving at 25 knots, the ship struck an iceberg on its starboard side. It was in the North Atlantic when it sank, 400 nautical miles from Newfoundland. More than half of the passengers on board perished. The novel shares some uncanny similarities with the real-life sinking of the Titanic. Both ships collided with an iceberg in April in the North Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, that much is true. Sure, there are some similarities, but I don't think it's necessarily 1-to-1. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Both did not have enough lifeboats for all of its passengers. Even the sizes of both ships were roughly the same. But the strangest coincidence of all were the ships' names. The real-life one was the Titanic,
right?
But the one from the novel was named Titan. At the end of the day, though, these are just coincidences.
Yeah.
Apparently Robertson, who was also a real person, was accused of precognition or clairvoyance. But even he denied such feats.
Who are you running from?
The Game Boy camera was a digital accessory released in 1998, allowing users to take photos and play mini-games with their Game Boys. However, by selecting the Run option in the menu, users would trigger a disturbing event, a distorted face appearing on the screen, accompanied by the unsettling phrase, "Who are you running from?" Different versions of the Game Boy camera featured multiple eerie faces, each crudely edited with drawn-on features like fake hair, eyebrows, and symbols on their foreheads. The creepypasta tries to link these images to a kidnapping by a cult, with the face marked by a black star representing the leader, while others bore wave symbols, supposedly indicating disciples. The final face, lacking any symbols, was theorized to be the victim. In reality, though, there is no confirmed evidence of the Game Boy camera being linked to any such crimes. The accessory was very real, though, as were the strange images and messages it would sometimes conjure up.
In 1970,
And now we have Annabelle. Great.
a mother purchased a Raggedy Ann doll for her daughter Donna. Some days later, the two noticed that the doll would move on her own. Sometimes they would come home and find the doll in a completely different room or in a different position. In one instance, Donna noticed a blood-like stain on the doll. Frightened, they turned to a spiritual medium for help, and a seance was performed. According to the medium, the doll was possessed by a girl named Annabelle, who tragically passed away as a child. Feeling sympathy for the spirit, Donna kept the doll, until one night, Annabelle seemingly struck again. Donna's roommate Angie was found dead in her bathroom with the words "Wanna Play" written in blood across the wall. Eventually, paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren took possession of the doll, declaring it an extremely dangerous entity. Today, Annabelle is housed in the Warren Occult Museum in a locked case, where she's said to still be active. Snapping back to reality, almost this entire creepypasta was taken from an actual paranormal investigation in the 1970s. Ed and Lorraine Warren are real people, and they supposedly received a Raggedy Ann doll from a student nurse who claimed it was acting strange.
Right.
And yeah, the doll does reside in a real museum called the Warren Occult Museum.
Yeah, all of that is very real. Let's not touch any further. Let's not talk about this any further.
It was even the inspiration for the Conjuring movies. But like a lot of movies about paranormal things or based on a true story, its authenticity is widely debated. And skeptics argue that the events were exaggerated, faked, or fabricated.
Probably, yeah. The Smiling Man.
The Smiling Man is a story about a strange encounter a person had during a late-night walk. The OP lived in a major U.S. city, and one night, he encountered a man dancing from a distance. He was tall, lanky, and was wearing an old suit. He also had an incredibly wide smile plastered on his face. The OP walked away to cross a nearby street, and when he glanced back, he noticed that the Smiling Man stopped dancing and was facing him. As the OP continued to walk, the Smiling Man kept following him. Then, he began running towards him. Unnerved, the OP ran through the dimly lit street until the Smiling Man was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, God.
Afterwards, the OP never walked out late at night again and eventually moved away. While the Smiling Man is a creepypasta, it actually started as a Reddit post on r/letsnotmeet, a community for people to share their scary true encounters. The story was
Okay, it was based on a real encounter. Got it.
posted by user Blue Title, who during an AMA insisted that the story was based on a real encounter he had in Seattle, Washington. At the end of the day, it is just a story. But the idea of a strange encounter with a weirdo late at night in a big city isn't too outlandish.
Yeah, it's not. Bunny Man Bridge. Oh boy.
In 1904, a bus transporting convicts had crashed, allowing the prisoners to escape into the nearby woods. Over time, authorities recaptured all but two, Marcus A. Walster and Douglas J. Griffin. As police continued their manhunt for these two, they would encounter mutilated and half-eaten rabbits throughout the area. Eventually, Marcus was found dead near Fairfax Station Bridge, clutching a crude weapon. However, the killings continued and Douglas was blamed for the carnage, earning the nickname the Bunny Man. The story takes a darker turn when, on Halloween night in 1905, 3 teenagers were found brutally murdered at the bridge. Their bodies were hung from the overpass of the Fairfax Station Bridge, so that their dangling legs were seen by oncoming traffic. Since then, the bridge had been dubbed the Bunny Man Bridge, and every few years, gruesome murders would occur there. The Bunny Man legend originates from 2 documented incidents in Fairfax County, Virginia in 1970. Historian Brian A. Conley researched the legend and found reports of a man in a rabbit costume threatening people with an axe. The first incident occurred on October 19, 1970, when Robert Bennett, a U.S. Air Force Academy cadet, and his fiancée were parked on Guinea Road in Burke, Virginia. Suddenly, their car window was smashed, and a man in a white suit shouted at them about trespassing. As they fled, they found a hatchet inside their car. When questioned, the couple disagreed on whether the man was wearing long bunny ears. The second sighting happened 10 days later on October 29, 1970, when security guard Paul Phillips encountered a man in a gray, black, and white bunny costume at a construction site. The man chopped at a porch post with an axe, warning Phillips not to approach. Despite police investigations, no suspect was found, and the legend grew.
Unexplainable
photograph is the shortest creepypasta on the list, so for that reason, we'll read it verbatim. This photo was taken on a mobile phone. The little girl you see crying refused to be a part of the group, as she said a little boy was scaring her. Thinking very little of her tantrum, the little girl's mother took the photo anyway. She later discovered what the child was crying about. Look closely at the knee-height space between the second and third girl from the left. That, I suspect, is the reason why the little girl was crying. The accompanying image is a classic ghost photo, which began circling the internet in the 2000s. It was taken by a 17-year-old Matthew Summers on his mobile phone as he and his friends prepared to head out. Like most ghost photos, though, its authenticity is widely debated, and skeptics believe that the face is simply a result of humans being good at finding patterns and randomness.
Yeah, that could be what it is. Just being able to find patterns in literally anything, so that makes sense. Google Maps balcony creature.
In 2011, a user on 4chan's paranormal board posted a thread pointing to a strange address on Google Maps. When users navigated to the location, they found an eerie figure standing motionless on a second-story balcony. The figure appeared humanoid, tall, dark, and vaguely menacing. Theories began to spread quickly. Some believed it was a cryptid or some kind of entity watching passers-by. Others dismissed it as a mannequin or a surfboard rack designed to hold tiki decorations, but the mystery escalated when Google Street View later censored the image. The house became blurred, and the figure vanished from public view. This only deepened the intrigue. Why would Google blur out such a harmless image unless there was something to hide? Eventually, the owner of the house stepped forward and revealed the truth. The figure was indeed a tiki-style surfboard holder mounted to the balcony railing.
Surfboard holder, of course. It's just a surfboard holder, guys. Nothing to see here. Ah, that's funny.
He explained that after the address went viral, he received unwanted attention, including visitors and concerns about potential theft. As a result, he requested that Google blur out the image to protect his privacy and property.
I don't blame him.
The Red Room Curse is a Japanese internet legend about a mysterious pop-up that appears on a victim's computer, asking, "Do you like the Red Room?" Supposedly, the pop-up would kill any person it encounters. One day, a man named Eric was told about the urban legend by a friend of his, Ramsey. Curious, Eric went home to investigate online. Eventually, he stumbled upon the Red Room pop-up, and it showed him a strange list of names. Horrified, Eric realized that these were the names of people who have previously died. The final name was Ramsey. The story ends with a news report about Eric and Ramsey's deaths by their computer. Their walls were painted red with their own blood. The story gained notoriety due to its rumored connection to the Sasebo slashing, a real-life murder committed by a 6th grade girl in 2004. Some claim she was obsessed with a flash animation depicting the Red Room curse, though this link remains speculative.
Right.
Gloomy Sun.
Nope, I don't want to talk about that one. Nope. I remember that one.
Crybaby Lane involves a person named Jonathan, who was hired by Nickelodeon Studios as an intern. He was placed on the creative production team for an upcoming Nickelodeon movie. However, the director, Peter Lorre, wanted it to be as scary as possible. far beyond what is appropriate for children. Ideas involving death and cannibalism were suggested, and strangely, Jonathan was the only one to object. Then, in true creepypasta fashion, Laura started to show pictures of dead children to his creative team, for some reason. Brian Jonathan was escorted out of the studio, and he never returned. The film, called Cry Baby Lane, was eventually released by Nickelodeon, but was never seen again after its premiere. Cry Baby Lane holds a special place in my heart because
I'm going to return the tank.
Thank you for the alert, Kibo. Always appreciated. We'll be here when you get back.
It was a lost movie, which the author of this creepypasta was clearly drawing from.
Right.
Yes, the movie exists. Yes, there were rumors that it terrified audiences. And yes, it never re-aired after its Halloween premiere. But everything else is obviously fake. And when Crybaby Lane was found, it was nowhere near as violent as the pasta made it out to be. Nickelodeon must have caught on to this story because they promoted the re-airing of the film as their banned movie that was locked away for being too terrifying.
Nope, I don't want to talk about that. No. Fuck that. And we have an ad break, so lucky us. Chat, we'll be right back after these. Don't go away.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lids, and bits of string. The nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about.
日本の皆様へ心を込めた贈り物。戦火では季節折々のフルーツをはじめシーフード、ビーフステーキ、ワインなどたくさんの商品を用意しております。お申し込みお問い合わせは 1-800-874-7754 戦火までどうぞ。
いつものお醤油が
まろやか
になりました。昆布だし入りだからまろやか。キッコーマン芳醇まろやか醤油。比べればわかる。
This is for those ready to hit the road.
Hit the road. This is for the long way home. This
is for those who want to widen their horizons. This is for the passing lane. This is for right now.
Right now. Hit the road for Pontiac driving excitement and lease a Grand Prix GT for as low as $275 a month for 39 months. Call for important details. This is for me.
For me.
Hit the road for Pontiac driving excitement. This is for me.
In 1991, the supersonic hero was born. Today, still wanted the world over, he works as part of a crack team, united in the fight against evil. If you have what it takes, and if you can afford them, you too can join the Sonic Team.
Welcome back from the ad breaks, chat. All right, I'm going to do my best to finish the video off here as best I can. Abandoned by Disney, I remember
An
this
urban
one.
explorer travels to Disney's Emerald Isle in North Carolina to investigate
Sorry,
the
I had to
mysterious
stop by the
Mogwai's
bathroom to
palace.
throw up.
Welcome back, Kibo. Hope you're doing well.
Rumor has it that it was supposed to be a Jungle Book-themed resort, but for some reason, Disney hastily shut it down. The narrator finds the site overgrown and vandalized, with "Abandoned by Disney" scrawled on its walls. As he ventures inside, things become increasingly unsettling. Eventually, he discovers a pitch-black room filled with decaying Disney props, including a Mickey Mouse costume with its colors inverted. Then, Mickey stands up, speaks in a distorted voice asking, "Wanna see my head come off?" As he pulls his own head, thick yellow blood spills out. Before the user can flee, he sees a message scratched into the metal above the door, "Abandoned by God." While Mogwai's Palace is fictional, Disney has some abandoned projects.
Yeah,
in Florida,
they do.
Discovery Island was once a Disney attraction open to guests from...
Hello and welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Yep, we're watching some very scary shit. This should be the last video for the stream, and then we're gonna rant on out.
1974 to 1999. Afterwards, it was abandoned and left to nature, with its buildings slowly decaying. Likewise, River Country, Disney's first water park, was shut down in 2001 and remains a untouched ruin to this day, with photos of its swampy remains circulating online. While not as sensational as the creepypasta, these real locations lend some credibility to the idea of a ghost park.
Yeah. Oh, the Russian
The
sleep
story goes
experiment. I
that
remember
Russian
this one.
researchers in the 1940s.
God, I especially remember this one. I tried to like, oh God. There was a point in my YouTube content creator journey where I just didn't know what I was gonna do. I definitely considered reading creepypastas at some point, but like, come to I needed to ask the author's permission before I could do that. So I was just like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I don't think I ever uploaded me reading through that particular creepypasta. As much as I find it fascinating, I understand that none of it's real, but like it is fairly grounded in reality, and that I could kind of see the Russians doing something like that back in the day. Maybe that's just me.
Tested a special gas on 5 subjects to keep them awake for 15 days.
Yeah.
Known as the Russian sleep experiments, this creepypasta became one of the internet's most infamous horror stories. According to the tale, the subjects were political prisoners who were promised freedom if they could survive 2 weeks without sleep.
Right.
They were placed in a sealed chamber, observed through microphones and small windows, with a constant supply of the gas. For the first 5 days, everything reportedly went as planned. But by day 9, the prisoners began to show signs of paranoia, delusions, and violent behavior. They screamed, tore apart their own flesh, and stopped eating. When researchers tried to intervene, subjects violently resisted, begging to be kept awake. By the end, only one subject remained, and after being shot by one of the researchers, his final words were, "So nearly free." While the story is purely a work of fiction, some speculate that it may have been inspired by real or rumored events. During World War II, unethical human experimentation wasn't uncommon, particularly by the Nazis. The Soviets did experiment with sleep deprivation, but this was back in 1894 and on puppies.
Oh, okay. So, not as bad as the creepypasta makes it out to be. No, I was there. Trust.
Not political prisoners. The closest possible inspiration comes from Russian biochemist Grigory Marinovsky, also known as the Doctor of Death. In the 1940s, he experimented with numerous poisons on unsuspecting political prisoners, notably mustard gas. However, instead of researching sleep deprivation, Marinovsky was instead interested in eliminating Stalin's political opponents to be used in interrogations. Hey guys, thanks for watching this video. My buddy Joel from the Let's Read YouTube channel has been a longtime collaborator of my channel.
Yay, video's over. All right. Let's go ahead and run out to Croc. And chat, here is your raid message in the chat. I'm gonna make sure to copy this message just to make sure that I don't forget, because I have a tendency to do that sometimes. Well, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Croc, are you live? Okay, yes, you are live. Good. I needed to double check, just to be sure. Thanks for the stream. No problem at all, Kibo. No problem at all. Oh, good. And sorry, some videos were not to your liking. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I understand like why you would like him personally. I was just like, nah, just not. No, no. Look, it happens. It just happens sometimes. I just in the mood for like I don't even remember the term for it, but like light entertainment, or not even light entertainment. There's any K-pop related. But thank you everyone so much for watching. I will see you guys again on Tuesday. Bye bye. Bye bye.